ปิด4เลยโปรเปิด4เลยโปรเปิด4เลยโปรเปิด4เลย
It's time.
เดี๋ยวนะแป๊บนึงยังทำไม่เป็นเดี๋ยวเซตสตรีมก่อนน้องเพชรมาเลยครับโอ้ยลืมได้ไงเปิดหมดยังวะปูตื่นแล้วครับน้องเหมียว62เหลือ12ชั่วโมงเท่าไหร่โพ
extra wall. I want to see those synergies, especially since they're starting on the attack.
Well, it's time for us to dive into the action to bring you that action. Two wonderful voices. Hazard and Cairo take it away.
น้องเมย์สวัสดีครับเฮ้ยฟุตมันตื่นแล้วดิมันไม่ใช่ฟุตแบบตอนแรกแล้วดิ
Doing
going to continue to be the case? FUT did lose split against Na'Vi. Do Pacific like kind of learn from Navi's playbook last week? Let's see. This is the map that they always seem to find a way to win. Can they do it against some of the big dogs?
Top 3 finish for FUT last stage, of course. And as you say, Pacific, this is the one map which they have been able to win so far. A couple of times since
ผม
kickoff.
ไม่ต้องเซตสปีดเยอะมากอะ
Starting
เปิด
it
แต่ละ
out, it
ที
is FUT on the attack. Early B push towards Ninja's position. It's soft to get things
น้องโน่เลยครับ
when he was absent in the first game last week. He has found his feet.
น้องโยจะลืมฝากกดติดตามอันนี้ด้วยนะป้านเขียว
And the plant coming in.
I mean, Waddle, sure he had a pretty decent debut by all things considered.
เรียบร้อยนับหนึ่ง
I don't think
เป็นไง
he's ever going to beat 4 of FUT's best. 1-0, as you say, Sop getting things started off blisteringly, and I feel as if he is the real win condition for FUT.
พุทธบินดีกว่า
Absolutely. I mean, he was the main transfer that people would have been fixated on coming out of kickoff into the first stage, propelled them towards that London finish.
Nice. Come on.
And they looked notably
สวยมากครับน้องโน่
withdrawn in his absence, I think, in that Na'Vi game.
Yeah.
Only a couple of moments that I can recall where he had any impact. It's the follow-up into the mates match. This
ใช่แล้วเลย
game
พรุ่งนี้ดู
connects
ที่งาน
the two teams as a familiar opponent in the first week.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณโพลด้วยครับ
We
ผม
actually saw the difference.
ยังไม่มีอะไรขึ้นนะพี่
This
ไม่เป็น
match
ว่ะ
is not
ยังไม่ได้
necessarily about
ทำอะไรเลย
showing anything. It's about
แมปนี้
recorrecting any
สั้น
sort
ไม่ก็
of
ฟุตนะ
narratives that came out of the Na'Vi game last week.
Sure.
Showing that the split
แต่แมป
is
หน้าคิดว่ายาวได้
actually strong and not what people can consider a weak map. And I think as well it's about being or having a professional performance against Pacific, because we know they can be a wily team, they can be difficult to beat, and they can get scrappy.
That was definitely the feeling which Cupid gave us in the pre-match interview, but no glaring changes,
Hi,
no
Oliver.
sweeping adjustments as of right now. Anti-Eco starts with an exchange in Garage. Pacific, couple
ไม่
players
หัก
left
น้อย
behind
จัด
on the left-hand side of the map, but it is FUT rolling into Alarante's neck of the woods. Just the right click for now. Waddle following it up with one of his own, but no weapons recovered, and it's those two remaining players rotating in.
It's
สวัสดี
exactly
โบ
that.
อิงนะครับ
Pacific make it a little bit difficult, but with the last two remaining, walking into
เดี๋ยวจบแมปแรกเดี๋ยวพี่ลองไปเซตดูนะ
I don't
ยัง
think this is
ยัง
gonna
ไม่ได้
be
เซตเลยเลย
anything other than a FUT round. It's well played so far, and they know exactly what they're up against. They've already seen it. Nice trades overall, and Sop finishing things out. 3 away from his own ultimate.
Yeah, so already we're seeing Sop starring at the start of this game, and that lends itself to a positive FUT performance.
อ๋อ
Something else as well, you and
เอ้ย
I were talking about
เมื่อวาน
the
เป็นไมเกรนครับผม
honeymoon
ก้าน
period
กล้วยสวัสดีครับ ผมว่า
for
พรุ่งนี้
FUT.
2-0 ทุก
Discussed
คู่
this in the green room at some length as to
ทีมอะไร2นะครับพูดได้ชื่นใจกันกล้วย
I think the general consensus is as long as they keep winning, as long as they keep
Fox
getting into these
Fiercer
playoff
ชนะยัง
stages, of which they would be on
เตือ
their
ตัว
way
เต็ม
with
เรียบร้อยครับผม
today, they are still in the clear.
Yeah, I think like Mike was the one who was talking about the definition of a honeymoon period, the fact that it stops when things start to get difficult. For FUT, it's only really a red mark in the start of their history. They could very much go 4-1, and then we're like, well, realistically, it's just a blip on the radar.
เฮ้ยทุกคนครับตอนเนี้ย
To get things started.
ใครที่ปกติดูสะดวกดูแค่ที่เดียวอะเราเป็นบ้านม่วงนะ
And an opportunity for FUT to get the bonus. Full set of rifles, and you can
ย้ายไป
see
เขียวได้
the
เลยครับผม
spike still lingering around in mid.
เขียว
Pressure.
encoder อะไรทุกอย่างชัดกว่าหมดเลยครับ แล้วก็
Pacific have the bodies.
สตรีมเมอร์ได้อะไรเยอะครับม่วงสตรีมเมอร์ไม่ได้อะไรเลย
Into the strong side for Pacific.
Ui.
That's unbelievable from Sop to try and dismantle Alarante. And now two players, they're peeking in. At least Seven's got one back now.
Yeah, Pacific thinking about fighting forwards. Need to
เหมือนม่วงสมัยก่อนแล้วกันสมัยยุครุ่ง
Gets
เรือง
two of his own. Makes this look decent. Seven still looking for a fight, an off angle, but Sop
น้องเมย์
is
ส
on
วัสดี
the
ครับ
hunt, and that's the main man. We've already discussed it, and he's still alive. 35 seconds remaining. And time to work with. He's going for the long way
I
round.
think there is enough time to complete this rotation for Sop. Nice reactions out of Pacific to put
P1
themselves
คืน
in
ชีพ
this
เมโทรดูเว
situation.
ลิส
You talk of the golden child. This is a huge opportunity for him to stake his claim and cement his return.
บ้านยอง
Plenty of time and space to plant. He goes for the safe option. Doesn't
เดี๋ยว
want to risk it.
เดี๋ยวรอไปเช็คคอมอีกเครื่องก่อนน้องเม
Pacific
ย์
not too much. It's the former Liquid Academy graduates.
Yeah, but they need to be careful because Sop looks to play on the front foot. They need to clear the corners. So he had his chance, he missed it. Pacific can count themselves lucky. That will be one back in the conversation.
Sop really left that one hanging. I thought just for a moment with bated breath that we were going to get a reversal of the 3v1. Brilliant entry from him to start and come back to that conversation about a reaction. On split, a lot of the time you got to fight heavy for main.
โดนมัวเมาอย่างไงเกต
Get exposed through middle. Great decision making.
แต่แอบงงดูนี้กลับมาให้เล่นสโมกเซนติเนลทั้งที่ตอนเล่นมีให้เล่นคือต้องไปดูนี่ครับผมดีเฮดจริงๆแล้วครับเมนสโมกตอนที่เล่นเก่งที่สุดดีเฮดคือปีที่แล้วสเตจ2เล่นโลสโมกเล่นโลคอนโทรลเลอร์ติดอันดับท็อป 10 ครับติดอันดับท็อป 10 ของสเตจ2เป็นคอนโทรลเลอร์คือโนน 1 อ่ะกลับไปอะคาเดมี่เพราะว่าขาดอะคาเดมี่ก็ลงไปเลยไปเล่นดูเวลิกมาแต่ว่าพอกลับมารอบนี้เล่นเซนเล่นคอนโทรลเลอร์ก็คือไม่แปลกใจเพราะว่าเมื่อก่อนเขาเก่งโลนั้น
Looks like they want to fight this. Alorante being pulled across. Ooh, 7 going for one of his own. At least Waddle has found Sop though, so it's 1-for-1 right now.
Gets profit, but it's this mid push coming in.
Yeah, Sociable has to stand up tall here, and unfortunately, Cristalli's going to catch out Cooper. A real miss. And look at this. Zeus goes hunting. Here's the steps of 7. But that's a big kill.
Yeah, sharp kill. And now 2 players on site to defend this.
Ninja in hell catches the cross, spike down on the ground. Issues for FUT right now, and it's just 1 versus 1s all over the map. Is he cold but sociable?
ไม่ซุปก็เป็นหลักซุปเป็นหลักอยู่แล้วซุปเขียวแดง
Find the fight he's looking for. FUT are heading for the hills, or are they? Yetiji stands by and makes it a third for FUT.
Yeah, Yetiji left behind, sweeps it under the rug, and there you go. Nothing done for Pacific as Ninja had his back to the pillar. I like this little bit of aggression in the mid rounds that we see. Maybe overcooked it slightly in middle, but at least that horn coming out from Waddle set up on the refract timing for 7 was quite nice to clear the ramp presence, which is something that they've got to be thinking about as FUT are constantly setting up threats in different areas of the map. That's something that they've been so good at doing in enabling SOP is constantly raising question marks that you have to address.
TP heard. Sociable doesn't consider it a threat.
Disrespects
and waits for the next fight. It comes in. This is going to be pretty easy going by our standards, Hazard.
Sure. 7 dropped early. Of course, this is a round where Pacific come in with little to no expectations, but they can build an ult here and there. Ninja 1 from the res.
ซื้อเองก็หวานนะดิ
has the convergent paths online for the next, and Waddle the Nightfall. Tools to be thinking about here, Cairo.
Yeah.
And I think something else to think about as well is 7's involvement in a few of these rounds. Previous series, he was -8 on the first deaths. And as much as we said during the cast that he felt like a player that was high risk, high reward, and you were still getting those trades, I think, again, his playstyle is absolutely paramount to if Pacific can find success or not, and if they're getting that value back.
Yeah, I feel as if you're 100% spot on, and the thing with 7 is if he's playing well, if we're getting good, you're getting good entries, Pacific typically do well themselves. I mean, it felt as if it was really towards the other end, right? When you saw the likes of Waddle and like some Ninja and stuff like that starting to pick up the slack. It looked decent overall, but when we got to those later maps, that's when it really let us down.
สวัสดีครับไปเล็กสวยมากครับผม
And, you know, seconds away from converting it as Pacific not showing any intention to give away ult orbs. To bounce off what you were saying about Waddle there as well, you could sort of feel it in the interview that he gave. That he's a player who wants to bring confidence to this team because that's how a lot of them are. They're players that have so much potential, but just need to find a way to unlock it. Alorante, certainly one of those. He'll get himself a couple.
การเงินไม่ได้เฟี้ยวด้วย
The other way as FUT clean the board.
แต่ไม่เป็นไร
Those ultimates come online and things looking good.
อ๋ออีโมตามเทรน
One last note I want to put on.
อีโมหลากหลายแล้ว
Do you feel as if the Gentlemates game was a missed opportunity to win your first match?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the group. It's stacked against Pacific. You've got to take the wins where you can find them, and I think they'll definitely feel
ล่า
that
สุด
their
ทีม
attack
PCI
sides
การันตีตั๋วไป
betrayed
Valorant
them, but
Champion
that's
แล้ว
something
แต้ม
to
ใน
think
ลีก
about
GNG
as
ช
this
นะ
one develops. Of
รอบแบ่ง
course,
กลุ่ม
they're
อ๋
on
อ
the defense for now, and it's
ส
only
วย
one
มากน้อง
round.
ชายาลิน
An
ขอบคุณ
operator
สำหรับ
filtered into the hands
ข้าว
of
สาร
Seven,
ครับผม
though, could be the difference.
อุ้ย
Could be is what we've got to say because it's just a one for
Watch
one,
ครับ
and
หนึ่ง
again,
คู่น้องทัน
that
นี่
has
พรุ่งนี้
proven not to be
แต่
enough
เป็น
in
วิว
these
เวอร์ปาร์ตี้
situations.
นะฮะ
Talisman gone off the board for FUT.
เจอกันที่
But that
งาน
doesn't
นะ
necessarily mean that it's a Pacific win. Walder posted.
It's that ultimate lost on 7 as well. At the very least, you've still got the Nightfall. And Ninja's got to be thinking about the potential of a res here. If they can recapture that B control Pacific. But FUT have been given an open A site in
อ๋อ
the
มันยศ
process.
ไอ้นี่ไงซับแบบว่า
So
ไอ้
they're
นี่
going to
ปะ
use the Seekers to confirm that, and with only one Seeker actually heading towards the A heaven
ซับ
position,
คนแรก
they'll
อะ
have that confirmed.
เหมือน
So
ไอ้
Shmolim
เนี่ย
has
เหมือนม่วง
CT
อะ
space.
ม่วงซับ
So far deep.
ซับ
Through
ชุดแรก
screens
มันจะ
already.
แบบว่า
Now lining up with Zeus.
มันจะมีเลขหนึ่งอะ
Captain
ข้างหน้าจำ
putting
ได้
on
ปะ
a serious show last week.
Yetichi's pivotal for holding on to main space, and if you head towards CT, there's a
Yeah.
trap.
And so this key contributor finds himself
แต่งงว่า
an
เฮ้ย
important juncture. Here comes the paranoia straight in, sets up
Pro
Zeus.
Topper
That's the
save
first
ชีวิต
of the kills, and now Pacific
และ
have a
ดักโอเวอร์
problem.
ปิกนี้ก็ยากเลย
Trying
ครับ
to fight back through. Zeus is
อุ้ย
still holding down ground. Stunning from the dog the opposite way.
เอาดิ
Does well and
กลายเป็น
but does
3-4
get
ครับ
back up on his feet through Ninja. Sociable in the meantime finding a trade and also finding
โอ้โห
safety through the TP.
พอ
Yetichi
สวย
hanging around in main. Plenty
ยาก
of
เลย
issues still
เว
yet
ลา
to
ไม่
be
ทันแล้ว
cut loose. Pacific even considering getting out of dodge at this point now. Alorante with a big quad kill. But it means nothing in the end because there's no time left to play.
ได้เลยเกต
A web of FUT's own grand design. And Pacific gets stuck right in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, overall, that 4K won't matter much unless it's a little bit of confidence. For Alo, overall, I mean, this was a bit of a dodgy interaction with the trap play.
อ้าวพี่ก็ไปดูพับจีมา แต่ว่าเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟในซูป
And even at
ดู
that,
ภาคไทยครับ
there's a couple of their own
เลยมาช้ากว่านี้
response to the showstopper. Just time working against them.
It's that quick decision making which you require to break down a team like FUT that thrive in the chaos with their solid fundamentals. Pacific having plenty of time now though to get those systems in place, and I think that is something that we would constantly want to hark back to because you have a play-in stage upcoming, potentially feeding into playoffs, and when you look back at the results that
PCI
this
ปี
team
นี้
has
จะเก่ง
had
ไหม
over the last
เก่ง
couple
แล้ว
of
เนี่ย
stages, kick off as well.
เก่งแล้วสุดความสามารถแล้ว
to find that first win.
ได้เท่านี้แหละ
When we speak of mental blocks, for example, it just feels almost impossible to get the dog off your back until you finally get there.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? That's the biggest issue. I mean,
น้อง
basically
พับให้
becomes
ไอเรากดติดตามเขียวพี่ยัง
person your own
ย้ายไป
right,
นู่นได้เลยนะครับ
a mental blocker.
ย้ายสมรครัวลงรับประทานได้เลยนะ
A
ถ้า
couple
สะดวกที่
ultimates
นู่น
being
ดีกว่า
used
เยอะ
by Pacific, still got sevens, still got the
ชัด
Viper's
แจ๋ว
pit, and that's what you're going to be looking
พรุ่ง
towards.
นี้ปูเซน
They have
คิด
made
ว่าน่าจะ
FUT pay a
2-0
little
ครับ
bit,
ผม
right? They've brought them down.
ฟอส
They've
มี
got
ตำรา
them
GE หมดแล้ว
I think
พรุ่งนี้แบบว่า
overall,
ลีดแล
there's
บุ
a chance here Pacific, but it's a slim one. You know it's FUT.
แค่ดูเขียว
Seven has
ใช่แล้วไอ้
flooded
เลส
that operator back
แค่นี้ก็
around.
สุด
Now
ยอด
it's
แล้ว
in B tower. Not a position which can have a grand effect on this round right now as FUT 4 players strong in A main. Sociable has been left behind. He's just orbiting the edge of garage and will have heard Ninja place that wall. Last time Pacific did this, called a full rotation almost off the back of it.
He's doing it again.
Yeah, and for that reason, actually FUT may be reconsidering their options. The Horn doesn't spot
ฟ็อกซี่
anything.
ไนลั่นคนเดียวไม่ไหวอะดิทีวัน
It's
ชุดนี้
mid
โอ้โห
walk down of the op now that is most
ลง
pressing.
ตัวจัด
Valorante to take first contact. He gets one and is dropped. Now all eyes on 7 with the scoped weapon, dashes his way out for the time being, and Pacific
มันไม่ใช่
looking
แค่
to
เมเทโอ
re-engage.
แล้ว
Have
ไอ้นี่
the
ด้วยนะ
numbers.
ล่างทอง
Cuban
นะ
picks up a weapon off the ground.
รู้สึกมาส
And it
กิ
is
น
a 3 versus
มาสกิน
2.
ก็โหดมากเลยตอนเนี้ย
Spike lost by FUT. They have to fight back, but look where Sociable's gone.
ดู
He's
ช็อ
on
ต
a
มันยิง
journey,
ดู
an
แบบเป้ามันแบ
adventure.
บขีนจัด
That's time.
แต่มันยังไม่ค่อยได้แบบ
Ticks down
มี
though.
โอกาส
Pacific should be aware of this. They
เท่าไหร่
know the backline is open.
I don't like these positions.
No. It's how cramped they feel on this mid box right now.
30 seconds left.
Well, Sociable's going to be able to steal the spike away.
Yeah,
Hug the wall.
if he checks his angles right, as you say, could leave himself with some wiggle room here. Horn again up cycles for Waddle, doesn't spot anything, and Yetijay starting to close the net a little bit. Sociable's gotten away with this one, feeding those players now back into Yetijay's crosshair. Drop down to 16. No support from his captain. Has to go solo, wins it. But it's Waddle left behind and just enough time for the plant.
Cease hasn't caught him either. Sociable has a chance.
Waddle encroaching, but Sociable looking to fight him right under the lip of heaven, and he
บัต
will
เฟก
drop
ได้
him exactly where he
จ
stands.
ริงๆบัตมันดูเอลมันไม่ได้ซิ่งเหมือนสมัยก่อนแล้วครับผมแต่ถ้าไปเล่นสโมกมันก็ยังโหดอยู่
That's criminal.
มีประสบการณ์เยอะอยู่หรอกยิงก็ยังพอได้แต่ไม่ได้เร็วเท่าเมื่อก่อน
But you know where the spike is. But there's better positions to take up in mid.
พี่ว่าโอเคอยู่นะ
Feels like for the
ชุดนี้
first time
ที่
in
วั
a
น
long time, Pacific put themselves in a good chance.
ดีกว่าชุดที่แล้วแน่นอนอ่ะ ชุดตอนสแต็ก
First
อยู่
time
ครับ
in a
ผม
long time.
ตอน
Every
ตอน
week.
สแต็กอยู่มัน
No, but I mean, first time they put themselves in a
ไม่ได้
in a
จริง
long time
In a good
กู
position.
เซ็นพวกนี้ใช่แล้วครับผม
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
น้องไอซ์
I think
ตา
even
ลิ
the
บัน
general sentiment around the place
ไอ
right
ซ่า
now is
ตา
that
ลิบันโอ้โห
Pacific perhaps
ที่
even
เราดุ
favored
ดัน
to
จัง
go
วะ
on and win this map as they have done a couple of times of the 8 played. Even then,
Yeah.
map 2, map 3, I don't believe until I see 13 at the top of the
ก็รู้
screen.
ได้ไงฟูลเซนไปฝึกดันใหม่มา
This is going to be anywhere near
ผม
Pacific's
ได้ยิน
favour
นึก
now.
ว่าพี่พูดถึง
Have
ซู
got
เปอร์
the
บัส
confidence back
ไม่ใช่ฮะ
to winning ways.
พูดถึงบัสของ
Everybody has a
T1
rifle
ครับ
here
ผ
for
ม
Pacific and they're waiting to receive first players.
อ้าว เรียบร้อยครับ
The Waylay ultimate and 7 looking
Oi.
to head this one forwards. Hinder
Hmm.
jumping in. Oh, brilliant transfer from 7, 2 taken.
เอาไป
Now Pacific
ซ่องนะ
coming back. Still Cupid on the angle with the Guardian, damage through the wall and does
ยัง
finish
ไง
what
ดับ
he
เบิลดาเมจนะ
started.
สู้เปล่า
Zeus the next to be shown the door and Pacific seem to have
แล้ว
done enough
ท่อ
from
มา
this
เรียบร้อย
position.
Alarante's flank.
สวยละ
FUT don't know it. 2v5 should be difficult. At least Sociable taking off the high flank.
I mean, look at the amount of space
รู้
that FUT still
เสก
have
หั
to
นลง
drop
บน
back
อยู่
into here though. Sociable's merged into heaven. Now, a peek out the edge of the smoke is just audacious with the amount of steps heard behind it, so eventually he cancels that plan. But Pacific have
ไม่กล้าเล่นเลยครับ
to make of themselves, and this is a very slow retake.
I mean, if they give up heaven space, it could be game over. 2v4 doable. 3 players coming through main.
ยากละ
Plant not fully open for Sociable,
No
but
way.
a really strong angle.
โอ้
for him to take.
Sociable
Can't connect those first couple
จบ
shots.
กัน
The rest one transfer with it. All on
เฮ้ย
Crostali, the young gun, but he's had so much impact from these positions before. 2
เฮ้ย
taken, 2 left to
โอ้ย
find, but it's going to work out for him.
ไม่ทัน
Wasn't time, and somehow FUT against all
อุ้ยคอตเตอรี่
odds, done it again.
วันนี้เอมติกการันตีครับผม
Pacific fan,
มั่นใจ
that's
มาแน่
gonna
วัน
be
นี้
hard to take.
เอมติกจุดนี้ไม่แพ้
And they look
สวยมากน้องเบ
exactly
ซ่า
as they did in London. Sure, Pacific are the ones giving them opportunities, but if the last one was criminal in a 3v2, this is damn
ใคร
right
เล่น
near a
เด่น
life
สุดใน
sentence
PCF
for
อะครับ
prison for that. That's
ส่วนตัวพี่
ridiculous.
ให้เซเว่นครับผม
Red Bull clutch for Crostali, and we'll just hope that there's not another to send us to solitary confinement because, as you say, FUT going through the gears now. A
มัน
7-1 lead to start
มัน
their
เสีย
attack
เวลา
side.
กับไอ้โซเชียลในสโมกเยอะกันไปแม่ง
3v2
ไม่
into
กล้า
4v2.
ทะลุสโมก
How
เว้ย
bad
เมื่อกี้
can it actually get for Pacific?
กลัวจัดเลยอ่ะ จริงๆมีตั้ง4 คนขึ้นแหลมไปเมื่อกี้ทะลุสโมกเอาโซเชียลได้เลยนะ อย่างน้อยเสีย1เพจ1แล้วรีบว่า3 คนไปกระทืบในไซต์ทำอะไรกันอยู่
This
ไม่รู้
round
เมื่อกี้
simply starts with 2 players solo facing.
คิวจัด
Information. Ninja playing off the wall here. Cupid does win the engagement this time, and ultimately those are the conditions that Pacific have to meet to get past FUT right now. As
Momentum
it's
เปลี่ยน
not
เลย
on
อะ
team play that they're finding success.
กลายเป็นตะสุ่มกลายเป็นต่ำเตี้ยเลดินอ่ะนารูโตะ
This is 4 versus 3. Waddle solo peeking into Yetiji. Surely not, right? Dancing with the devil here.
Good from Ninja though. 3 versus 3 in this situation. There is a pit to come through from Yetijay though, and little tools left for Pacific to get back into this one. Just the
ไม่โดน
power
สักนัดครับ
from Waddle as it stands.
And that's unfortunately being used not to identify the right person as it
อุ๊ยสวยละ
just
สุด
makes
สวยละ
himself an
สุด
issue
สวยละ
within the corner.
สุดสวยละ
Need to clear that, and
นั่นไง ไม่ได้ยิน
unfortunately does get cleared by Waddle. Doesn't have the utility, but makes it work with a rifle of his own. Yetiji, when it was gone down to a
ต้องเข้าแล้วเยตูเจ
collapse, the decay will be working for
โอ้แล้วเข้าไปจังหวะโคตรดี
in the corner.
โอ้
So good! An unbelievable 4K once again. Pacific, you make us hope, but oh my god, do they get crushed so
ไอ้เหี้ยคอตเตอรี่ผิดฟอร์ม
that kills you, and it's Crostali as well. Oh, I mean, this guy
โอ้ย
said in the pre-match how they were prepared for whatever Pacific's going to throw at them. It just seems like he's been working on his aim routine.
2-0 ไปว่ะแมน น้องชินนามอนสวัสดีครับ
Mate, there is 3 players on 7 kills, 2 on 10. That just shows you the performance every single
ปิด
player
ชื่อ
is putting up
นึก
right
ว่า
now
ใคร
on Foot.
พี่เอ
It
ยิง
feels
แบบ
like an
นี้
exhibition match more than a VCT third match for
Yeah.
Foot.
น่าจะจบน่าจะไฟท์กันตั้งแต่ก่อนถึงวางครับผมถ้าเป็นพี่นะ
I think Crostali is a name that has come from a similar ilk of where Pacific have taken their players from, you know? Someone in tier 2 who had decent reviews but wasn't
ผมว่า
someone that,
KC
you know,
2-1
was
มัน
super
ติเฮ้ย
excited about, I think.
เอาดี
Flew under the radar. It's in this environment though, this FUT environment, that we've really seen him
พี่ว่าเอฟมันติ
mature and grow in his
แต่ว่าสู
stature
สี
and his
เกือบ
character.
ให้สูสีทุกแมปเลยคู่หน้านี่คือแบบตามไซส์มันติกอะสู้หลังชนฝาแล้วเกมแบบสูสีอะคู่หน้าเดี๋ยวดูดิ อันนี้บอกใบให้ละ
With a sheriff in an angle to hold, and well, that's going to be quickly dealt with. Point I want to get to though
สู
is,
สีทุกแม
I
ป
mean,
อะ
if you're in amongst this environment, of course,
เอมันติกจะแบบว่า พลาดเยอะๆหน่อยแล้วก็แบบกลับมาได้
Confidence conversation. Pacific
ตาม
with
ส
no
ไตล์
real reasons
ขาด
to
ด
feel
อก
inspired
โห
right
ยาก
now.
ว่ะ
As 10 rounds
สไตล์
concluded
เอเมติก
and
มัน
FUT
ชนะขาดยากมากแมน
of them having some pretty concrete answers for what Pacific are trying to do.
ขออนุญาตไม่เชื่อนะอันนี้
Many of these engagements are
มัน
won.
ขาดยากมากจริง
You're on pistols. This is not a round which we say is anything special. That has to change in the follow-up though if you want any chance of recovering this map pick.
Yeah, but
กว่าตัวยิงมันจะเครื่องติดอะ
what's called Planet of the
โดน
Apes
ไป
there.
โอ้โห
Like a series
น่วม
where
แล้ว
it's like, monkey together stronger.
The
You know
new
what I mean?
series.
นี่อย่างเดียวคือแบบมาถึงคาจัดกับอัลฟาเยอร์ลั่นพร้อมกัน2 คนซึ่งไม่เกิดขึ้นยากมาก
It's all the level. It was an original.
Aye.
The original type anyway. Originally, the original Salt doing his best. Foot doing what they're known
ถ้าโบเตอร์
for
3 ตัวขาดเลยครับ
hitting heads and looking to take the space away. Look at Cupid all on site alone. Shot. Oh my God!
Hey,
Cupid!
hey, hey.
That's brilliant.
Hey.
And now with the spike on the ground and Waddle there to support, this is doable, and it certainly is. Cupid,
Hey.
4 of
โอ้
his
โห
own. The leader leading by
ได้2ยืนเลยเหรอ
example.
Cupid solo strong. He's good enough by himself. That's a ridiculous 4K. I mean, look at the transfer on this first one.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Slow that down for us, EBS.
เอาเลย
Unreal. But it's almost like in this situation where Pacific feel like they're dead and beaten, how much of a difference is that one 4K going to make?
Oh, you hope a lot. You hope. I mean,
It's got to be the start of something.
All right, Michael Jackson. Anyway, foot back towards mid. And a couple players exploring B main as well, but Yetiji's just managed to get out.
เอาไป
Nobody
12 พอ
able to protect it. So he has
ตอนนี้
no
ปั่น
watch
ป่วน
to be
วุ่น
the
วายหมดแล้วครับ
FNC.
ผม PCF A เพเยอร์ตาย อ้าว
It's the mid wall broken. 7
พรให้สวัยเลย
a kill.
Yeah,
That's
do
Yetijian
J.
taken. So the A lurk gone, and now FUT just looking to group up and take this B site with force.
โอ้โห ยากเลย
Surely Cupid couldn't do the same 2 times in a row.
I mean,
เซเว่น
give
มันได้
away
หน้า A แล้วไว
I'm
เปอร์
not
ตาย
saying
ครับ
that lifeline
ไม่
could
มี
be
ท็อปสกรีน
converted,
ปิด
but
อินโฟหน้า A
again, it's the hope that kills you.
เพื่อนเลยแพ็กอยู่ B3 วินนี้
Cupid could
PCF
be the one to kill you as
เอ้า
well. Unfortunately not. Good entry utility and
ยังไม่น่าขาดคำสัตว์
through.
เต็ม
Players through one corridor that time, but the utility is spot on from FUT. And in terms of the post,
บอลอันยอง
looking to take some of that CT space. Pacific coming through one avenue themselves.
I mean,
3 players in tower right now.
Yeah, just double checking flank. Nice little attention to detail from Foot. The sociable holds on just from
น้องมิน
low
สวัสดีครับ
off angle. But unfortunately, 7 can't quite grab him. He's got
ก็
back up
มี
for more, and, well, and that's
ฟ้า
gonna give
เขียว
a
ครับ
chance
ผ
for
ม
Pacific to get in.
ฟ้ากับ
Still
เขียว
not
ฮะ
out of the smoke, and as they do, they hit the heads. Okay, 2v2 and a raise online. There comes back Valorant, and there's time in which to work with. Pacific up to 3.
Yeah, still moments in that round where it felt like they were a little bit static, frozen in place, but as soon as they start to get through the motions and actually show some of those confidence in the engagements, this is the Pacific that we were promised. Is there any more of that in the second half though? We'll find out after this interview with Waddle.
Got the new man on campus here, Waddle. Waddle, we were just chatting a little earlier. Could you tell the people where you got your name from?
พวกหน้าเอมติกครับผม
My real life name is
Boeing.
Ode, and my favorite animal is a penguin. So I just basically merged the two. Like penguins, obviously Waddle, and my name is like quite similar to that. So it's just a natural decision to make.
And the debut in VCT last week, how's it been feeling for you being part of the specific team?
I enjoyed it. Like despite the loss, after the first map, we felt like super confident that we could have maybe took another map, but obviously we didn't. Today though, I'm feeling even better. Like we've discussed some things and reviewed some stuff, so hopefully this time we'll do a better showing.
For a team like yours, like Pacific, that's so
วัน
hungry
นี้
for
ให้
that
เอฟ
first
ทั้ง
win
คู่ครับ
to
ถูก
show
ต้อ
the
งครับ
mark,
ผม
to show the standard here in VCT.
วันนี้
You're
สอง
the
เอ
new
ฟมา
guy
แน่
in. Maybe they're hoping for you to give them like a shot in the arm. How do you do that? How do you bring that energy into this squad?
Yeah, like I'm quite a vocal player.
ATK นี่คือแบบว่า
and I'm also playing
แม่ง
like
ตี
a
ตลาดโหด
support
มาก
role,
สังเกตปะ
so
สปอน
I'm just
สปอน
trying to,
ทีม
like,
ใหญ่หลาย
because
ทีม
these
มาก
roles are really
ATK เครียด
talented,
ตอนนี้
like every single one of them are talented individually. I just need to help activate them, and also by activating them, I activate myself and I play better. So as long as we can do that in the server today, then we'll get some wins.
Looking forward to seeing it. Anything that you think's the key to taking down FUT?
They're very aggressive
พรุ่ง
team.
นี้ก็
They're
อีก
like
เอฟ
the
ด้วย
Turkish
ครับ
style, obviously. So we need to
เอฟ
make
ยาว
sure
ๆเลย
that we're like
ตลอด
fighting
ทางครับผม
together and doing all these basics and shooting heads. So yeah,
Good luck.
thank you, man.
มีตัวแทนเอาเข้าไทยมาแล้วนะอ๋อหายแล้ว
Some
แป๊บนึงนะ
important points raised by Waddle there,
Hello,
stuff that
Javier.
we've already touched on, of course. The fact that there
แล้ว
is
ผม
so
ส
much
ตรีมอยู่
potential
ไป
within this
ดู
specific
แข่งอยู่
lineup
พี่
that they've got to get the
ยังไม่
basics
ได้เลย
right.
นี่
And also, I think something I was speaking about
ดูแข่ง
earlier,
พี่
the attack halves. All of those points of focus now heading into the second half.
I mean, you think about it, a raised neon
เดี๋ยว
can
เดี๋ยว
be
วันไหน
difficult
วันไหน
to try
ว่าง
and
บอก
stop,
ไม่มี
but
วัน
if
ว่าง
they're
อยู่
running
ที่
at
ดึก
you from defence, it's just as difficult.
Fair
So
enough.
we'll see if that stopping power comes through. A stack of players to hold or to wait for any players to come out of
อะไร
mid
ไหม
from either side. Mid completely vacated
น้องยัปปี้
by
สวัสดีครับ
both teams.
A little bit of like a high-low
พูด
side to
2-0
side
เอมติ
from
2-1
Pacific on
ถือว่าเทสดีครับผมชิบหายแล้วดิ
periphery of the map. Looking at it here, Crystali does get spotted after Sociable's dropped behind the screen. No way for Sop to
แล้ว
get
โลด้วย
involved, and that's a little more
Portali.
damage on Crystali as well.
Yeah, but look at Seven. Oh, it's not Seven,
Ui.
sorry. Look at Zeus from up on high.
Ui.
He's not looking. And so even the headshot from that flick to Cupid's head, not going to be enough to find the kill. Spike heading its way towards the B site. It's got to be Yetajay for now, ward off. Solo player back pillar. And
Oi.
wrapping around on a time.
Oi.
Cupid already taking damage. If he can find
โอ้
Ninja clean, there's half a chance. But
มาพลาดช็อตสุดท้ายครับผม
That's one through mid and Ninja there as well. A safe pair of hands. A blinded Sop is a dead one. And
ตัวนี้รอด
Pacific
ที่วางนะครับ
have the second
TCF
pistol.
ทีมใหม่นะใช่มันมา
Maybe
เทค
there's a little bit of belief here. Got to check in
มัน
with
เทค
the coach.
UL วันเก่ามาที่เป็นลูกหมอ
Half-time
ป่า
to discuss things. Pistol round one, bare minimum reached for Pacific in that second half.
You can see how Waddle does feel like an upgrade in this team just for the
Of
fact that he's
course.
elevated the players around him as well.
Nice.
And I think is
วันนี้
I
ฟุต
think
เอมติก
while
ไท
we
ทัน
see Pacific
ยังไม่ได้
start
อัป
to
เดต
go
ครับผม
away from the meta in terms of double duelist, I think that this is
อ๋อ
actually a nice
อ๋อ
suit for
UF
them
เป็น
right
EF เหรอ
now.
Sure.
Yeah, what we
เฮ้ย P10 ก็อยู่อยู่แล้วดิใช่ปะถ้าจำ
I
ไม่ผิด
think, you know, on meta, off meta, you can play different ways, and this archetype does seem to fit Seven. Bit of proactivity here from FUT. Flashing
คล้าย
around
จริง
for
เคีย
Crystali.
นูริ
What is the timing? Is it simply contact? Seems to be the case. Specific.
ไม่พลาดครับ
Pass with flying colours,
ค่าย
though.
กล
3 kills under their belt. And now we start
อ๋อ
to look at
ก้อย
goals.
ก้อยมัน
Waddle
ที
is
มี
the
ปัญหา
closest
ใช่
as it
ใช่ใช่
stands.
Yeah, at the same time though, we've got a little walk down mid coming through from Sociable, finding himself all the way down in shops. Cooper is the one with the spike.
Yeah,
รู้
he's
สึก
the
จะ
one
ใช่
holding
นะ
on for it. It's Alorante
BBL เทป
that
ไป
has
แล้ว
to
เสร็
be
จ
cautious though, and
but-
Sociable moving off.
เห็นครับ
He's only a pistol player, so it's not the biggest loss in the world.
PYMZ
If he loses, which he won't, Alorante does find that kill. So actually, Pacific, if they can make this flawless, Cairo, what are we looking at? 2, 3 rifles in there? Just 2, I think, for now.
Yeah, I mean 2 rifles just now, but probably Alorante to buy up into the next as well.
So at what point now
Oh, you're not going to do it, are you?
do you get excited? Not even excited. What the first little tingle butterfly in your stomach.
Tingle?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
Your Cairo tingle.
I'm probably going to be within at least a round, to be honest. I feel as if FUT are the team that, like, as soon as they get a rifle in the hand, they're going to just start to obliterate Pacific. So let's look towards the next round and see if
เอาละ
FUT can
ปืน
get
แม่ง
Pacific
ได้เรื่องด้วย
stand anything, but it is an in-zone flawless in the anti-eco. And lovely done here on the main play.
Yeah, if memory serves, Pacific won vast majority of pistols in that Gentlemates game. It was sort of into the gun rounds, the later stages, where we just failed to see that improvement.
Nice boys. 5 alive is.
I think it was 3-3. It was Pacific won the first 3.
Gentlemates won the last 3. And again, that just sort of speaks to how this team can be so streaky at times.
Yeah, 100%.
You find that word funny?
Oh.
Well, Yetaje, he's been hung out to dry. 5 versus 4 here to start things off. And wait, the bonus is looking pretty good.
แปลกๆแล้วทุกคน
Was this the one round that
แ
you were
ปลก
saying?
ๆละ
Or was it another one?
What the fuck วะนะ JLJ
Within one round, okay. Bonus is pretty big
มึง
though.
ทำอะไรวะ
This is nicely called by.
ถามจริงๆเถอะ
Nicely called by Cooper because FUT were going to get pulled all the way over towards the A site, but instead FUT takes heaven. So be still a danger
โหเล่นมุมนี้
considering
ละ
he's there.
ได้ยินแล้วนะ
Sociable will have been heard, just confirms that with a couple shots through the edge of his own smoke. Only player on the B site right now, of course, got to be thinking about Sop lofted up in the tower. And Alorante left behind in mid to try and deal with that. But Pacific starting to show a bit of intent here now as they scale towards the site behind their own smoke. It's actually allowed Sop to drop in and support for the time being. And rotations are well on the
สวย
way.
แล้วรู้ด้วยหลังซ้ายมีหนึ่ง
To thin out that herd as Sociable falls. Trades coming through on the Pacific side. It's such an awkward job to take on
GG
Sop
ว่ะ
backside, but when he finally drops,
เฮีย
there
ฟุต
is
ยัง
a
คงว่ะ
clear
รักษามาตร
view
ฐาน
ahead. Pacific well on the way to the bonus round now. It's arch nemesis Crostali and a clutch before them, but 7 will drop him there.
ยังคงรักษามาตรฐานไม่เปลี่ยนแปลงโชคยังไงอย่างนั้น
Reduced to 3.
I think the biggest compliment is on the site fight. If we actually go back and watch the replay, you'll see that Pacific play together. They're ready to trade off one another. Next one, and there's another fight. Okay, we've identified another. Here
ปาล์มสวัสดีครับ
It's a bit disgusting, right? But at the end of the day, Pacific, they're fighting in a hold, and that hold can't be dealt with by FUT.
I think the main concern was that it's just taken this many rounds where they look down and out to actually then want to go up a gear. But something we've talked about a lot for Pacific is those comms and how those improvements can shape rounds like the ones that we just saw. Let's take a listen in here and see how it goes.
ชิบหายแล้วตอนนั้น
Nothing.
You can be ready to paranoia.
พลาดได้วินสุดท้ายวินนี้
They just smoked me. That's weird. We can wait.
Foot.
It would be mid, guys.
Yeah. Can you stage wall like this later and like just keep taking tools?
Holding with you.
That is smoke.
น้องณัฐวัฒน์สวัสดีครับ
I'm gonna even give you a mail.
Guys, I'm gonna fade out the site, okay?
Yeah, just
I
wait.
just wanna. Guy dogging, I let Allo break.
นินจาเดียวกับที่เป็นเอ้ยคนละนินจาครับผม
Wait, I'm searching now.
I don't know, he tapped it.
Only
นิ
tap.
นจานั้นเล่นวาโลตอนปีแรกแล้วไม่เล่นละ
They're close. All back Allo only,
Guys,
all back.
I'm out B.
Go back B, go back B.
Yeah.
ผมพิมพ์ในเขียวมันขึ้นสัญลักษณ์เยอะเกิน
Okay,
แล้วมัน
mid
ไม่
top.
ส่งให้
Let's start
They
timing.
smoked on B. But I
ทั้
don't
ง
see
ทาง
them.
ที่ไม่มีสัญลักษณ์
One step.
Maybe
Huh?
in spawn, boys.
Yeah, we just aim. We just aim.
แต่พี่เห็นที่น้องมิน
Okay,
พิมพ์
flash
มา
guys,
นะ
check, run.
Q, go with your knife
Keep
and
running.
take
Yeah,
one.
come to
เห็น
me,
อยู่
guys.
นะ
And
เทสพี่เห็นผมไหม
I'm gonna dump here. I scare close. I didn't see anything.
Come, cause my wall is dropping.
Yeah, it's on.
Get heaven. I'm playing late, boys. Mid cap.
ทีม PCF เก่งไหมถ้าเอาจริงๆนะถ้าไม่นับผลงานเก่งครับ พี่ให้เก่งนะ แต่มันไม่ชนะใครเลยครับ แต่มันแพ้หมดก็จริงครับ แต่มันแพ้แบบ 2-1 คะแนนเบียดอะไรเงี้ยแค่ปิดไม่ลงเฉย
I'm swinging. Wait.
ๆอืม
Peek now.
ง่ายๆก็ถ้ามันคือหมูอ่ะ
Johan, you're gonna win this fucking game, Johan. Yeah?
หมูที่ทอดกรอบอ่ะ ไม่ใช่หมูเคี้ยวง่ายครับผม
For Pacific,
ใครมาเคี้ยวก็แบบ
you can see within the team comms, little
บาด
bit
เหงือก
more
อ่ะ
in some of those calls, though.
แข็งฟันแตกอะไรเงี้ย แต่ก็เคี้ยวได้
In the end, due to the lack of space towards B that Pacific had, the threats of a flood out though, mid space all identified.
หมูกรอบไง
And
หมู
for
กรอบ
me,
แข็ง
it's
โป๊
all
กอ่ะ
about Waddle,
ฟัน
how
แตก
much input he has in the mid round, some of the
น้องแอล
micro as
สวกเลย
well,
ครับ
like
ผม
the A plan that they created at the start.
ตีฮะ
You really feel the influence there. And look, we've talked at length about how much he brings to the table, but actually seeing it in
ยังชัด
situations
ไม่
like
สู้ฟ้า
that is a different thing entirely.
ฟ้า
Like
ชัด
you
สุด
call
แล้ว
it be a pinata, you know?
Yeah, yeah. No, that was a good one, of course. For those who don't know, knife out, trade off that player.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see if there's going to be any trades here. Already pulling utility out of Sociable, and he's stuck within a smoker.
ฝากด้วยนะน้องแอล
As he continues to try and fight, but
ด้านหลังใหม่
goes a bit silent, and Seven just pulls himself out.
สวัสดีน้องทานนะครับผม
In heaven, though, he's the wedge between this push. He hasn't spotted the player under. He has now. 2 from Alo, and the gun round is thrown in the bin for FUT. Pacific, they're within 1 round, Cairo.
And I'm starting to believe you called it the Cairo tingle. It's certainly starting to be felt now. And so is Pacific's presence on this attack side. The improvements are there. And I look towards the performances last week against Na'Vi. I mean, didn't lose a defender side round. I mean, the attack was just above 50% win rate.
Yeah. And that was the thing, right? Just once Pacific hit their flow, they looked
เก่งแบบเดียวอันนี้
unstoppable.
เดี๋ยวต้องรอดู
Like to clarify, it's like a Spider-Man PT.
เหมือนจะโชกว่ะฟุต
Yeah. Just to clear the air there.
Interesting.
ยิ่งนัดที่แล้วมันชนะไม่ได้วะ
Now, and so of course, Pacific actually given an
ไว
opportunity to
เปอ
tie
ร์
up
โด
the
ไล
game.
มอน
Not
นะ
gonna be great for FUT.
ใครวะเนี่ยสวัสดีครับผม
Broken after that
มันมี
round
หลายคนนะ
win.
นี่ไวเปอร์โดไลมอนอ่ะมีเป็น
Cash
10 อ่ะ
left in pocket, but not too much past getting a couple extra rifles on the board. So
มี
his
คลิก
match
อีกอันหนึ่ง
work
ครับผม
best. And
ฝาก
here
อันนี้ด้วย
again,
นะ
it
ใครแบบ
sounds
สะดวก
like this when you see
นี่
Valorant really excelling.
Yeah, I told him.
Frustration on the side of FUT, to be honest. And you can see why, Hazza.
Yeah, it's
แม่งชนะ M8 มาได้ไงวะล่างนี้งงจัดปีใหม่อันยองครับผมน้องโอมสวัสดีครับคู่นี้ตีเจ๊เลยเหรอแต่ M8 มันก็ยังดูมีทรงอยู่ไงตั้งแต่ไอ้มินนี่กับไอ้นี่ดูได้2 คนอะฟุตครับบวก M8 ขาลงจัดไปก็ฟุก
and right here with not having the best of money, he's the one with the
หมด
rifle.
นานแล้วครับผม
Changes over. No snipers.
หลังๆศรัทธาฟุตเพราะว่า
stopping power
ไอ้
on this A push.
ดูรวมภาพทีมันดูดีซอฟมันลั่น
On your Viper player, but he's on the other side of the map.
M8 วันนั้นบีโฟมันปีไซส์
Could go for it, but Pacific are not being
จริง
baited
ๆ M8 เนี่ยถ้าแบบว่า
Wait,
ได้
Seven going straight
เซนติเนลโหดๆที่ทีมโคตรน่ากลัว
capitalize. That rifle up on high is going to be
เราเล่นเสี่ยง
difficult
จัด
to
ครับ
try and
ซอฟ
get
ช็อต
by.
นี้โอ้ย
Unfortunately, Sop retreats and gives himself away.
Yeah, that's nice. Wall up from Ninja actually spots him on top of the smoke. So nice little bit of micro there from Pacific and good damage on Crostali's site.
น้องธนาการสวัสดีครับ
FUT are here in their droves, ready to support. Res online for Ninja if they want to try and maybe bait Seven's body or whatever.
น่าจะอันนี้แหละน้องแอล
Starting to encroach on the flank as well.
Waddle is watching for this, so should be a moment before Zeus looks to take that timing. Not until sight contact is taken, but it's Yetijay's judge that you got to worry about.
And Seven's going to walk straight into it. You can see it already. Needs to be a fast reaction played and well done by Seven. That was going to be the undoing of Pacific, but with 30 seconds left, here comes Zeus. Exactly. The doom that is starting to be felt by Pacific.
22 seconds.
They really need to get a move on here. And Zeus activates at the wrong time. So do the Stingers, but there's not a lot of ammo left in the pockets. And now with the spike down and 10 seconds remaining.
สุดไม่เอาให้เลยอ่ะ
Leave it late, but still convert.
I mean, this is ultimately all you want to see from Pacific.
เป็นเรื่อง
Over the line. And that could have been another horror story, but it isn't. Seven the only one with gap close, of course. So
สวยแล้วแมน
in
ตร
this
งวัน
weird
นี้
standoffish position where I would maybe like to have seen them take the refract there. Otherwise, well handled throughout the rest of the round. And Zeus was one away from the showstopper. If he wins this final fight, I think that's it for FUT. But
yeah
they
เครียด
have done it.
เครียดจัดตอนนี้
And
เครียดจัด
the next round doesn't exactly get much easier. There's an opt-out for Sop this time. And he makes up part of this B hold where Sociable has already drawn blood.
Got to be thinking about the showstopper
มัน
as
คม
well to
แต่
come
เพียง
back
มันยัง
in
ไม่เคย
on
ชนะ
Valorant.
ใคร
He's starting to
จ
play
ริงๆ
with
จัง
his lock timing. As the wall goes down, Sop's operator
อุ้ย
making Pacific. Oh, Pia, maybe not as badly as you think, though.
Yeah, it's just the layering of these defensive rounds from FUT that is most scary.
เซเว่นของดีครับโหดตั้งแต่ส
Zeus
เตจที่แล้ว
behind
แล้ว
the wall, doesn't get spotted and Alorante can't adjust in time.
แม่งรู้งานนี่หว่า
4 versus 2 situation now. We've seen FUT pull off a couple of these
แต่ก้าวบุก
already,
เก่งเลย
but no kind of heroics on a similar level from Pacific.
You're feeling like already this is done, right? Ninja jumps back over his wall, and in a 1 versus 3 you're looking for isolations. And right now, I'm seeing 3 players on FUT hazard.
มันคิดว่าวอร์ไม่ทะลุหรือเปล่าวะดูดิมีแก๊ปอะ37 วิถ้าเดินเป็น CT นี่เป็นเรื่องอยู่นะแต่สงสัยละคอตเตอรี่สงสัยละ
There's a chance.
เฮ้ย
And I think he's got a notification. Just seeing a glimpse.
โอ้
Goes
โห
wide, gets the kill. And now at least FUT
เชี่ย
know
พูด
exactly
พูด
what
ได้
the
คำ
stake
เดียว
is.
เลยนะครับผมวันรู้เดเบิลนะฮะจังหวะนี้นะ พูด 2-1 นะ เอ้ย
And that's
แต่
exactly
โดน
what
อัน
he's
ติ
going
อะ
to
ดิ
go for. Showstopper used and walked straight into it. Zeus, well, he goes with Ninja, will take the round with him.
Yeah, and honestly, that's good damage for Pacific. Sociable, the only player left standing, 200 credits to his name. It's not going to be the most comfortable of repurchases.
มา
With
ส่ง
Pacific
มาส่ง
having
น้อง
money
เม
to
ฆ
go
มันมา
around,
ส่ง
they win this one. It's a huge opportunity for them to swing things back in their favor. Come back to how the round started, though, and again, a lot of ones being taken.
A lot of ones. I think that's exactly it, right? I thought for a second Ninja maybe peeks out that corner a little fast, takes Zeus off guard, could easily be it. But it's only 1 ultimate used, and there's still 4 in the back pockets.
Plenty of tools for FUT to try and work with here. As Sop is just looking for a flash into a lobby. Alorante continuing to roam.
I like this as well because that's the one player who's usually isolated.
Not too much information off the back of it though. Always
ใช่เหรอ
expecting
พิมพ์
someone
แล้ว
to
ไม่
be
เป็นไง
stationed
อะ
there,
ไอเลส
and Pacific haven't moved off it. It's a
หมาย
dot
ถึง
from
พิมพ์ยาวๆไม่ได้เหรอ
to just double check their suspicions, and now he has been
มันต้อง
spotted.
ปรับอะไรด้วยมั้งพี่คืออันนี้คือมันเป็น default ทุกอย่างเลยครับพี่ยังไม่ได้ยุ่งอะไรกับมันเลยครับ
This
ตอน
is
นั้
where
น
Pacific are starting to make the push come through. Seven's already got across. He will drop, but Ninja trades.
He does. But you've got to be looking towards Zeus on B site all alone, and that's exactly where Pacific start to set their sights.
It's the biggest area of exposure.
ไม่มีคำว่าฟรีครับไม่มีคำว่าไม่คุ้มถ้าได้วิน
Creeping back through that wall.
สโลแกนนี้
That moment of hesitation again, which just holds them back from making the perfect call. Cristali is already repositioned and threads that shot right through the crack in stairs. Bodies just has to stave them off a moment longer, and we'll find both in the process.
แม่งรู้งานว่ะ
The garage players fall, as do the rest of Pacific. And FUT with a 2-round cushion again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what has been going on with FUT, but this is starting to look a lot like themselves, hitting those shots that we
ปิง
know
30เซิร์ฟสิงค
they
โปร์
should
เลย
never hit themselves.
Again, it's just that moment, that fraction of a second where Pacific don't go straight for that B play when you highlighted it was only Zeus there. The full tower pressure doesn't come through.
รู้มือจริงแต่ก้าว ดีนะมีคนอย่างนี้ในทีมดีนะครับตีดอย่างเงี้ยบัฟเพื่อนไม่หงออ่ะมีเจจูเจอ่ะ
Team.
The only home ground really I feel like they have in this map pool at the moment. So
ให้
Pacific
ฟูล
going
เซน
on
2-0 เลยครับผม
to lose things could be incredibly
That's another.
concerning for them. FUT on the other side though, high-tailing their way
โอ้ยขอบคุณครับ
towards an
สวยมาก
opening
น้องภูมิ
map win, a chance to hear from them now.
ย้ายสมโน
on
ครัว
this
ได้เลยนะ
defensive
ถ้าอยู่ม่วง
side
มา
to
ก่อน
see how they can get over the
ที่นี่
line.
ชัดแจ๋วแล้วก็ดี
Yakın olsun. Tamam, görüyorum. Senin gördüğün yeri görüyorum.
Kurosum sen de şu an B'ye gireceğini düşünmüyorum ben.
Okan kurt
ยุ
açabilir.
คสมัยมันกำลังจะเปลี่ยนไปตอนนี้
Kurtaç Osman'ın içine gir istersen flash pick yap bize.
Tamam bir de yürüyelim.
Kazanmaya tutuyorum. Biri şu üstte olabilir beyler. Ben onu vurmayı deneyeceğim. Gel Efe.
ใช่ฟูลเซนนี้โหดมาก
Samanın önünde olur. Beyler suya indi bir tanesi. Bir tane suya indi. Ya da
Açalım açalım.
Revive aldı bitti.
Okan heal atsana bana. Heal at biz dönelim maçtan.
BM yine ulti attım.
Heaven koşuyor.
Hemen sit'ten gidiyor.
Git ben bolu kıracağım valla burada.
Koşmadı. Dikkat.
Beka vurabilir belki.
Koşmadı mı?
Koşmuyor. Duymuyorum bir şey.
ไม่มีครับผม
Bir gelişine bak.
มันมีปัญหาอะไรอ่ะ
Başka
มัน
olur.
มีคนมีปัญหาตัวเหรอ ยังไงฝากแบบกดติดตามแล้วก็ดูที่นู่นได้เลยนะ
Aa, yürümelerine bakıyorum.
มาโค้ดม่วงน่าจะไม่ได้ใช้ครับเขาย้ายกันไปหมดแล้วม่วงมันไม่เหลืออะไรแล้วม่วง
Treasure mıydı acaba?
เอนโคเดอร์ก็ภาพก็ไม่ชัดอะไรก็ไม่ชัดผลตอบแทนสตรีมเมอร์ก็ไม่มีครับ
Wall kırıldı. Wall kırıldı.
Dikkat dikkat.
Spike planted.
Now with the wall gone, FUT have all access to where they want to be, and unfortunately Ninja caught out. But this Viper's pit could be huge to hold things down.
PCF ก็มาจาก Ascension ครับ
Pacific want to take this CT fight on, and Cupid is the one with the freedom to do so.
Valorant pops out of his pit, and that could be the undoing of Pacific right now. 3 bodies for FUT, and unfortunately Cupid can't
แต่ว่า
choose
จ
the
ริง
goose
ๆไลน์
as
อัพ
he
เดิ
did
ม
in
มัน
the
โดน
first half.
BBL เทค
It is
ไป
now FUT
ทั้งชุดเลย
on
เสร็จแล้ว
that
ทีนี้
point.
The comms were so relaxed.
มันก็ไปเซ็นผู้เล่นแบบเก่งๆแต่ละที่มารวมกัน ก็แม่นนะ แต่ยังไม่แต่ระบบยังไม่ค่อยได้
Is that what you listen to go to sleep?
No, actually. No, I just have to make it clear I've not listened to Turkish ASMR before, but if it's anything like FUT's comms, then yeah.
ใช่ครับรันดีมากครับผม
I don't think Yetajay
ยังไงฝากไปสนับสนุนที่นู่นด้วยนะครับพูดนะให้เอ็มติกครับ EQ
Listen, mate. If that's what floats your boat, I'm not one to judge. Pacific line themselves up outside A, an ultimate to get things kicked off, or what I thought was meant to be an ultimate to get things kicked off. 7 does not pull the trigger.
Just waiting. You could really feel it flowing through the chain of command when Pacific were calling their mid rounds that multiple players were having an input, and sometimes that takes just a little second longer to get things going. Ansel on the ult here, actually, finally it comes through and is going to catch Zeus in the corner, so
เฮ้ย
make value from it.
ปิดได้หรือเปล่า
It's the A site they're looking to hit, of course, and Sociable, one of a couple players here in
ตาย
the corner, does get blinded. Brilliant util and a perfect setup
เนี่ย
for
ไอตัว
Seven
นี่แห
to
ละ
profit
น่ากลัว
from.
จัด
Lovely
บอกเลย
execute. Last 2 players on their own, so they have to fight and brawl their way back into this one, and Yetajay
2-4
does well.
ยากอยู่
Just found one on the flank. Crostali coming in from the opposite end. What a round this would be if FUT can find 13 here in the 22nd. Crostali trying to sidestep the Prowler, and the C soon to tether to his feet, but Yetajay has found a way to cut himself loose. It's 1 kill, but nothing more.
Oof.
Crostali looking to bounce off the back of his teammate, but can't get it done, and so Pacific do take 10.
แต่สงสัยนะว่าทำไม
I thought it was gonna be
แต่เว้น
more
มันไม่มี
3v2,
ทีมอเมริกา
4v2.
เอาไป
Now
หร
we're
อก
gonna go all the way up to 5v2. Got to keep trumping ourselves up to be FUT.
ฝีมือขนาด
But
นี้
the execute yourself is just absolutely lovely, gorgeous stuff. As a duelist, that's what you want. Pacific
25
keep themselves
คิว
alive
อะ
for a round longer.
โคตรเดือดครับ
I think Yetajay is
Really?
going to go for the Viper's pit in mid this time by the way that things look.
Yeah, and again, looking at it here, look, Pacific win this round. FUT's money not going to be in the best of positions. This is a huge opportunity to not just keep themselves in this map, but the series as well. We've got to say it as it is.
โอ้ยไม่มีอะไรให้หลอกแล้วครับผม
But with 7
ความจริง
dropped
ล้วนๆตอนนี้
the rest of Pacific have a decision to make, and
อย่าไป
they're
เชื่อ
just
นะ
running
ทีเอสตอนนี้
into the open jaws of FUT.
Yeah,
GG ครับ
I mean, stoppable
จบละ
force versus
5-2
immovable object. FUT just cannot seem to be stopped.
ซีเกอร์เรียบร้อย
Stop here in the corner as well. Zeus
Ui.
backing him up. Alorante should be no way out. He gets just the one.
GG.
Won't be enough. And FUT have their map, their opponent's map pick, no less.
เดี๋ยวว่างๆพี่ลองไปเช็คก่อนหน่อยเลยพี่ก็ยังใหม่อยู่ครับผมพี่แค่หมดใจครับจนกว่าจะเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพครับเชื่อถือไม่ได้อีกแล้วครับผมเชื่อถือไม่ได้แล้วพี่ตอนนี้ ถ้าไม่เปลี่ยนด้วยรุดเอ้ยดูรุยถ้าไม่เปลี่ยนด้วยลิสกับอินเกมก็ไม่ไม่ไม่รอดแล้วครับแน่นอน100%เฮ้ยปกติใครที่แบบสะดวกดูม่วงที่เดียวนะอ่าแนะนำว่าให้ย้ายไปเขียวได้เลยนะครับย้ายไปเขียวเลยม่วงหมดแล้วหมดยุคสมัยม่วงแล้วนะไปเขียวได้เลยตอนนี้ดีกว่าหมดเลยนะพินด้านบน เขียวมีอันเดียวดิเขียวตอนเนี้ยจริงๆขาดมินิบูไปอะมันก็เหมือนขาดคน make space ให้เพื่อนอะครับอืมจัดไปน้องแอลจัดไปครับไซโคขอบคุณครับผมล่วงหน้านะแต่ว่าซุปยังเหมือนเดิมนะใครสะดวกก็ซุปโนนหนึ่งนะเอาซุปไปก่อนอ่าถ้าซุปจะเป็นฟ้าครับซุปเรียกเป็นฟ้าเกี่ยวหมายถึงพินด้านบนอะน้องหนึ่งน้องทีสวัสดีครับสเปเชียลคาแรคเตอร์พิมพ์ไม่ได้อย่างเงี้ยเหรอเข้านับแป๊บนึงนะ
Yeah, so Pacific lost.
Yeah.
What are we
Pacific
gonna do about
lost the split.
that? What are we gonna do about that?
Just to reel it back a little bit, I was surprised that Sop even mentioned anything about nerves. I feel like we never hear that from him. He was obviously a bit concerned about the way that Pacific were able to try and get themselves back into it. You know, we saw a very tight scoreline by the end, but the first half, it just wasn't that at all. That wasn't the story.
No, we can talk about the story of that first half before we get into the second. We're looking at some post plans here, Bale.
Yes, okay, let me actually focus onto this.
ใช่ทีถ้าปกติสะดวกในม่วงก็ย้ายไปประจำที่เขียวได้เลย
On the attack, there were a couple of rounds that looked like they made absolutely no sense. Like Crystalli had no right in winning this 1v4.
เขียวกับฟ้าฟ้าจะอยู่ตลอดครับน้องหนึ่งฟ้าเป็นหลักครับผม
Because yes, Ninja is not able to defuse here. The next one is going to be the same, and I feel like at least 3 or 4 rounds were won just based off of the massive delay that FUT were able to cause in their post plans, and also how scared Pacific were in some of these instances. Do not get me wrong, Crystalli, amazing in this transfers. Good to see that.
วันนี้ให้ฟุตกับ FNC ครับผม
But on the other side, it must be devastating to be like, bro, we just lost a 4v1. We had everything to go. We knew where he was. Like, we knew we had all the info. And in so many of those cases, I see, like, for example, I don't know, like Zeus taking an opening duel, and it's like, oh, the round is already a 5v4.
สรุปผมลอง IM 1 วันคุ้มเงินมาก
When we swap sides and I see Pacific and they're
ปกติเราใช้อะไร
a
นะ
lot of momentum.
headset ใช่ไหม
You know who I love seeing stepping up? Sociable. Oh, sociable. I feel like whenever FUT needs that kind of calm of like, oh, we need to close just a couple of rounds, sociable will go out of his way to make that happen.
We should give some flowers over to the other side, right? Obviously not too many, because again, the split got away from them. But one man in particular making a go of it, 7, really challenging, contesting in some of those rounds, making this a map, making this an interesting game of Valorant here, and taking on Sop in a lot of those duels as well.
For sure, he was trying his hardest. I think it's difficult when we mention the time
อยู่ใน
that
ช่วง
he
ศึ
was
ก
being
ษา
able
อ
to
ยู่
build
น้อง
up
แอล
that
ตอนนี้
synergy, and I think a positive for Pacific was there was moments that we saw that. We saw 7 being set up super well, especially on these very
เพ
direct
ราะว่าไหนบอทมัน
executes.
ไม่มีค
And
รับ
I
ผม
think for me, when I think about this first map overall, there were so many times where Pacific had the correct read on what FUT were doing. They were just losing out on either gunfights or just firepower. Yeah, literally. They were just losing out on these firepower moments because FUT possessed so much of that. And I think that for Pacific, it's difficult because at this point, I'm a bit tired of just the split pick as well. Like,
now we're getting annoyed.
And expecting to no, but like expecting to not be punished for it, like thinking that you could just keep having this map under your belt. You can't.
No, you can't. We need to see some brilliance elsewhere.
กด
It's good to
ทำอะไร
see.
อ่ะแต่
I think that
ทำอะไร
it is the
บุ้ม
first time that 7 does play the Waylay, but it fits him so much, and we've seen Pacific play it in the past. So it's like so completely jarring. There were a couple of rounds where I just saw the utility dump and then being like, okay, that is 15 seconds of the round. What is for the rest? You know, like there were. I think that there is still a little bit more to explore on how to min-max with that, because I think that on the other side we heard Vlad telling us very specifically why the neon over the jet. Hey, as a teammate, as playing in within the ecosystem and thinking about what you can bring onto the table, there are agents that just do more.
Now looking forward into this next map, right, the Lotus, anything that we should expect here that Pacific might be able to show us? Because without the split...
What were we theorizing, Bale? What were we theorizing?
So we were in the green room, we were thinking, right? Because maybe I've been lied to too many times. I just keep believing. Cooper was like, yeah, we cooked up something crazy. We cooked up something crazy. And with Lotus in the mix, I want to think if, I don't know if he did the interview before or after the map veto, because if it is about this Lotus, I'm already see the players, you know, some of them are laughing. I want to know what composition they're going to be running. Are we going, because they run a lot of double Sentinel. Are we XOG in it? Are we going triple Sentinel? Are we going no Sentinel?
7 on the Sage. He saw Raga tearing it up in Masters London. I mean, last time they played Lotus as well, I think we heard in one of the coach confessions that they were playing Harambol, you know, with the composition that he came out with. And it was because of the double Sentinel, right? They were just going to park the bus. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see if they take a step further and go down the double Sentinel. However, I think it would put everyone's kind of minds at ease if we just saw something simple like Alorante on the Viper, for example.
Yes, that would be a great change, right? Like, you love them Sentinels, just give us a little bit of the Viper. Am I shaking? Alorante is
ยังไงก็เปลี่ยนบอกเลยไม่มีทางที่เดียมันจะเล่น3ตัวอีกรอบอะรอบแรกรอบ2เละเทะถ้าแม่งเล่นอีกนี่เธอมีหนักแล้วอะ
There is a lot of control onto this, and of course the post line will be incredibly
สำนัก
strong.
เป็นไงบ้าง ไปได้สวยครับผม
I need to see this team understand the verticality of the map if they're going to pick up this deadlock,
แต่ลิก
especially
กี้
in
ก็มาด้วยเหรอ
situations as you're
คือเอาง่ายๆคือ
mentioning. In saying that, I do think that the deadlock in the fade obviously synergize super well
มัน
with the
มัน
race for them to opt
มัน
for
ต้อง
that
ไป
choice.
อ่ะ
I think looking on the flip side, we've spoken about how they've
ใช่
been
เอาพี่
trying
กาย
to
สวัสดีครับ
test
ผ
on
ม
this map, especially at global events recently. It's just how are they looking on it, especially when it's a team like Pacific who we maybe are looking to find that first win.
We were highlighting
เอ็มมาติกนะพี่คู่หน้า
brilliant rounds of individual brilliance more so in the first map. And he was on that sky. The only change that we see on that side is he moves away from the fade and also onto the sky. Now, I do think that he did very, very well, but I need to see more explanations as to why. Because the fade eye here and the prowlers, like everything. Do not get me wrong, sky's not bad. I just think fade's better overall.
Well, there's some things to be intrigued by, but there's still a lot to prove here. And here to take us through the proof, we got our lawyers standing by. We got Hazza and Cairo.
That's right, it is us. We're back again and ready to dive into Lotus. Second map in the series, Cairo. Pacific's pick behind them. Cairo meter. How excited for this one?
It's pretty small, mate, I'm going to be honest. I've only wrote down 2 maps in my notebook. Clear.
น้องเบสสวัสดีครับเอ้ยไม่แพ้ครับผม
After the way that FUT have started this series, I think that I'm going to be looking for them to repeat.
ช่วงนี้ต้องเอ้ยพี่มาเสมอครับน้อง
No Cairo Tingle.
ไปฟังข่าวลือ น้องปิกกี้สวัสดีครับผม
Honestly, I'm still holding out a bit of hope for Pacific. They've got an
เฮ้ย
identity.
ฮงเงี้ยสวัสดีครับ
They've committed to this deadlock, and I think more than anything, that's
พวก
what I
วิเคราะห์
wanted to
ต่าง
see.
ประเทศ
A little
ให้
bit of
ฟูเซน
commitment,
มาชนะ
whatever that idea is.
มากกว่าตีใช่ใช่ใช่
So much success so far in this VCT season.
น้องเดสแพรสวัสดีครับผม
That is true. Both teams debuting this
ฟุต
month.
เอฟติครับวันนี้ 2F 3F เลยครับพรุ่งนี้ฟูเซนต่อเลย
Starts to fire off some wild shots.
I think also, you know, you're seeing
ส่วนพิเศษแบบแรกเกือบยิ้มเลย
those
เกือบเป็นเรื่อง
roles
จริง
be delineated pretty
เคซีชนะ
as well in terms of agents and what the players are playing.
ไม่จริง
Simplifying things reminds me of sort of GX a couple years ago. Let's see what
Ui.
they can do here. Foot on the defense and
พอไหม
already get a
เฮ้ย
shot.
เฮ้ยเจ็บเจ็บ
Finding
เจ็บ
one brilliant shot onto Waddle and that
พอซารี่
proactivity
โอ้โห
from
ไม่มี
A
รีโค
Lobby
บิน
has
แรก
not stopped. There's a train of players closing in on the flank here, and Zeus is at the front of the line.
Yeah, that looks like a nice combination of utility. Ninja! Okay, there's your Cairo Tingle has as Ninja gets 3 of his own. So 2 versus 4.
ทำไมวะ
not with the best of health.
รีบไปไหนอะ
One sheriff bullet would be enough.
Still need to get the spike down here though, Cairo, and it is Cupid stuck in the corner with it on
อ๋อ
his
ป่วย
back.
ป่วยแต่ว่าวันนี้โอเคละ
Down into water if he really needs to.
เมื่อวานกินยาไป กินไป 5 เม็ดครับ
Down.
Whisker away.
Yeah.
One more.
30
Come on.
seconds left.
Oh, Cooper's at least going to get that spike down. It's the paranoia in, and Ninja is on for his ace. A big one.
แล้วนินจาเอ็ด
Get it started. The ultimate.
แล้วนินจาเอ็ดจริง
Locked on, and he wants it. You
เฮ้ย
can
ไม่มี
see
เพื่อนมากระโดดให้เลยเหรอ
by sociable,
โอ้โห
but
จิต
Pacific,
ใจ
3
ใจจืดใจดำปล่อยนินจาโซโลเพย์
Sociable with no hope in hell.
ปาด
He'll still give this one a go. 7 first point of
หลัง
contact.
แชมเปี้ยนเลยครับผม
That
ปี
is
โป้
the
กัม
bullet
มี่
which finishes the round. Delivered
มี
to
เอฟบาว
the
นี่ไหมครับ
mid-drift of Sociable, and now down to 31. Cairo, this is exactly what you wanted to see for Pacific to get started on Lotus.
เอฟบาว
I think the
ต้องไปถึง
big,
เอฟบาวนี่นะ
compliments that you have to say about Pacific, once they get into post, they will do the damage. And it'll be very difficult to get
ทำงานที่
back
จังหวัดไหนน้อง
I
แอล
mean, compliments to Ninja. 4 of the best, even a 5th ultimate orb through his own death. And that's going to be a great build
4 นัดรอบเป็น3 หัว
future rounds.
Absolutely, if he can get it online by the bonus, then that's a huge tool. Because, again, like you said, quite rightly highlighting that Pacific's strength in composition comes down to those post plants. I think you're always thinking about that when Deadlock is in play with the sensors.
Yes.
โอ้เขาใหญ่เหรอ
Mesh as well.
แหวะเที่ยวสักหน่อย
Of course, now on a slightly more improved cooldown, and perhaps one of the reasons why
คนละ
they decided to
คนละนินจาครับผม
lean into this pick.
I think the big thing, though, with
How
being
ของ
said,
ดีจริง
talking about the post-plant strength that Pacific have, I think as well, FUT have probably superiority on the A fight when we look at the utility that they have, the potential of re-engaging,
มีครับ
the
ผม
fact that you've
โค
got
ตร
so
เฟี้ยว
much stopping power trying to get out of that choke.
Talk of stopping power, this difference in Sentinel with the Vice on the other side for VCT is something that I want to consider. Of course, 7 on the Raze can satchel over those Thorns, no problem, but it's this gap close issue, this little bit of a disconnect that we saw at times on Split that you want to be tracking as this one progresses. As for now, it's an open A site, fully vacated by FUT, stack of players on C, opposite extremity, and a free plant for Ninja. So yeah, he's the one body you throw at this, maybe even going to just toss that Vandal in the hands of Valorant, take the Ghost and see what he can get.
That looks exactly
There
to
it
be
is.
the case, so...
Seen enough Valorant, mate. How many is he going to get?
Well, at least
Oh.
one, you would hope. He's at least seen the forces, so...
วินหน้าแม่งมีอันติ
Overall, it's how much the FUT want to actually throw at this one.
วัดสวัสดีครับ
So, ultimate online at the very least for the next round.
จะโดน
And it seems
โดน
that
ปะเนี่ย
FUT decided
มี
that
สิทธิ์
they
โดนสูงมาก
fancy this for the
มี
moment.
สิทธิ์โดนสูงมากครับผม
Yeah, bit of a threat here as the Flood's coming in. Pacific don't want to lose too many bodies. That's one of the Vandals already lost here, most likely. Waddle still trying to hold things down
Oi.
with a high line. They will find the kills that they're looking for. Pacific still ought to be careful here in the closing stages. And yeah, Yetege picks up Waddle as well. That's another one of those Vandals. I'm
ก็ไม่
not
เสีย
sure
หาย
what
เท่าไหร่
it is
ครับ
they get through with in the end. Yeah,
ซี
just
เน็ต
the
ไม่
one.
อยู่แล้ว
Yeah, I mean, issues at hand, but
หนักไป
Pacific
ซีเน็ต
decided
ตอนหลัง
that
อะ
they want to continue on with the forcing into this next one.
Yeah.
And again, when you have Ninja's ultimate, you have a better.
เอาจริง
even
พอ
better
เปลี่ยน
prospect
ซีเน็ต
of
เราไปนี่ทีม
a
ดู
way
โหด
to
ขึ้นเยอะ
grab
เลยนะ
someone on one of these fights.
แทบจะ
Again,
แน่น
a
ทุกตำแหน่ง
6-4,
เลยเนี่ยตอนเนี้ย
we're going to see FUT really dominate this A side of the map, and we can already see that with 3 players
ทำไม
towards
บาง
that
ทีม
side.
เริ่มไม่เล่นไวเปอ
So
ร์แล้ว
Pacific, they start on C
ก็
maps,
2 ดูเอลด้วยมั้งครับผม เฮ้ย
or try to at least.
Yeah, it's a very passive start to the round here from Pacific, just trying to be reactive in terms of what FUT are doing on the map. Early
เฮ้ย อะไรวะ
paint shells from Zeus and just SOP deposited behind this. Quite a lot of the time you're going to see FUT lead, but it's the close corner this time, and actually Zeus the one supporting from that angle. SOP through the smoke. Alec, you take what you can get in these situations. Big early advantage FUT.
Same time, there's work being done towards that C side. The fade of Waddle starting to explore. And remember, Ninja's still alive, so Pacific in with a chance still.
Yeah, Waddle, bit risk adverse, doesn't want to take this opportunity to search into the C site, which is currently open.
I mean, I can understand why. Why would you want to give up massive space that your team has right now? Looks as if this might be a B fake into a C pivot.
Potentially. Depends on the information. You've still got Alorante left behind in rubble. I think this is actually just a B push.
And Zeus is there to receive it.
Yeah.
So denies 7 his life. And where the Pacific go now? It seems to be that C pivot that we thought.
Yeah, it's a plan B or a
ไม่
plan
มี
C
annihilation ไง
what they actually
อุ้ยแต่
want
ไม่
to
ได้
do because of Alarante's position.
ใช่หรือ
He
เปล่า
was there to cut off a rotate.
เราต้องวางด้วย
Empty-handed.
Yeah, Waddle with only a pistol, he's caught out. So
ใช่ไหม
it's up to Ninja to best his
ไม่ใช่
pistol round efforts with an ace of his own. And
เพราะเมื่อกี้เพื่อนได้สักหนึ่งอะมีสิทธิ์
I thought he was not going to have a chance. It's confirmed
นับใบครับฟุต
post kill. It's FUT straight back in.
Yeah, not bad in the end, but just the 1 kill for Pacific on this round. And you could kind of see how things
น้อง
were
เอล
getting
ลองสวัส
set
ดีครับ
up.
ทรงฟุต
One
มา
of
ดีครับผม
the things I mentioned earlier
ตรง
was
2-0 ฮะ
Yetege and this Vice. They
ตรง
need to be
2-0 เลย
dealing with the utility because the wall, the thorns there, just complementary to the B hold. As you can see, Zeus really happy to take this aggressive off angle in the pit as a result. And the bigger picture just not quite coming together there in terms of the macro game. Well read by FUT.
100%. I mean, when you've got SOP who manages to get a kill through the wall.
Yeah. I mean, it's the perfect start, isn't it? It's Cupid on his smokes as well, so nothing to disfigure.
Just perhaps the unluckiest start you could have. But with that being said, it was the bonus round, let's be honest. It's now back in with rifles and SOP back on that same angle.
See what Pacific do differently this time. If there's an adaptation, it's still scaling behind the wall, and it's the same result. Waddle dies with a full
โอ้
belt
โห
of
ไม่ได้เล่น
utility.
ฮะ
That one is going to feel even more
2 ที่ติดครับ PCF
The change is Waddle that dies instead of Cupid.
ทามมิ่งง่ายไปหน่อยนี่เปิดปุ๊บแม่งเดินเลย
because those are tools also invaluable to this attack side
ตุรกีนี่เก่งมาตั้งแต่เซราไมซ์ CS ตุรกีไม่ค่อยเก่งครับผมไม่ค่อยเก่งอะ
Sociable the one to stand up to it.
At the very least I like the fact that they're quick on this decision making. Still some vines left behind by Yetege. Gonna open them up as 7 drops in, and that's what I was talking about.
เบรกสวยๆครับเอ้า
Ninja does eventually follow it up as Sociable
ว่าไง
oversteps
ใส่ไม่โดน
the ult clears out backside, and that is space for Pacific to play into.
Yeah, there's deadlock utility to play in, but Zeus is
จังหวะชลมุน
Just creeping from wall to fall,
โอ้
spotted on the edge of it, still roaming around.
ผม
It's his realm in its entirety. Foot on equal
2-0
terms
ว่ะ
early, and
ตรงนี้
Pacific
สุด
put
ตรง
to
นี้
the back
2-0
foot.
I mean, Pacific.
เนี่ยเป้าโคตรเดือด
They really need to sort out how they're going to try and get out of A. I understand why they don't want to interact with the A fight, but that's 2 rounds in a row now that they take a very simple path, and both times that SOP has punished them for it.
I mean, just such key real estate for the amount of lanes on the map that it opens up. That's why you want to see teams fighting for it. Create that B pressure. Open up the A site itself, and here it's an all-out brawl for it. SOP has brought back up, and it is Zeus on the front line this time. Waddle again. Round for round, he will fall, and SOP wants in on the action himself. 4 versus 3 to start. And it's another blistering start for FUT.
I mean, the saving grace would have been SOP's is at least low, so he wouldn't last long in the next fight, but the Sky brings him straight back up. Pacific once again owning the A fight. Oh, sorry. Getting owned.
Cristali actually just reconfirming this information with the dog. I was wondering for a second if Pacific want to double dip, and that's exactly what they'll go for.
Alorante trying to see what's on the C site, but an adaptation of that Vice setup.
Flash hears nothing.
And unfortunately still comes away with at least 1 and confirmation that the deadlock is there, so the rotations in effect will matter not.
Yeah, Spike's still not spotted, but as you say, Pacific playing both sides of the map, Alorante arriving late, and Ninja looking for a plant, but with no comfortability to find it right now.
Yeah, and yet
เขาโรเทตมาหมดแล้วนี่
in towards silent drop. Here comes SOP barrel. Unfortunately, Ninja can't control his own gun, so Alorante 20 seconds to
ทำไมมันไม่เซตอัพวะมีของเต็มตัวเลย
Not completely
Like a
out of
wang.
his wheelhouse, but feels out of the question right now at least. Sociable given an opportunity to correct, and FUT find the lead for themselves. First time on Lotus, but this is what we expect.
Is what we expect, unfortunately. I mean, after the first couple rounds, I was like, oh, well, I can see the game plan in action.
Yeah.
This is looking very good. But since we've seen these A starts from Pacific, it's just been all going downhill. So, with that being said, let's see what Pacific are going to be speaking about here, because they're going to go for a timeout, see what adaptations they have.
out.
In terms of performances so far, for me, there's only really one standout. As you say, FUT have been able to fully exploit that A lobby control. But someone who has shown up is Ninja.
ได้เลยน้องแอลมันยังใหม่อยู่เพื่อให้ดูคอนเทนต์ของ VCT Pacific ที่เป็นแบบสปีดหรือยังสนุกมากของดีเหรอยังเลยครับผมเห็นผ่านๆอยู่ยังไม่ได้กดเข้าไปดูเลยฮะเดี๋ยวลงแล้วเดี๋ยวลองดูนะ
Looking like, I agree with you, and I think, look, this is where we want to see a step up from everyone else as
อยา
well.
กดู
We know
ฟุต
the
เจอ
quality
เปเปอร์
that
เล็ก
this
มาก
team
เสียดาย
has,
ตอน
as
เรา
you
โดน
say.
ทำไมเพราะว่าแบบ
Ninja was trialed
ทำไม
for
ถึง
one
เป็
of
น
the
ฟุตกับเป
spots
เปอร์เล็ก
on
อะ
Liquid only
บวกน่าจะบวกกันมันเหรอ
of their academy system.
Yeah.
Looking at it here, C fight early, FUT again showing their intentions.
Yeah, and FUT, this is so nice. They know that they've been winning the A fight. They know that Pacific will make an adaptation, so they make their own. Oh, and Waddle's just managed to walk out. Unbelievable. And right now it's again the same sort of answer that we expected from FUT.
Sop finds the first
แล้ว
one
จั
to
งหวะ
slide out. It's
ชลมุน
audacious, but it's what we
ไฮไลท์กันแล้วคือ
expected.
พาเข้ามา
Crystali a couple behind it, and the round is comfortable for FUT from this position. As you say, Alorante has slipped through the net. He's walking waterfall, and I think he's just
ยังไง
about
มันก็ต้องระวังอ่ะ เห็น
the vision
อิน
of
โฟเห็น
VCT,
แค่หนึ่ง
so backstab
ยังไงระวัง
potential,
หลังอยู่
but Zeus is aware of it.
And I think so is the Vise of VCT. And there he is.
ปล่อย
Easy as that. Fight forward,
Oh,
and unfortunately
wee.
Seven had no chance. So a double up from FUT. It was only a half buy from Pacific, but the read second to
เป็น
none.
รายการวาไรตี้เกาหลีเลยจัดไปครับ เดี๋ยวว่างเดี๋ยว
Question in my mind
ดู
is,
นะ
how do
อยากดู
Pacific
ฟุต
want to
กับ
open up
EDG
the
สุด
following?
ละ
Because
เฮ้ย
we've seen their attempts at A,
ทำไม
that
ฟุต
was
มีแต่คนอยากดู
C,
ฟุต
no better in
อยาก
this
ดูฟุตโดนกระทืบหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
Very good, and the coaching staff always incredibly prepared for what teams want to do.
เหมือนฟุตเป็นที่รองรับอารมณ์
Find Sop again,
ของใคร
find
ห
so
ลาย
much
ๆทีมที่ทุกคนอยาก
success
เห็น
to set up behind it.
I think the thing for me though is like, if you're not interacting with the A fight, we never really see them like just dump utility and see what happens from there.
It's the same again with the op this time.
Yeah.
Keeper does get spotted on the boost, but can't make the correction.
No, they can, and well, that's one side of the map in FUT's control. That Pacific then are forced into a Vice setup, which you don't want.
Yeah. Looked like for a second they wanted a chunk of the B control as well, but FUT are unrelenting. They're gonna die on this hill, or at least die trying.
Unfortunately, it looks like they are going to die one by the looks of things. Ninja tries to get out, successful in that, but he's lucky to have his life, and there's other waves from FUT that are about to come through for B main.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want though. Guided into Yetijay's Vice setup on A. It's a few players trickling their way through. Pacific only just now grouping up as the rotation is arriving.
Yeah, Sociable waiting for his teammates to help. And Pacific are still not getting that spike down. So FUT could probably pre-flood the site.
Already backfilled it with plenty of bodies, and Sop finds the first of those kills, 5v3.
Yeah, that's the foundation. Once you look to set your post plant up on
ตาย
the deadlock, and there goes Cooper trying to be
โอ้
cheeky.
ขึ้นมาอย่างงี้
Rodo, who's been the only light it feels like on Pacific. He goes, so it's up to Alorante.
5-2
You know he
ไม่
was the
5-3
headshot king of DAC. Can he give us it?
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
It looks to be the case. But with 1 HP,
เนี่ยโยนจัดฟุต
he goes, Sop's operator finishing
เกือบ
the job, and up to 5.
That parting gift, the paranoia from the hands of Sociable, extended
Don't
just
tap,
long
don't
enough
tap.
to find the kill at the end there through Sop. But again, you're relying on heroics. It's players left to their own devices to pick up the pieces when the bigger picture, the plan falls apart. FUT are just reading into Pacific so intelligently.
เกือบพิโรธ
Love the start of the round, and it looks like again here they're going to bring numbers to an A fight, which Pacific will be hunting after their previous unsuccessful
อยากดู
attempts.
ฟูลเซนได้แชมป์เริ่มจากพวกนี้ก่อนเลยครับ
Utility of the
GE
role, showstopper. Zeus at least traded out. That's the saving grace. It's raise for raise right now.
A reposition from Sop into this blue room, as I was saying, with the operator. Common to see the solo hold, but there's numbers to re-engage.
PCF หมดแรง
Flash as well if they want to really set themselves
แม
up.
ปนี้เละอยู่แล้ว
But there's no notification.
เก่งแมปเดียวจริงว่ะเมื่อกี้มีคนบอกอยู่
Crostali simply
PCF ไม่ชอบ
playing
เก่ง
the
แบบเดียว
info. Stop the contact. Wall goes up though, and this is where FUT should be a little more inclined to brawl.
Yeah, and Pacific should be a little bit more careful. Wado already forced back, but that B main is well under control of Pacific, and Alorante not missing.
แล้วไวเปอร์พิท
Gets the
เอา
mid
ละ
in there as well, so cuts off
ต้องได้ครับวิน
control
นี้
from Yetijay, who has the
PCF
steel garden.
มี
He's
ซิล
gonna
การ์เด้น
work
สวน
early.
Yeah, it's a nice retort, but that time not gonna.
No capitalization
Wait.
on this.
Yeah, gonna work out in FUT's favour as
So
you
many
say.
ults.
This is gonna be
นี่แม่งกดถ่วงเวลา
delayed
ว่ะ
though in favour of Pacific. Buys out the steel garden time, so back in with rifles. That's another one. That was the night from
อุ้ย
Wado. Alorante's still alive.
ไม่มี
So Pitt's still
เนี่ย
up.
โซนิก
It's
เซนเซอร์
Protect
อีก
the President as Alorante
โอ้โห
finds
โซนิก
himself
เซนเซอร์เต็มไปหมด
and Pacific
ยากเลย
find themselves still alive
โดนเก็บเน็ต
somehow.
อีกให้ชีวิต
Sociable heard notification through the grav net, but
เจ็บด้วยกับวัยรุ่น
time on this spike. It should blow pretty soon, and Sociable doesn't have the health to face this one. It'll be Pacific back in the round count.
Combined 13 HP across 2 remaining Pacific players is what will be enough to get them the round win. Some nicely used ultimates there, honestly, but it's a heavy
ทีม
investment.
ไทยพรุ่งนี้ครับพี่กาย3 โมงครับผม
Brought a couple of their own to the table, in fact. And they're not out of the woods just yet. Pacific can still recover this half.
Full Center Global
Jules
Esport
going better for them that time.
I mean, you can recover the half, but what do you have to do it? You now need to just bank on the utility you've got. This A fight didn't necessarily go as well. It was 1-for-1, so they're back in. And unfortunately, somehow, Sop doesn't get a kill even though there was a good flash.
Couldn't find the frame he was looking for there.
Valorant beginning to explore B by himself as well.
G ไม่ระเบิดฟอร์มหรอก
So yeah, Pacific have an open
คู่มือ
road to
G
the
อยู่กับ
side
ฟอร์
here.
หมดแล้ว
At the very least they want to pressure it further.
เล่นแร่บุ๊กเลยปะ
On the foot side towards platform. They're in two minds here though, no commitment yet.
ยังไงครับ B ก็ได้ A ก็ได้แต่ A โรเทตมาเยอะแล้วเรื่องที่จะไป B เฮ้ยอย่าให้เซเว่นวางนะ
The spike down and post plant on B.
Yeah, this is a really well-worked round from Pacific. Can Ninja find value?
จริงๆเมื่อกี้เซเว่นแม่งควรขอสไปร์วางครับผมจบเลยวินนะ
And it's easy enough to clear out.
Had to go for it, you feel? Hot under the collar. Now Pacific a player down and you look at this big duel happening in main. It's Alorante who cannot shoulder the burden.
It's a missed opportunity and now
หมด
start to encircle the
เหลือคิวเปิดคนเดียวเซฟเลยครับ
running for the hills.
ไม่เล่นนะ
Not a lot of credits left in the bank of Pacific, so he's going to save up his rifle and hopefully save his life. But I thought for a minute they were going to half it and hunt him down. It's just Sop. And he found what he was looking for, but not the kill.
Yeah, Cupid cuts him off and finds a little safety in the stairwell of A at the end there. Again, it felt like Pacific had a really nice setup, but it gets to post plant. And with Ninja fighting on that area of the map, the A-Link, he's the guy that you need setting up all his util on site, unfortunately. So they don't get the same kind of value. It's probably Alorante that you wanted to see in that position instead if it was anybody.
He's the kind of player that you want and be main at the same time.
Exactly. Because he was the other side of the 4-1
แม่ง
split.
แยกกันดูทีละตัวไง ตายทีละคนเห็นปะมันไม่เล่นด้วยกันเลยเมื่อกี้
Sop lets off a warning shot, but that's all it is because Pacific are heading towards Yetterjay in front of his setup.
Trying to play that, but I mean, this is not the player you want to be playing in front of yourself because this is the game plan. Your Sentinel plays solo.
He's done a brilliant
เมื่อกี้มันต้องเล่นด้วยกันครับต่างคนต่างเล่นหมดแล้ว
which he can stall out.
ได้วางเล่นด้วยกันนี่โหแม่งโอกาสแพ้น้อยมากอ้าวมีโชว์ซอปเปอร์ด้วยครับ
operator is here and he's found at least one, but that was a pistol player and he was low.
นี่โดนว่ะเฮ้ย2-3 แต่เซเว่นมีโชว์ซอปเปอร์ดิ
Yeah, really nice timings taken by Pacific on entry
แม่ง
to the site
เก็บ
there.
ไว้
Seven sets them up
รอ
now.
จังหวะคัด
3 versus 2 and with the showstopper to fall back on. FUT regrouping together CT.
My worry
ค่อนข้างยากวินนี้ยิงในซ้ายหมดเซเว่นมันก็
that is the Seekers online
มีโชว์ซอปเปอร์อีก
and this round turned on its head. Information is
โอ้
going to
ไม่
be
น่า
a
เช็คบอลเหลี่ยม
deficit
มันต้อง
for
เช็ค
the
ว่า
retake and they're
นั่นไง
walking
กูว่าแหละ
straight through. Waddle has no idea the paranoia as the smoke
โอ้
drops.
โหแล้วไม่เช็คจริง
Sociable nearly with a transfer and it is going to be an Amoda thrifty.
Yeah, it's unfortunate really in the end there for Yetterjay. Felt like he'd played well on that early aggression, tempered his positioning nicely, then just gets caught off guard trying to refight in here. Alorante, nice setup, and because of there being little anticipation, maybe it's a mix-up in the comms from Yetterjay there. Seven's already out and ready to fight Waterfall. Zeus gets
โบ
caught,
3ครับผม
Sociable
วันนี้
frustrated
เกม
with
ที่
how
2
it
แล้ว
concludes.
จบแบบนี้แหละครับ
Two more opportunities
จบแบบ
to
นี้เดี๋ยวคู่หน้าเอ
build
เม
on the
ติก
round count for the attack side here, where they previously had struggled.
Zeus is being caught by the grab net. That's good utility. Finally, we see Pacific.
ไม่น่าช็อตนี้ไม่น่าครับ
Great reveal.
And now they can
ผม
send it forward. Alorante on the other side of the
แล้วรู้อยู่ในทียังไงดีเปิดตูเล่นเลยเฮ้ย
and he's no
โอ้
way
คอ
out.
สตาลี่
So advantage still sticks with the attack, but there's bodies here for FUT.
Yeah, Sop's already gotten in. Stun and a slide if he needs it, but just waiting for the rest of FUT. That allows Ninja to set up the deadlock util.
Yeah, it gives Pacific breathing space. But Sop tries to lurk in. Nobody knows how deep he's starting to get.
Sneak past this sensor, maybe.
This could be an issue. Al decides to destroy it. Now they know that there's bodies on site. Now they know that FUT is round the corner. Maybe one doesn't. 3-on-3. And that fast lane going to allow players onto the spike. A tap. It beats out a peek. I mean, grabbing it back up, but it's not hit. Pacific, they're going to potentially deny this. In fact, they are still. It's up to half. The spam not good. Yetij brought off 2v1, 1v1. A Red Bull clutch for Yetij.
เชียบ้าจัดทุกคน
In the hourglass.
Unbelievable clutch from Yetij as FUT's Lion lets out
เหี้ย
another roar.
ใครถึง 13 ก่อนจบ
Back
ครับผม
down to their seats as it felt like the perfect start. Rehearsed opening, good util, dealt with all of the threats early and dug the players out of tree. Had the net and the nade to fall back on here in
พรุ่งนี้พี่
burst,
ไป
but
วิวปาร์ตี้นะครับ
Yetij
ที่
makes some sweat in
ที่
the
งาน
clutch.
นะค
You
รับผม
see here,
น้อง
perhaps Cupid goes
ดาว
a little too early at the
บ้าจริงบ้าจริ
closing
ง
stages. Rounds like that make all of the difference. We saw this in the Eternal Fire game. The closest Pacific got to winning a VCT match so far. And it's happening all over again.
Of course it is. There's even a steel garden to make sure there's no chance, and Alarante's walked in towards a judge. Frustrating, of course, and it doesn't get any easier. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't.
Damn.
Crostali is nuts, man. This guy has just gotten better and better with every watch. Passing the eye test, no problem. When it comes to impact, few players on the FUT side have dealt more than him. A is the least of Pacific's worries as there are problems on the horizon for them. We got to hear from Crostali though before the game. Let's see what he had to say.
Now last week, in the second game, we saw the FUT that we expect. What kind of FUT is showing up today?
Now we are stronger than next week. From the Gentleman's game. We are stronger and we are just more relaxed. We will play our game.
Yeah.
We will help each other and we will play better. Just
Better and stronger. And Pacific on the other side, right? They're a team that's desperate for a win. So are you expecting them to maybe do anything unexpected to catch you off?
Maybe they will do something just anti-strat things. They will watch us and they will try to counter us. But we are ready for that. We are ready and we will play just our game. We didn't prepare them. Just we will play here. That's it.
So really no focus on their side, all about what you guys are doing.
Yeah. We just focus on ourselves, not them.
And what's the key to victory? If there's one thing we should be watching, is it you? Should we be watching your perspective in every map?
อูดี้สวัสดีครับผม
We will play like a team, not individual performances. We will just help each other, make something together, and we will win.
And one question, are you gonna let the summit through?
I can't say this right now. I don't know.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
No summit and perhaps no ascent. Lotus at an 8-4 scoreline, and I think overall it's been a deserved one from FUT.
Yeah, Mike there wishing some good luck to Crostali, but you know, FUT coaches were saying it was Billy their lucky charm. This is another win. I don't know. Maybe, just maybe.
Superstitious.
That might be it. No, maybe. Said that so many times.
Yeah, do you want to say maybe
Got
one more
in a loop
time?
like a parrot. Anyway, does feel like Groundhog Day when Pacific are playing. Just game after game, little bit of hope snatched away from you. Into the second half, on the defense, it's a C retake. FUT immediately in there, and with such an aggressive post plant.
Paranoia, ready to go. The refight.
ชิปหายละ
Alorante once again, getting the kills it's needed.
เหลือ 3
And FUT forced back.
Yeah, no utility to combat this, so they are really up against the wall here. Pacific expected to get the pistol, and they've still got the net nade combo to fall back on.
And look at the arc rows. I don't think that's set up for Waterfall. As you said, net nade combo working, but so is the pistols.
เป้าไม่จับเลยครับผม
That's 3 out of 4 so far. Well played from them.
มาแทน
Chance to work their way
ซี
back
เน็ต
into
ฮะ
Lotus.
วอดเดิล
Yeah, it is exactly
คน
right. And as I said, it's the
อัง
hope
กฤษ
that
ครับ
kills
ผม
you, right? Pacific get the pistol round on the board. It was an effective retake. Again, these haunts from Waddle have been fantastic. The information he's getting from his reveals. definitely a player to highlight.
Yeah, 100%. Here's another highlight for you. Folks, if you want to join us in Barcelona, make sure to get your tickets now for our Stage 2 finals.
Yeah, that is the objectivo for Pacific. while the destination is different, the objectivo
good effort,
is
mate.
the same.
Good effort.
I need to look that up.
Yeah,
well, I should probably ask Bayer.
That's a yellow card.
Disappointed.
Yeah, you're probably going to get daggers.
It's fine. Your Spanish is no better.
ยังอีกเหรอคอตเตอรี่
Because I've heard it.
What do you
เรีย
mean?
บร้อย
In zone flawless.
ถ้าไม่ร้องเมื่อกี้น่าจะได้
Gracias a todos.
Yes.
Beautiful stuff.
Pacific doubling things up, and they've been good at that at the very least. But when we think about the buy, it's not going to be the most convincing on the bonus round. It's fully expecting FUT to come back in and show us what they're worth.
One enemy remaining.
Nothing really of note to speak about on either side, ultimate front either.
Yeah, looking at it here, I mean, FUT have such good buy. Compared to Pacific, they've not been able to cobble too much together here. I mean, Ninja gets one with the Sheriff, but that's it. Such an aggressive look from them on Mound to start this round.
โอเคถือว่าไวครับ
Big risk taken, no payout.
Yeah, and unfortunately, FUT know exactly that there's players on the flank
ถือ
because
ว่านับ
of
ต่อ
the
ไว
wall
ไม่
being
นับพลาด
tripped. That area's being cleared out, and now Yetiji is on alert, high alert it seems.
Just wondering for a moment if FUT wanted to go ahead and fact find a little more, confirm where players were at. Crostali did just use the dog though towards CT, so that's on a timer now. Should be aware there's no push coming in, and as you say, full focus on this flank.
Spectre and Stinger at close range is
โดนว่ะ
exactly where they want to
ตัว
be.
ชิเบิล
They try and hide, but
โอ้โห
already
Sociable.
very nicely done. So 4 alive,
แม่งไม่ปาดสักที
only stop the casualty, and back to winning ways.
Yeah, and this bonus is now going to look incredibly strong for FUT coming into the next round.
อีมีนี่เจอทีมพร้อมโหอีมียากครับผม
and silencing any and all doubt that you might have had.
เป็นไปได้ยากมากที่จะพูดว่าแบบทีมไหนเต็งแชมป์ตอนนี้ สูสีกันหมดเลย
look impressive and not show us their best in the following stage. That was the story of kickoff for BBL.
Was Scythe trying to was he trying to perform a spell that FUT would miss?
When you phone up the Etsy witch, it's
มันจะดีก็ดีไม่สุดอะที่มีแต่ละทีมอะฟอร์มแบบ
Let's see if
สวิงเกินพุทธก็เดี๋ยวดีเดี๋ยวไม่ดีครับผม เฮ้ยทุกคนไอ้ที่เป็นเรื่องเฮ้ยโอ้โหเป็นเรื่องเฮียแม่งเล่นวอลอินเซนจัดวอลนี้เฮ้ยวอลนี้แม่งใช้ได้เรื่องอยู่นะเนี่ย
Let's see if there's any curse remaining on Pacific here, though. It's these kind of rounds where they've struggled to get over the line.
ได้เรื่องเลยอ่ะ
Waddle's exposed. Puffs his chest out to take that fight, Cairo. It was a real big risk with him being the sole B defender. But Spike safe on A. Yetije should have no business here.
I think he is ready to give this up. He's on 200 credits himself. 35 seconds is a long time to speak to his teammates, though.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in terms of what answers this round brings FUT, not too much. It was a sole Alorante in the corner that ends up taking them out. So I think they'll still be confident they can go back to A and find results. Pacific on this defense, though, again, with the Viper, that's a big difference in terms of composition. They are constantly strengthened by that wall. You can see even cutting across into B main here. This is not a very common Viper wall to see on Lotus.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, the A fight isn't as strong for Deadlock
ไม่น่า
as
คั
what
ม
it
แบ็ก
had
นะ
previously
ครับ
been.
ฟิว
I don't know if you remember, there used to be the Deadlock wall that was impossible to get by with the rubble jump.
ทำไมเรามีเลเวลด้วยอ่ะ
As effective
คือ
as
อะไร
what
อ่ะ
it used to be.
What are we looking at here? Oh, it's the shoulder pad of Valorant.
แต่โดนวันนี้ไปแม่งเสียทรงเลยว่ะ
Not much you can do about that. He's loving it. He's absolutely loving it.
อ๋อมันคืออะไรครับผมมันได้มาจากไหน
This time. Ich liebe it.
ยังไม่เคยเล่นเลยว่ามันมีอะไรบ้าง
Valorant ist mein Lieblingsspieler. Weltmeister. And that's pretty good as well.
Oh, well, I mean, apparently the
อ๋อ
deadlock
ไม่
wall
ดู
can
สตรี
still
ม
find effect.
ทั้งหมดเหรอ
Nonsense.
โอเครู้เรื่อง
Deeper wall though, and yesterday just about getting out on B. Lifeline on this round here for FUT, 3 versus 5, as Pacific have, again, come into this second half with some conviction. And with the sensor on the door as well, it's going to get broken one way or another here. Yetazay should give up his position. That'll allow for the rest of Pacific to re-clear back through towards what is looking like an A retake.
Oh, FUT deep on site, and you can see how much Pacific want to play together.
Yeah.
Give nothing away.
I mean, that's the thing. You can't afford to give anything away. Give FUT what they want, because Sociable is hunting for a kill here. That's to get them back on terms, or at least within
เอาละ
one
เจดูเจ
engagement.
ต้องเดินงานให้ไวครับ
I feel like Yetazay's
เจ
gonna
ดู
have
เจต้องเดินงานให้ไว
They know about it. Pacific are thinking about it, but surely you don't overconsider
เป็น
it
ทามมิ่ง
now.
ที่ดี
Oh, it looks like that's the case. He's got his chance. The players haven't seen him, and he's at least got one.
Oi.
This looks even more worrying as the players
ต้อง
fight
เล่น
forward. Cristali alone on
Oh,
site
Yellow
needs
Jay.
to win his duel, or at least delay for Yetazay to get into
Ow.
position. A 3 versus 1 in which he needs to clutch, but cannot. Within one are Pacific.
Yeah, Pacific walk with an air of caution, but they are able to confirm an 8th round, which brings them back within one.
ผิดหวัง
I love the ideas from FUT though. And if you had any
ผิดหวัง
chance to listen to some of the comms from Sociable, there was a Turkish translation on socials the other day. Just so aware of his surroundings a lot of the time, I think against mates, reading into some of the positional plays they like to go for. And very nearly getting away with it here.
I mean, this would be another map that Pacific could add to the list of maps actually won, right? And I know that seems like
It's only split.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've won Peril as well in VCT. That was all the way back in kickoff.
Okay.
But that's the thing I was about to say, is that while it seems harsh, it's another map that they can feel confident on. As this is a mixed buy for FUT, so should be easy, should be for them. For Pacific to equal things out, but when Self hits shots like that,
You've only gone and said it.
แต่เข้าเลยไม่ได้เลย
very easily turn on its head.
Yeah, forget the witches, mate. You're
Ui.
with the curse. FUT now starting to walk that warpath closer to a round win. Stun lands
อ้าวมี
nice.
คนมาซ่อมให้ครับ
Zeus
แล้วบอมตก
trying to
ฮะ
capitalize from it, and Cupid still blinded. Takes that next step back, entrenched in B main. Zeus the one to dig him out, and Alorante 1 versus 3. We are really seeing this one in motion.
โอเครู้ตำแหน่ง
And they know exactly where he is with the Seeker. It's a fumble from Pacific. Let's be honest, as Alorante walks in with his knife out, Sociable's
ว่า
Guardian.
แปลกๆว่ะเฮ้ย
Spike planted.
Just letting him know. Alorante gets one back.
ไอ้เหี้ย
As you say.
Sound like my dad. Let him know really.
Play to the whistle. And the round isn't done yet. It's 0-0 and Alorante is closing in on the C site. He's got a molly in a pit if he chooses to use it, but it's just that lack of information right now which is selling him short. Here's the showstopper, takes the head clean off. That Zeus gone, knows where Crostali is! And is there time for Alorante? Of course there is!
I danced with fate. It was nearly gonna happen, but a Red Bull clutch for Alorante brings Pacific even. And makes
หมด
this
คำจะพูดว่ะ
the end to the second map at least a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, it's 1-0 now, and Alorante's taking the back of the net off with this.
แย่จัดไอ้เหี้ยแย่จัด เป็นไปได้ไงวะ
Someone so good with his mechanics. You can see how frustrating that is.
โค้ดพี่เสียบมันยังไม่เชื่อเลยว่าเพื่อนมันคัดอ่ะ
Earlier in the day, I was talking about inspiration. It's moments like that that really make you believe.
โค้ดมันยังอึ้งอยู่เลยอ่ะของพี่เสียบบอกไอ้เหี้ยลูกทีมกูคัดได้ยังไง 1-3 บอกโซเชียเบิลมึงทำอะไรน่ะสวยมากอุ้มบิงสวัสดีครับ เช็คอินโอ้ยโอ้โหทุกคนอึ้งกรรมการอึ้งโค้ชอย่างอึ้ง
Off the cuff there.
I'm looking at 3 round-winning ultimates with the pit, the deadlock ult, and the fade ult.
พุททรงล่อแร่ครับผม
I think that's the thing. It's this next cycle which is most pertinent. FUT have only picked up 1 round of their own attack so far.
แต่ยังเอาตัวรอดมาได้อันนี้ถ้ามันไม่โดนวินแอบม่านหลังประตู1ทีนะวินคัทเนี่ยไม่ขึ้น12แล้วมั้งเนี่ย12-7น่ะจบแล้วเนี่ย13-7ด้วย13-8น่ะได้เลยพักผ่อนก่อนน้องแอลฝันดีครับผม
I think it's clear.
Doing the wall.
I'm gonna reload this. I'm gonna reload.
Hold on, pick in front of it. They cannot go 40.
ผม
Kill him together. He's right side stuck. Kill him.
Do Mako smoke.
We can't kill him. We can't kill him. I'm stuck in C.
They try and pop C.
Come see.
No nade.
One on B.
Can we float?
Yeah. We flood with fade out.
Come. Top box maybe, kill. Top box, Patrick. I'll think.
I'm aiming.
Box 4. Hold. He's stunned.
อุ้ย
Neon behind you.
Behind you, Q.
นีออน
10 bullets.
3-1 อีกสักทีปะล่ะ
A Ninja 1v3 with 5 bullets in the chamber is a tough one. And it needs to be clean all the way. Spike now in, and you look at the difference in the post plant, not far back, but on site. Ninja not with any space in which to work with. 4 bullets now and doesn't even want to try for the reload.
โอ้ย
Net coming back up in 2 though, and this
ส
might.
วัสดีครับผมเรมอนวันนี้ให้ 2F ครับแล้ว 3F จะรับไหวไหมฟูลเซนด้วยพรุ่งนี้เป็นไงแถมโคตรเอสติกฟูลเซนครับผม
And that was a lot of ultimates in the mixer there of that round.
Yeah, look, it's exactly what we were talking about. Nail on the head in that round. Ninja, Waddle, Cooper, all of them investing. No return.
เฮ้ยทำไมอ่ะ
This is now the point in the game where we can see the scales swing back in favor of FUT. And once more,
ใช่ครับผม
the very death, the business end of Lotus.
Let's go.
How many times do we feel like we're repeating ourselves? Pacific feel like they can
ไม่โดน
keep
ครับ
the game
พรุ่งนี้
competitive, but
ฟอร์สแบบ
are
จัด
missing
ให้แบบ
that
รีดไลท์อา
slight
บุกครับผม
edge when it
มี
felt like
ตำรา
Valorant had just given
จี
us
อยู่
a
ในมือ
moment of magic, something to believe in.
Indication that this is going to
แบบว่าชิล
be
จัด
execute with the drop of the Vi's utility and even a steal.
ช่วงนี้เพื่อนเตือนถูกบ่อยมากใช่นี่อย่าไปฟังข่าวลือนะเวลาใครเขาลือน่ะต้องถามคนอยู่จริงนี่เฮ้ยValorant อุ้ย
And with the spike to go down, it's a 2v4 in which to clutch from. A 2v4 in which is going to be impossible with Valorant still alive. Looking to make things 10-10. Valorante's ace will do that.
Valorante with a forceful 5 there.
มันลากมาเสมอได้ยังไงก่อน
And restoring
ไปครับน้
the
อง
scoreline
พรุ่งนี้ไป
here
งานนะ
for
ผม
Pacific. 10 each, as you said. And when he has confidence, this is exactly the person you want to put your stocks in.
ผมเอาวันที่ฟอร์เพื่อไปประกัน
How disappointed, dejected he looked.
นานจะเจมถูกแบบนี้โอ้
Decided
โห
to pull Pacific over the line by himself.
กลับครับ แต่อาจจะกลับมาเลทนิดนึงนะ
By not the best for FUT here
แต่
either.
กลับแน่นอนพรุ่งนี้
And
ผู้
Pacific
ใหญ่เลย
ready to fight them at the gates here of a opportunity to shut this one down in its
ใช่
entirety.
เหรอตอนนี้น้องโอยาได้ที่หนึ่งเลยเหรอ
Let's see how
Ui.
they are handling the situation
โคตร
in
ตึง
the comms.
Gel silahla shift bas, shift bas, shift bas. Bak sağda adam duydun.
Aynen.
Paranoya
อ่ะ
atacağım. ona
ไหน
göre
ๆก็
alacağız dümdüz. Yapacak bir şey yok.
ได้ที่หนึ่งแหละ
Efe kayabilir.
คู่หน้าให้ใครครับผม
Yaklaş. 3,
Alacağım.
2 alacağım.
2, 1.
เติมคู่ F มาติดกับคู่ฟูลเซนหน่อย
Stunlı şu an stunlı.
2, 2. Nice daha var.
ทีม 55 ผู้บรรยายอังกฤษต่อเสียงไง
Silahım var Yusuf.
ไฟ
Gel
Deadlock'ta oradaki. 3
Tek
ve
bas.
Nerede?
Viper ulti.
Hala burada.
2 Hobbit, bir C kapı. C boş.
2. 75
เย
vurdu
ตู
orayı.
เจสถานการณ์ 1v2 situation เลื่อนเหลือ86แล้ววางเลยครับ PCF มุกไวเยตูเจ8 นัดไม่รีโหลดไม่รู้ทำไมเหมือนกันคิดว่าพอไหมไม่พอ6 นัด 3 นัด มึงมีเวลาเยอะมาก ไม่รีโหลด
As Yetterjay is not quite able to pull off the clutch, but not knowing much Turkish myself, I thought the comms were actually pretty decent. You hear a lot of the time Sociable counting them in, the 1, 2, 3s to take those util timings. But Pacific with a very strong start.
พี่ไม่ค่อยชอบโมเมนต์ที่แบบมีเวลารีโหลดแล้วไม่รีโหลดอ่ะมันยากหรอวะ
You'd be mightily happy with that, and FUT certainly not.
ตอนที่เดินมาจากประตูอะรีโหลดได้ครับผมรีโหลดได้พี่เชื่อว่ามีเวลารีโหลดแล้วฝั่งตรงข้ามไม่รู้เยอะมากช่วงที่ประตูเปิดเดินมาวางเสร็จเยอะแยะไปหมดโหลดก่อนวางก็ยังได้พอรีโหลดหลังวางมันอาจจะรู้แต่โหลดระหว่างเดินมากับก่อนวางก็ได้
On the other side again, there are no expectations, at least from the outside looking in. It's what they place on themselves.
มันไม่ได้ยากขนาดนั้นครับผม
Now, this is a roster that we
การ
do
กลัวได้
think
ยินเสียง
highly
ของ
of.
ข้าม
At the
ฝั่ง
start
ขอ
of
งข้าม
the
ได้
year,
ยิน
we
เสียง
didn't so much. That London appearance really fueling their ambitions.
ถือน้องโอยาเทสซีอยู่นะแมนอยู่สมแล้วที่เป็นโนหนึ่งในกลุ่มที่ทายผลอันนี้ถือว่าเป็นอีโก้ไหมส่วนตัวคิดว่าอาจจะเป็น mindset ครับกลัวเสียทามมิ่งมากเกินไป
Congratulations to Valorant though has it first ace in VCT.
You know how to say congratulations in German? Tell me.
ปุ่ม R ปุ่ม R มันพังหรือเปล่างงจัด
I was hoping you might be able to help me out a little bit there.
No, unfortunately not.
But flying the flag on his back before Frankfurt arrive later on.
อ๋อไอพิมพ์ตกใจทายผลในบ้านม่วงมันจะมีลิงก์ Discord อยู่
against a potential regional rival there as you'd be silly to call this a Turkish derby. The team has changed much behind the organization and already look at how fast FUT are trying to take the A site. It's only Ninja. He's going to need maybe 3 here himself.
Feels like it, but
ตัวตกใจแล้วก็ทายผลครับผม
felt as if it was going to come to him but doesn't. And look at the flank coming through from
นี่แหละน้องวัด
so far. It's Yetterjay to receive and he only receives a head full of lead.
Yeah. Did he know
ใช้ AI ทำครับอันนี้
all 4 players or not though? Pacific in their retakes sometimes showing a little bit of hesitancy.
มันจะมีใส่ติ่มมาเลยนะว่าแบบใครทายเท่าไหร่อะไรยังไงทายส่วนก็ได้แต้มเยอะกว่าด้วย
Looks like they should
อ้างอิงราคาโลก
face up against some of the best aimers that we have
เอาเรื่องไหม
in the league. Zeus, sociable, so good at holding on towards angles, but
แพ้ว่ะ
Pacific unlock.
Smoked off.
And unfortunately, it's going to
ถึง
end
แพ้ได้
up
เล
on
ยครับผม
Pacific's way up to a map point and to win Lotus for the first time this
โทษที
year.
ครับผมซื้อ
I mean, if Pacific can do this, then I'm gonna come back to what you said at the start. You felt that maybe this comp, the identity, it's working out for them here, and I guess
การนาโชไปแอสตันวิลล่า
what's gone wrong in this time because they failed to adapt.
เฮียสโมสรในฝันดิการนาโชอ่ะอยากไปแอสตันวิลล่าสโมสรในฝันนะรู้ป่ะ
Against one of the best teams we have in the league. If memory serves me
ผม
right,
เคยใส่เสื้อรัดฟอร์ดแอสตันวิลล่าอยู่นะอยากไปจัดได้ไปสมใจอยาก
And what a change in fortune that would be heading in towards the
อุ้ย
last map.
โอ้โห
Had a good grab net, unfortunately can't stop Zeus's rocket into post.
อ๋อบ้านแดงครับผมออริจินแต่ว่าหลังบ้านแดงดีสุดย้อนหลังบ้านแดงคือคำตอบ
Not bad from this position.
Doesn't look to be. Crossfire established with Yetiji in the silent drop. Still, again, it's taking the time here for Pacific. They might not have the time to finish this one out.
Sociable smoked off in main. Steel Garden buying a little bit more of that sand in the hourglass, like you said. Yetiji in pit has been discovered, but still Pacific playing on borrowed time right now. So much ground left for them to cover, and it's just getting away from them. Seven managing to pick up the first, nail on the head, second for him already.
จีหรือเปล่าโอ้ยไปต่อครับส่วนมากสโมสรมันเหลี่ยมอยู่แล้วแบบยืมไปถ้าฟอร์มไม่โหดก็ไม่ซื้อต้องแบบคอยลุ้นนะซื้อ
And you look at the buy coming back in for FUT. And there's a few pieces missing here. Cristalli not with the dog, Sop not with the fast lane, Light Shields, Guardians. Well, I'm not saying that this is Pacific's best chance. I mean, you're in a pretty good spot considering the damage that you did from the last round.
Yeah, Ninja having the ult as well to fall back on, I think, is gonna just continue to pile on that.
คาเซมิโลมันรออยู่แล้วอินเตอร์แมมี่
FUT have been very direct in their executions so far. They've left nothing down to chance. Pacific the same here though. Ooh. Early sand start merges into a B main.
I love this.
Bit of proactivity.
And it looks like they're set up perfectly to receive what is going to be the FUT push on to B. At least Cooper comes away with one, so again it's Raze for Raze. But you've got to be worried about the other side of this push, out through Hobbit. Sop following up the Seekers and hunting for a kill.
Oh, yeah, actually, Ninja using the ult in tree, just thinking there was player presence there. Question mark finally.
เฮ้ยโอเคอยู่
But FUT given a little bit of space to move into a post plant.
คุมโซนดี
Two away from his nightfall.
ๆอันติมาเคลียร์หน้าสี่ไอ้หน้าบีเอาละโอเมนได้เล่นครับพาวเลอร์ไม่เจอฮะแต่ว่าเพื่อนต้องได้ประตูแตกอะโอเมนถึงจะได้เล่นเฮ้ยไอ้นี่มันเช็คดิโอ้มันจับขา
Waddle the only one left standing. His position noted in main, and Yetiji claiming it. We're gonna go the distance here. An extension of play required, and FUT the ones to force it.
Switching sides.
Into overtime for Pacific to fight for the first Lotus win this year, but FUT to finish this.
ถ้าเดดล็อกมันมีศิลปะกว่านี้หน่อยได้แล้ว
And I think honestly, Cairo, it's at this stage in the game where you just want to see a bit of bottle.
กดโม่หน่อยจังหวะไม่ค่อยดี
Just maybe there's a chance heading into the decider. Otherwise, I feel like you take one step forward and it's another two back if they lose in this fashion.
Yeah, I think if Pacific were able to fight back into this, I mean, you could see the belief that they would have in this roster, in themselves. But it is Pacific to start out on the attack. And we know the difficulties that they had on this A-lobby fight.
Difference is this time, Seven is very quick to bridge that gap towards lobby. From the lobby, I should say, in rubble now. And Som scoped in again. Finds a kill through the smoke. This time, it's from beyond the door.
You feel as if the rotation towards the A site will be very easy. Door broken, and Zeus having to be forced back. Does have the support of the Vise, though.
Yeah, and the position is complementary to this push.
เนี่ยสวยจัด
Double stack. So you can see Cristalli walking back over towards A, where he may soon be required. Pacific grouping up for this push from grass.
I mean, there's so many bodies for FUT on this side of the map. I don't hate the fact that Pacific decide to go elsewhere, but they need to be decisive and they need to be quick.
Not really playing for any kind of a lurk with Alorante off the board, so again, it's so much map material that they need to recover here.
อย่างนี้ได้เล่นอยู่นะได้วางอ่ะกดหนามมาแล้วด้วย
starting to reposition themselves, and now leaving Sop behind the solo A anchor with this operator.
แจ๋วอยู่
Thinking about a C play. And Pacific are walking
แต่ว่ามันก็ไม่กล้าเดินครับมันไม่ได้อินโฟกลัวโดนดักตัดเล่นรอดีเทคดีกว่า 5-4 ก็ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่บริเทค 5-4 อ่ะก็ยังยากอยู่นั่นไงกลัวอะไรวะรูทเดเบิลแล้วรูทเดเบิลจริงเฮีย
Couple for him in the conversation knows about Yetiji now. Needs to fight this with Waddle, but he's stuck in backside. Keep it cornered as Zeus walks back in, and he's going to get another. Would it be an additional ace here on the Pacific side?
ว่าแล้ว
Waddle will spare the expense, but the captain has clawed their way back through, and Pacific takes first advantage in OT.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Cooper, fair play to Pacific to find their way back in, because I thought this was all but done. So uncharacteristically missing his off shot.
คิวเปิดลั่นจัดวันนี้
Advantage in OT.
บ้าจริง
It was on the defense where Pacific started this
น้อง
comeback.
อย่างสวัสดีครับ
4 rounds down at the half. And the
ผมไป
anchor
เก็บตัวมา
utility stacked,
เฮ้ย
layered on the
เป็นไง
A
บ้างครับ
side.
ผม
Similar opening to the round in terms of the C control. Moving into B main now the defense, but not overstaying their welcome this time. Restationing those numbers, ready for a B split. Pacific in the early stages, all over FUT's game plan.
แต่มันเล่นหน้าแพ้จัดแต่ละ
Really
ฟุต
to go
อะ
for FUT here. If they break the door, they're breaking into what is a double stack, and with the you see the gravity, and it's an issue right towards that A side, but you start to walk into this stack and you can see the issues brewing.
ใช่แล้วครับเติมอุ้ย
Whoa! Unbelievable shot by Ninja.
unbelievable
Waiting to get out. Finally they do. Zeus the one up close. And
Oi!
Ninja still stands his ground.
เอาไป3นินจา
Counted. Pacific.
โอ้ไม่รอด
1 round away from winning out this map. Planted
มี
towards
ซิวาเดน
backside.
ต้องกดเลย
Stuck in the silent drop, but that's a big ultimate to delay.
Yeah, plenty of time and reposition from Yetijay off of this. Looking to go treat.
But Waddle will be the first one to receive, so that
ต้องมีปฏิหาร
information will be fed to the
ต้องมีป
other
ฏิ
two.
หารครับ
They know where this retake is coming from.
And time
นี่ดูเจจัดให้หน่อย
precious resource for Pacific. Yetijay's walked round. Waddle! A brilliant flick, but sociable now known about.
เชี่ย
A 2 versus 1, which
โอ้
he
โห
needs to clutch
เยี่ย
from
วันเดอร์แมน
Big
จัด
Pacific will win
วันเดอร์แมนจัด
Lotus and pushes to map 3.
Finally
เป็นเรื่อง
actualizing
เข้าน้ำก่อนเดดล็อกไม่ต้องบัฟแล้วครับผมเล่นได้แล้ว
that we carry from the stage one, like in terms of, oh yeah, we are losing the games 2-1 or something. I don't think the players are thinking about that. So yeah, let's hope we can get the win in
this time is different. We almost come back first map. We lost the first one, but we win the second one. So
yeah, now it's different. Walla Villa.
Let's hope the mental is better.
The question was about how you get it over the line now that it's gone to a decider, and I think it plays into what Alorante was saying as well, right? Confidence. That's what's key. That's what they need, and it seems like a much more confident Pacific team that we're seeing here today.
Yeah, they're going to need that confidence. Like from Finky, I don't know what to take from there because he was like, I don't think it's mental. I think it's just a mental block. And I'm like, okay, then I guess we're done. But that would be incredibly exciting because I think that especially this Lotus had a lot of the opposite of what we saw in the first map. There were so many rounds that made no sense that would go to the side of Pacific. But to me, Billy, the difference was that I saw FUT losing those rounds.
Yeah.
Whereas when Pacific was losing those rounds in play, I just thought, oh, that individual brilliance of like Crystalli having that crazy transfer is not something that you see every day. But with this one, I do think that FUT dropped the ball massively.
Yeah, I think on the first map we saw some maybe not egotistical but overconfident plays coming out from FUT, and then in that sense they were throwing rounds. But I think in this occasion they were constantly getting that first engagement, and I felt like they were playing with the number down by the time it got to these post plants, which is why we saw them lose on that side. And I think that that's what was really difficult. I think to come back to the coach confession that we just heard there as well, something that I didn't even consider until it was just mentioned was how many times have Pacific won the first map.
Yeah,
and then they've lost on the second map, and then it's been
unrecognizable on the second one.
The series has been over. Whereas this time around, I actually do feel like I get filled to feel positive, and then it gets thrown back in my face. But like, it's made me feel a little bit positive though, like raising that. Because then again, Alorante mentioned the confidence. I think that they definitely this map with the momentum in their favor.
It is such a wildly different experience, right, when we talk about the mental of coming out strong and then going flat versus having a disappointing first map where you maybe got it close but didn't get over the line, and then having the resilience to have the bounce back to win an overtime game at that.
Yeah, I think that there is about feeling going very slowly on this ascent. At the end of the day, we were seeing and speaking about a couple of maps where we saw some adjustments from Split and whatnot, and we're jumping into the question mark, which is Lotus, and ascent is the last pending task that both of these teams had to cross on for today. I think that for both of the performances that we saw last week, we saw a Pacific that very much like FUT is doing today was giving up those first engagements and whatnot, but they weren't able to bounce back mentally. As Said was saying, I think I really hope the Pacific jump into this third map without thinking on what he's thinking, because he's thinking this should have been a 2-0, and that cannot happen anymore, because he's like, oh, we almost bring it back in the first one, and that doesn't matter anymore, because at the end of the day that went on the side of FUT. Just keep everything on this ascent. They have proved that they also have what it takes to turn the rounds around. They are making FUT nervous. All of those mistakes, stupid untradeable duels from the side of FUT, stupid pushes, it's like they're doing, you know, with a dog, you're like, and they're coming. And they're coming, and that is like the worst mistake that they could be making. Also, I do not think the sky is the way. I just think that the ice is too strong. I didn't see a Crystalli that I'm like, you know?
Does this play into what we heard from Sop in the first post-map sideline check-in, where he said, you know, when they were coming back, there was some nerves coming in, there was some concern, right? Maybe going back to what he was talking about last week in the wake of that Na'Vi game, that there was maybe too much chaos around to make them feel comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see why not.
I mean, I kind of mentioned that I feel like it's rare to hear someone like Sop say that they're nervous.
แถวนี้มันเถื่อนพี่
It's also kind of rare to see FUT nervous. I don't think I'd put it down to a nerves thing. I think I'd put it more down to like not being able to close things out when they should be able to.
คิด
close
ว่า
things
ฟอร์ม
out.
ดีนะครับ
Maybe it has to do also with the way that the schedule is working right now, and every team should be thinking of not really prepping for their opponent and just having a strong map for a strong core for themselves. I know that they always say let's play our game and whatnot, but you really do not have the time to make feasible changes onto what you're doing just based on the opponent that you're having, when in 2 days is going to be a different one.
Yeah.
You will only survive so long, and for most of the teams that's going to be middle of the table. In fact, the only team that we have going 2-0 is KC. Like, you know, let's get some ground here. And as we jump into Pacific, into Pacific.
แต่ว่าตอนนี้ PCF มันคือดูดีสุดแล้วนะพอมันปล่อยซีเน็ตออกไปอะซีเน็ตดูไม่ค่อยไหวเท่าไหร่แล้วไม่ค่อยแบบมีพิษส่งเท่าไหร่
that we're expecting at least from Pacific runs on their strength here, especially starting on that defense. What we saw last time was a double sentinel composition, and what I really like about Pacific coming into this series is having a very clear identity. I think that that's something that they were kind of experimenting with a bit throughout stage 1, but coming into this stage 2, I'm liking what I'm seeing. The roles are very clear. Now it's just a question of can they finally close out a series, and if they were to do it against FUT, well, in my opinion, that is a statement in itself, considering FUT are a team that have just come back from a top 6 finish.
น้องน็อตสวัสดีครับเรเดียนอย่างเรา
composition here. We have the deadlock again locked in. Anything in particular piquing your interest here?
Yeah, I think the way in which
โอ้นี่หรอ เติมฟุตไปครับ
really nice to see because yes, it is a sentinel, but it can also be used in an initiating way with that duelist.
มันก่อนเห็นเราอิง3ไม่ใช่เหรอ
That synergy between Seven and Ninja here. When I'm looking at FUT side, they have decided to switch things around. Sociable's back on that Omen, and Zeus is going to be on the Phoenix.
Making sense.
Yeah, it's back to making sense. I think for me, my kind of issues previously was the fact that Zeus was on the chamber. I didn't really get it. I feel like Sop is their kind of sniper guy when I'm looking at this team.
But I think Sop is better with movement and going in. I think that he's more reckless in that sense.
In that sense. But yeah, I think I'm happy to see this change coming up.
Yeah, I like it. It makes sense. Sociable is having an incredible day. Let's hope that he can keep up the performance. Seven also moving on to the Waylay. The first time around was on split. The second one is here. It almost works out with them starting on the defense, playing the double sentinel, making the adjustments and already knowing if that's what they say.
พรุ่งนี้ปูเซนครับ
What went wrong against Gentlemates? This is probably
ช่วงนี้ตัว F กำลังมา
best chance to get their first win in VCT Emea.
Are you feeling it? I'm gonna ask you to actually make a prediction.
Don't.
You have hope?
Seriously, we've spent 3 hours here telling you we can't. We can't. Am I hopeful? Yes. Okay. Yes, I am. I hope Pacific
She's
wins.
back. She's back in. They tried to keep her out, but she's back in. Just when you think you're out, they drag you back. Billy, what do you think?
But this is the thing. Pacific win a map in a series, and we're still waiting for them to be able to close it out.
ทำไมรู้สึกว่า
For me, if they do it against
หลังๆแม่งไว้ใจได้ทุกคนเลยวะ
to make. But when you look at the games they have coming up again ahead, it's a hard group to be in.
It is a hard group. It is a hard group, but just a win. A win by any stroke of fortune would be so much for these two teams to build on. And to cast this potentially historic moment, we have Haza and Cairo. Take it away.
Eternal Fire, Gentlemates, could it be third time lucky up against FUT? That's what Pacific are trying to do right here on Ascent. Get their first VCT win.
The only team in the VCT internationally yet to find their first.
สวัสดีครับน้องธนาสมา
EG Varel finding them in the last week or so. Yeah, third time lucky perhaps. That's what we're waiting to see from Pacific. Both of these rosters had struggled with their Ascent performances in the previous week, so the retooling on either side makes perfect sense as the desk discussed. Can see FUT already showing the strength of their own composition, taking a main and ready to fight out onto the site.
Yeah, Cooper is the one that's hearing most of this. Obviously, Ninja close by his side, and this will be a full retake, probably from Tria and Heaven. Spam not quite working out, but there's a little bit of damage on a few of the FUT players. Overall, the most of the utility still on Pacific's side.
No extra ground here for FUT, but as soon as Yetije receives this push on the flank, I want to see what the reaction looks like.
Got to see if the players can hold on towards Tree.
Oh!
Yetije has stood the test and FUT look to win their pistol
น่าจะ
round.
ตายใจ
Most
คิด
of
ว่าหมด
it, of course, as we know, has been won by Pacific, but Waddle not accounted for, and issues start to arise for FUT.
แม่ง
There's players
กลับมาแพ้
dropping
เฉย
left, right, and centre, and right now Pacific's retake nearly getting underway.
เนี่ย 3-5 เกือบกลับมาแพ้
Yeah, FUT there through Zeus and Sociable combining to find the last couple. I really thought Yetije was on for a
เดดล็อกมาเล่นเยอะขึ้นไหมก็
overheat in main, does a brilliant job at
ไม่เยอะนะแต่ก็มีให้เห็นครับไม่ได้แบบว่า
Pacific a little more
แบบไม่มี
decisive
เลย
in
อะไร
this
เงี้ยเหมือน
retake,
เลน่า
I
อะไร
think, which is nice to see at the
ไอ
very
โซ่
least.
เนี่ย
They've been
ยัง
good
พอ
on
มีอยู่
pistols before, so losing one here early against the attack side on Ascent no less is definitely a big blow to their chances. Of course, you know, they chose to start on the defender's side. And with this composition, it's early gains you'd be hoping for, double Senti.
Just going back to look at the last time that Pacific obviously played this, Ascent absolutely blowing out the water against Gentlemates on the last map, mostly through how good Mini was performing. But I feel as if FUT also have that potential.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There are players on the FUT side which can take a game into their own hands, and that's where Pacific end up dropping off. I think it's always towards the back end of the series where we don't see the best from them. And I don't know whether that's the intimidation of the occasion or anything else, but this is your proving ground, an opportunity to really make yourself known in the circuit, because right now the only thing that they're an outlier in is not having that win.
And I think right now the decision to not give any opportunity for a player to heat up by dying to the spike, good decision. I mean, FUT are the players you do not want to be popping off, getting orbs, ultimates in the place.
It's also a pretty light round here from FUT, all things considered. 2 ghosts, Marshall, so just the 1 phantom.
เดี๋ยวซุดอันติเต็มไว
that they can bring through into this next round. They buy up around it. It looks pretty good, all things considered. And now I want to know, Billy spoke about it. I think she hit the nail on the head. We're seeing this identity for them now for Pacific with the deadlock, similar to Apex.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้มาแจกวินนี้ตุดมีอันติเลยนี่แบบยากเลยอะ
What is that going to mean on the defender's side? Because a lot of the times in the past, you'd see Teho paired up. You'd be looking for util damage off the net. It's only Ninja in A main to start this one.
I mean, Cupid close by, should he really need it? At this point in time, considering the bodies that we can see on the map, yeah, 100%. There is an exploration by Yetije, as we see on the B side, but this pop, as soon as the wall goes, could be very quick. Oh, nice.
นินจามันเอาจังวะวันนี้
But playing from back of Generator, he is exposed to utility damage. Shock dart lands at his feet, down to 58. But Pacific have done a great job to handle this initial pressure from.
วันนี้มันเดือดจัดอะ
Reclear. This is lovely. The drone doesn't reach far enough. But I like this from Waddle. Steps up and I think has just seen where Yetije certainly held him anyway through the bullets.
จริงๆ PCF นี่ขึ้นชื่อมานานแล้วนะแค่ว่ายังไม่ชนะยังไม่ชนะใครแต่ใครเจอก็แบบงานช้างอะมาลงยาก
Pacific in a really strong position just to sit back here and let FUT start to create some pressure of their own as the door is also closed through Treat.
30 seconds left.
Ninja once again, they're going to head back into the grab net flung out, but unsure if it hurt anyone. Certainly the audible's being held, but
มีสโมกเจอสโมกเจ้าปัญหาครับยากมากอุ้ย
It's a good flash, but still doesn't get the kill. And Pacific in a great spot. Lovely from Cooper. Somehow wins the round, but Pacific deny the bonus, which did have a bite to it.
And it's a solid answer to some of those questions that we had coming into the round 2. It looks like Pacific do want to play a little isolated across the board again. It doesn't look like this deadlock is being set up to take anything too substantial in the early round. Bit more of a
วัดแต่ละโซนนะครับเรื่องความแม่นเนาะ
information of Waddle on his best agent. This is the Sova which we've not seen in the first couple of maps. With 7 on the waylay now, just be looking to see
ถ้าเรื่องความแม่นรวมๆก็อีมีนี่แหละ
rotation round that he's looking to play right now. Gathering info.
น่าจะอีเมียผม
SOP starting to encroach into this market space that I worry for. Seems as if Pacific do have a slight idea.
Deep trip in B main as well here at
ไม่
the
ไม่
back
ได้
of
จริง
Valorant,
ว่ะ
so he feels a little more confident to take this market fight now with the support of Waddle.
Yeah, to Cam take contact as well.
It's a nice setup, but the rest of Pacific
อันยองน้องพี่ไม้
protagonists
กินอะไรครับผม
proactive in through middle and hopefully trying to catch out Sociable here maybe, but no, they only leave Cupid behind.
Sociable is starting to find himself down cat as well.
Pacific constantly in a state of flux in this mid round, not really settling on one idea,
ผม
one
มี
setup,
คม
but fortunately
คมเสมอ
enough,
มา
Cupid does get that first engagement, so it's another round where they have an advantage.
This is another setup that we've seen from Pacific before in terms of the site setup, with both players bunkering down on D, and they've never really made it work. Can they stick the landing this time? Waddle's at least been able to get one, but Allo not. And he was a real highlight in the last one, but it settles 3-on-3.
Yeah, 3-on-3. It is Cupid isolated, detached from the rest of this retake coming in from main. FUT bunkered down themselves now in backside, looking to fortify the space that they have with little utility remaining. Crostali waiting for that dart to come up. Can't wait long enough.
I mean, this paranoia is going to be huge from Cupid. You're really hoping that it hits the players that it needs to.
ข้าวผัด
But
หน้าเนื้อ
instead,
ไข่
they're
กุ้ง
walking
มันแบบ
out.
อุ้ย
Cupid has
เม
the
นูอลัง
idea.
การจังอะ
Down cat it goes, and Seven starting to take that space for himself. Cupid at his back.
Ui.
A clutch in the last round, but not a clutch here. Ninja forced away, looking to try and make FUT at least lose their buy. But instead, he's getting chased down himself. The lamb to the slaughter. FUT convert.
Yeah, I mean, that round coming in stages really for Pacific. Felt like there were multiple points where they had a good setup. The decision ultimately in the end for the players on B to backtrack from market to boathouse is because of the info that Cupid gets in middle.
แปซิฟิกรวมๆคง
Once
กว่า
again,
จีน
when it
นะ
comes down to that killer moment, Alorante taking his timing a little too soon there, I think.
I think like, I would
Or a little too late, perhaps, even, off of that initial fight.
I agree. In fact, as you said, like I would have loved him to take that step forward.
ให้จีนน้อยสุดละกัน
He's got this big, wide sort of room for error. He's, you know, neither here or there, I suppose.
Yeah. But I'll tell you where FUT is, through mid. And,
yeah, and actually, fortunately for Pacific, because they've taken A main early here, there's a chance for them to collect that
อลังการ
information.
ครับผม
Well, that's going to allow Seven his ultimate orb, 3 away from the Whaley ultimate itself. And there's a few bodies starting to collect here in market.
Yeah, Ninja would have liked that one off the deadlock ult. It is just pistols we're talking about for Pacific, so an empty threat perhaps.
Oh, maybe not. As Alorante is able to find
แต่
himself
EU
a
ชอบ
rifle.
โชกไง
Sociable now stuck between 2 players, and I mean it's a difficult fight in the end. But Alorante is still alive and able to come away with
ชอบ
another.
เล่นมุกอยู่เรื่อย
Knows
อยู่
about the omen, and unfortunately the cage doesn't drop quick enough. So it's 2-on-1 on site.
Yeah, Sociable just playing spoiler to all of this though in terms of the timing that
แม่ง
he
ภาพ
takes.
แบบที่แล้วแน่เลย Sociable แม่งกลัวจัดไปเลย
Alorante
ปะ
down to 15 though, and this is where you then write the round off.
Yeah, Cristali's shock has been spot on.
แบบที่แล้ว 3-1 แล้วมันไปตายไวอะแล้วแพ้อะ
No damage to be sent his way whatsoever, and unfortunately that flash is his doom. FUT up to 4.
One more kill there would have been decent damage to the economy of FUT, all things considered, but Pacific just with one round to show for right now, Cairo, and heading into the next gun round, I think this is where I start to get worried that we're heading back into familiar territory. They can't afford to let the game get away from them too early. And so you start to wonder when that timeout comes through, if it's an injection of fresh ideas required. I mean, it's on the defense, the protocols, all of the systems should be there. I feel like they're maybe not getting the most value out of this deadlock in the early round.
No, I 100% agree, but there's one thing that you have to say about Pacific in this series, and it's that they have tenacity, a little bit of bite around them. I mean, 9-3 on that first half on split, right? I mean, they win the pistol round the Antico and then go on to lose 5 down to 5-2. The operator of SOP not connecting, so still 5 alive on the defense here, and Seven starts to make his own way in towards B main, getting information for this defense.
Yeah, got to be thinking about their own operator and how much that's going to do to afford a rotation here. Numbers arriving towards A.
เรียบร้อยแต่คนช่วยยิงเยอะ
Can't come soon enough. FUT
อุ้ย
scaling now.
Yeah, they are, but they're scaling into the deadlock, scaling into the setup. Fortunately enough, it is only one kill in the end, and Sop puts the advantage.
That was the flank.
กันไม่อยู่อ่ะ
Towards the flank. I don't know how he's got that, but fair enough. And now we're in
แล้ว
post.
ไปเลย
And now
ถอยไปเล่นกับเพื่อน
on the back foot, it was all on Alorante stepping out heaven early.
ยับว่ะ
He
แบบนี้
drops and the rest should be thinking about a save.
Yeah.
They can get back to
วันนี้
B.
น่าจะ
It's a
จบ
chance to
จบ
pick
ตี
up the
สามครับผม
operator and safely guard that one in tiles, but Pacific misplaying the situation there.
โห
You can't
สี่
help
ด้วย
but
มั้งนี่
individual
คู่หน้า
errors
มีสิท
again
ธิ์3แมตช์
costing
นะ
them.
You take a Turkish team to Ascent, you best know there is going to be a challenge. And I feel as if we are in what we call
นี่หมุนอะไรนะ
timeout territory.
Yeah. What is it that Mitch calls it? The something province?
The what?
Like the 82nd province or something?
I don't know.
Apparently there's 81 provinces in Turkey and this is the 82nd because they're so good at it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't ever understand that, but I'm
Yeah,
sure.
that makes sense, to be honest. And that's actually quite smart from Mitch.
Yeah.
Don't often see that.
Poor fella.
Poor Pacific. They are going to be timing out in this preceding round, giving themselves a little time to speak to the coaches because right now there really needs to be a
จริงๆซอฟอะครับซอฟแพทก่อนที่นีออนโดนเนิร์ฟอะโหแม่งโคตรโหดอะแม่งโหดมาก พอเนิร์ฟปุ๊บ มันน่ากลัวน้อยลง แล้วก็ย้ายมาจับเจ็ดช่วงแรกๆก็ยังเป๋ๆอยู่เหมือนแบบไม่ได้จับนาน ตอนนี้ได้ละย้ายครับชาเย็น ถ้าสมมติอยู่ม่วงอะย้ายไปเขียวได้เลยครับ ใครแบบว่าอยู่ม่วง มันยุคสมัยใหม่แล้วนะสะดวกครับย้ายได้เลยนะ เขาไปกันหมดแล้วครับ ตอนนี้ฟ้าเหมือนเดิม ฟ้าเหมือนเดิม ฟ้าเขียวแดงครับ ตอนนี้ฟ้าเขียวแดง
5. We saw the neon before, it's the waylay now. How exactly does that work with the rest of what we've seen?
นอนน้อยเอาครับ
picked up a rifle
นอน
without
พุ
a
ทโธ
shield, so fancies his chances, fancies his own skill. He's currently sitting 0 and 5 right now. It's unfortunate, but still a player that's shown up time and time again, and that's what we asked of him in this series.
ไอ้นี่ไงบอยคิกไง
So Waddle looking to trade
ตอนนี้เขา
recons
กำลัง
here. Sop
นี่
has
ไงแหละ
managed to punish Alorante fully there as the rotation is called through the Omen ult
แต่เราอ
towards
ยู่
B.
เราอยู่ฟ้าก็
Pacific will have numbers
ดี
here
แล้วครับผม
with a freeze.
Letting Sociable go for an exploration. Still confirmation that there's bodies in that B main. And I feel sorry for Alorante. He's still in logs, by the way.
แบบนี้
It
น่า
wasn't
จะ
like
จ
a
บไว
full peek into main.
And as we know, Sociable loves to call around his own positions on a lot of these rounds. Ninja has also walked up in A main. It looks like actually FUT are going to be heading back into his neck of the woods. Now,
ชาเย็น
he
ไป
could
ก
be
ด
a
ติด
real
ตามไหมยัง
difference maker here. That's also if 7 just clears the corner and doesn't get caught off. Oh
but
no.
He's walked straight
เรี
in.
ยบร้อยครับ
Oh my god, Sociable's been given a freebie. Ninja here at
อุ้
the
ย
step.
โอ้
A couple of his own. Yeah, this is a good chance for Pacific. One more to find. He knows that the Sova's deep in the corner. And he's awaiting the swing. It comes through. Cristalli, excellent. Sociable
สวยมากชาเย็นขอบคุณ
points
ครั
of
บ
health and still not cleared. Still an issue.
Spike planted.
ด่านกันครับ
Molly's
ป
out
ก
of
ติ
the
ด่าน
map.
กันนะ
Yeah, and Model out on heaven.
เฮ้ย
Next fight, not clean at all. What is going on with Pacific? It feels like as soon as they come within a grasping chance of a third map, Hazza, everything goes out the window.
Yeah, I mean, look, Crostali excellently navigates the situation there in main. Use of the recon to get it perfect. Not the first time you've seen Alorante. Maybe it's a discipline issue. Maybe it's something else. Just be found hanging in a position. This is just not one you want to watch back. I know there are so many people that want to see Pacific win. Lendoth's going to be fuming after that one.
There's no way Lendoth's got a shout out.
He deserves it, mate. He has taped
respect.
a Pacific logo to a blank T-shirt. Doesn't even have the money.
ยาวๆสั้นตามสูตรจริง
But he's got the passion.
Sign that man up. Ninja high-low with Valorant, but instead doesn't want anything to do with it.
2 Sentinel กันไม่อยู่
FUT just given the full breadth of this map to do whatever they like.
Pacific were playing with a pack there in B, and that's sort of alluding to what I wanted to see. Numbers
อุ้ยหลอกสวยอยู่นะ
make something happen, but it's sociable right through the middle, slicing them open from the belly of the beast.
รู้แล้วโรเทตเยอะ
And
ปีลง
just letting the rest of his team know that B should be open with that in mind. It's not Cupid that he's considered, however.
ไม่น่า
4-on-4 with a weapon picked up. This is a huge chance for Pacific
ไม่
to
น่า
do something. Again, when the pressure is off.
I mean, perhaps they fancy themselves. Ninja's the one who's got himself a rifle as well, as we get an ultimate rip from FUT. At least that's a win for Pacific, but they want more bodies, and Cupid approaches from main.
อะไร
If he
ค้าง
can get
แก๊ป
anything done here. Really wants a distraction from that CT fight happening. You can see Zeus ready to fight off the back of this, though.
Will there be any time left for Pacific to get back into sight? Time's ticking away, and Cupid's just sitting waiting. I think right now this is a safe call for the two riflers.
I was going to say, yeah, they have the guns, so if you can just stop any kind of an escape route for FUT here, then that could be a small win in and of itself. Valorante able to get a couple from it down to the melee. Nothing more. And looking at it here, just because of the plant, actually, Cristali lives in B main, so not too much trouble for FUT, all things considered, and yeah, they have the money to fall back on here anyway. 7-1, the scoreline in their favour on the attack.
Confirmed advantage for FUT. We'd always say that typically when it was like, what, the double initiator kind of meta, it was 6 for the attack, was complementary on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, we also have to remind you all at home, Pacific need these remaining rounds. They didn't win a single round on their attack half against mates when they played Ascent before.
707
But with
สม
that being
ชื่อ
said,
ว่ะ
let's see how FUT try and extend their lead in the comms.
Gekko ya, pikli Gekko. Wait.
Araba dokunmuyorum şu an aldığımı zannetmesin diye. B'yle Deep City operatör. Lobi gelecek pikleyecek kanka buradan. GT'den. Marketini alacağım. Market gelemiyor değil mi? Gelemiyormuş. Oku alacağım. Burası mı yedi? GT pik atacağım.
Mid'de trap var. Oman A'da TP oldu beyler. A main'e dön Okan. Okan Spike'ı bırak A main'e dön.
Getu sana vermem lazım.
Drone'un yok değil mi?
Yok, reveal'ım var.
Tamam A main'e reveal atacaksın Vayne-Oko. Tek başına gideceksin. Top mid'e gel şuraya bir shock dart at başta.
Kanka Kem beni gördü beyler.
Kem seni mi gördü?
Evet.
Dönün A'ya. Dönün A'ya. A short'a dönün.
Yalandan bir de Vandal'la sıkın dikeye çattı. 3 saydı burayı.
Atıyorum reveal'ı.
Sociable มันนิ่งดีกว่า
Split yapın.
ดูมันแบบว่า
Kanka short'a flash'e
You
çıkalım.
can take
Aa,
part.
ได้เรื่องอยู่
Because you gave me the one on Lotus.
Atarsın flash. Ben de
Verdim,
Garden'a
verdim.
oyunu... Yo Garden smoke verme, Garden'a gireceğim.
Atıyorum flash'ı.
Exec smoke
ไป
attım.
ป่วนกลางคนเดียวครับ
Damlayayım.
Side'a gel, ball attım, side'a gel. Sen flash ver.
Flash atıyorum.
At.
Golü attım Under'a. Körüm. Öldü.
อุ้ยโอ้
Heaven aldım.
นินจา
Görmüyorum.
Atlar hemen.
ไม่ได้เล่น
Deme vururum. B'yle ultisi var beyler.
มุกนี้เขา
Main'e ulti
มุก
attım.
ล็อกแล้วเฮียโดนยัดแล้วสโมกตัวนี้
FUT into post plant on the A site with a man advantage now. Pacific tools in this retake, most notably 7 with the convergent
มีอัน
pass.
ตีครับ
Operator in hand, not an easy task.
No, it's certainly not, especially with Sup holding on towards this angle.
Looking glass into heaven. He will send Alorante hat straight off the head with a hole in it. And
Save
look
ดี
at
กว่า
that, Pacific want nothing to do with this. That second player down is
Save
their
เลย
call to action to disarm this retake. Get out of there, but not before Sop chases down another.
I don't think these players are going to get out with their lives by the looks of things. Sop still chasing down 7.
FUT just don't want to offer a moment of relief.
ห้าวจัด
At the very least can break his cold streak, break the ice and find his first in this map. but trailing at a score of 8-1, 7 rounds between the teams with FUT on the attack side still. Just feels like another situation which is irretrievable before you even have
วิธีหาความไวเมาส์อะครับก็
3 rounds remain
ลากอ่ะให้ได้180องศาครับแล้วรู้สึกคอมฟอร์ตพอแล้ว
try and bring things back on board and it feels as if when we get a turn of half
แบบสะบัดแล้วกลับหลังพอดีอะไรเงี้ย
they feel like a different team and they always feel like the second half is really bounced back.
Again, it's just not enough rounds to give you any belief, and I've said it a couple times already. I don't want to be this big critic of how Pacific are playing the defender side, but you know, just a trap play, a set piece, something. It feels like this game is calling out for right now when we've really not been offered
พวกนี้
any
แมป3มันช
variation.
อบอ่อนแรง
I
ครับ
mean, the simple one, right, that
มันต่อ
everyone
ต้านมา
calls is
2
the
แมปแล้ว
vision strikers, and you can
โด
do
น
a
นวด
variation with that, with the Cupid, the Omen and the Deadlock combination.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I would probably even be thinking Waddle's got that Hunter's Fury, Ninja's going to have the net up, maybe you can send 7 in through mid, something along those lines. We don't know how much thought has been put behind what Pacific are offering us here, and right now, just doesn't seem like we're getting the full extent of what this composition could offer. That only means a little.
เอเมติกแมปแรกได้ลุ้นไหม
Comp is only one
เอ
thing.
เม
That's
ติ
how
ก
you
ได้
play
ลุ้นทุก
when
แม
you
ปเลยค
get
รับ
on the server, and FUT's fundamentals have been spot on.
Famous man.
ให้เอเมติกกว่านี้
You get shot in the face, you die.
Yeah, exactly.
No way.
ย้อนหลังพับจีต้องรอลงก่อนนะครับผมต้องรอลงก่อน
One team shooting in the server right now.
It does feel that way. And again, it's that decider drop-off which Pacific have been prescribed with. 7 right at the front of it. Just a single kill for him so far. Waddle, the following act, trying to see if it can get any better for them. A 2-pronged play from Pacific in short. And a couple players to aid it from under the arch as well as the information comes through.
It's a nice refight in towards mid, and one that Pacific for a moment had the advantage. Still put back to a 2-on-2. Sociable has just seen that the bodies have reflooded back out. So when the comes in, oh no! Oh, please don't
make it
นี่ตู
stop.
เจสัตว์
And no wonder Yetaje's
เกือบ
laughing.
วางงานแล้ว
Situations like that where you just see the real worst end of some of those issues put under the magnifying glass for Pacific here. Both players drifting. EBS, how cruel are we going to be?
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's
it's not as bad. It's not as bad as what I first thought.
Makes it look like a Bond movie. It's more like Benny Hill on the replay there, but
is that the voice actor for the Vandal?
That's a reference to an episode yet to come out. Cairo farming TikToks from the green room. Gotta give your best Vandal impression to Assault.
Oh, it seems as if Pacific are trying to give us our best impression of a site defense. It's actually a fairly good ultimate, but Ninja doesn't capitalize.
เสียหายหลายแสนช็อตนี้บอกเลย
Still alive are the FUT players, but they're
แต่ว่าเจ็บ
badly
4
wounded.
And it's harsh to say, but it feels like this is one of the better rounds that Pacific have had a chance coming in too late. Waddle still with it all. They need to deal with Yetaje top mid. Oh, they just can't do a damn thing. Yetaje with a transfer that is absolutely divine. There's little rounds left to try and recover this one now, so Pacific will give it their best shot.
โคตรเดือด
banking that ult for a rainy day perhaps as the rest of FUT are cut off from main. Ninja still going as he's been picture perfect so far this series, but Sop is online this time and that's the difference maker for them. Waddle's going to drop cross Dali, but it's still that golden boy to make it happen. Waddle hasn't done enough. The time evades him as it always seems to do for Pacific. And with that FUT take 10.
A Red Bull clutch for Sop in the end. Waddle's still alive, sure, but as you said, that ultimate being kept. I just don't believe it. Yetaje should have never got this kill. And from there, I mean, Pacific start to roll their way back in. You can feel the hope rising. But once again, time is the cruel mistress in this game. And Pacific 10-1. And the belief, I feel as if there's none on the faces of these players.
Looks like we're going to see the Gravnet coming in A main here. Maybe. Not sure what the info is of.
สโมกเฟลด้วยอุ้ย
One way, perhaps into the smoke. They're trying to fight, but yeah, FUT immediately shut it down. This is the ult that we wanted to see come back through, and Waddle gets 2 kills from it.
เฮ้ย
Cooper's still very low, and that's the
เอาเรื่องอยู่ช็อตนี้
benefit of FUT. But they
แก้
start
สวย
to
อยู่
fight
ครับ
through Meadow, and
วอ
that's
ด
what Alo and Waddle is.
I mean, Waddle might go undetected for this, actually.
โอเค
For Sop, clearing him
เมื่อ
out
กี้
so
เปิดเหลือ
cleanly.
5 GG
Cognizant
ดิ
of the fact, and Cooper on the flank, cancelled. A long, winding road back to the B site where FUT can lay their hat.
Yeah, Cooper, KD player, it seems.
Okay, sure.
Nah, I'm only joking. He's gonna have
Salt
to.
in the wound, man.
Nah, that is bad. That is bad for me. 6 points of health and a Guardian in hand. He was the reason that they won
จ
the
ริง
last
ๆ จ
round.
ริง
If
ๆ
you
คอม
remember
ของ
all the way
PCF นี่
back.
ก็น่าจะรับมือฟินิกกับนีออนได้ดีนะครับผม
Cairo, it really
Has
has.
it been a long time?
It has.
แต่ยิงไม่สู้ครับตอนนี้
FUT winning 8 or so.
มันเซ็ตแต่มันไม่เล่นกับของ
time.
อ่ะไอ้เดดล็อกมันอ่ะ
Trying to bridge the gap with smoke cover, and the spam is good onto Yetajay. It's 1
Surely
kill.
not.
But while he's found his man, he's not going to find the round. There isn't long enough left to make this one feasible. Sop's just gone straight past him.
คิดว่ากันไม่ดีครับ
About the outcome, but there should be no surprises with how
ลอง
this half is
ลอง
finished.
สังเกต
11-1, utter
ฝั่ง
dominance
ของ
from FUT.
It feels
PCF
exactly
นะ
like the last series against
เหมือนมันเซ็ตของ
Gentlemen.
ทิ้งอะครับ
I mean, they didn't win Split, they won Lotus this time. Push it to a map 3 and Ascent
แล้วก็ไปเล่นแบบ
dominant. We'll find out
ไม่เล่นกับของอ่ะ
what the scoreline looks
ดูไม่
like
ค่อยมีประโยชน์เท่าไหร่
after
เดด
this
ล็อก
halftime.
Red Bull gives you wings.
อย่างน้อยดูคู่นี้ก็ไม่น่าหงุดหงิดเท่าจีนแข่งมาเล่นถามใช่เหรอมาเล่นเราลากยาวตั้งแต่จีนเลยนะไม่ปกติใครดูในม่วงนะครับย้ายไปเขียวได้เลยนะครับย้ายไปเขียวเลยนะเขาทยอยย้ายกันหมดแล้วครับฝากด้วยพินอยู่ด้านบนนะพินอยู่ด้านบนโพซิชันไม่ค่อยดีน้องจ๋าใช้ของไม่ค่อยดี ผมก็นั่งคิดอยู่สเปซล็อกมีของแสลงใช่ สังเกตป่ะเวลามันโดนสตันก็ไม่เกิดอะไรขึ้นเลยครับ มันไม่ได้แบบมีประโยชน์จากไอ้โซนิกเซนเซอร์เท่าไหร่ครับผม อืม ดีครับก้านกล้วย ดีเลยแหละโม่ไม่มีอะไรเลยอ่ะ โม่ไม่มีอะไรเลยจริงๆจีนนี่สกอร์แดงล้มผมไม่เคยได้เลยเดายากเก็บ4ก็เอาไม่อยู่
Team has so much potential, but as many would say, it's the potential team. Unlike Na'Vi, we've not seen them live up to
น้อยไปนะสวัสดีครั
any
บ
of that, really, over the last couple of stages.
เห็นแน่นอนครับผม
Right now, it's
น้อยไป
feeling
นะ
as if they will continue to be winless against one of our top 3 teams from last stage. Sop
อ้าว
setting the tempo
โอ้
of
โห
this one, but 7 in behind.
สวย
Does
จัด
well to deal damage,
แต่ได้แค่1 ครับ
nothing more than the one inflicted.
Still though, Sop not.
หมด
Oh my god.
13-1 ครับ
Unbelievable stuff.
น้องมีนะอย่าลืมไป
The
กดติด
golden
ตาม
kid
เขียวนะ
can do no wrong. Valorant, I mean, all on his own.
Saw the ace in the previous map. Valorante would have to go god
จีนตอนนี้
mode
ต้องไทย
to
รู
win
นะ
this one.
ไทยรูเอา
I learned a bit of
ตอนนี้
German. Means god mode.
Interesting.
อ่า
This time.
No, definitely
คือ
not.
โม่มันไม่มีอะไรตอบแทนสตรีมเมอร์เลยครับผมพี่โป้
Valorante has been good for a few pistol rounds.
เขียว
of
มัน
his
ค่อน
own
ข้างโอ
in
เคครับ
years
แล้ว
gone
คนก็ไป
by,
กันหมดแล้วตอนนี้
but that was in dark. And Sop wasn't even playing in Turkey at that point in time. That was a long time ago. And he's looking to finish this one out. Valorante reposition. seconds left. Not a lot of time for this.
No.
We're expecting this to be 12 for FUT, and to finish things out exactly as expected.
It's the elevation that he's got to play back into as well.
คู่หน้าเอฟนาติกครับ
FUT queuing up one of the
คู่หน้าเดือด
distinctive
13-1
dominant displays that we have seen so far this stage. A 13-1 on the cards. The only round picked up by Pacific against their bonus. This is utterly damning.
โอ้โห
And for all the improvements they made to get to this point,
ไม่น่าเป็นไปได้ที่จะ
a
ทำไป
gritty
ครับผม
overtime win that they had to dig deep
0%
for. It's all undone as easy as this when we get to Ascent. Sob's playing games, bro.
Nice!
Yeah, I think that just sums
Not
it
even
up.
Valorant. He's playing other games. He's got games on his pistol.
Ui.
Games on his pistol. So does Alorante. Sociable got Sob. Oh my god, man.
He's playing a different
Insane.
game.
He's on another level. That's how it feels for anybody who plays against him.
Ui.
An international
Yo.
female. Maybe there's not. Just Waddle left, he's low.
GG.
And it's exactly what we expected. Maybe a bit longer, but FUT are the ones to win out. 13-1, and certainly that course corrected.
GG น้องชีกดติดตามเขียวยัง1 ดูเอลสมัยนี้ไม่พอใช่ไหมไม่จำเป็นแล้วครับ ตั้งแต่แพทล่าสุดนะครับที่อินนี้มันเหลือ50 วิอ่ะพี่ว่ากลับมาเล่น2อินนี้ได้ แต่ว่ามันก็ไม่จำเป็นขนาดนั้น เหมือนตอนเนี้ยแพทไลน์เอาท์พี่ว่าค่อนข้างจะบาลานซ์อยู่นะ มันหลากหลายอยู่ครับพวกทีมที่แบบ มันจะมีช่วงที่2 ดูเอลเมตา2 ดูเอลมาใหม่ๆอ่ะพวกทีมที่มาเล่นช้า พวกแบบว่าเอมติก G2 อะไรพวกนี้แบบง่อยไปเลยจำได้ปะตอนนี้มันเริ่มกลับมาแบบบาลานซ์แล้วพอเล่นได้ สวยมากนะเชน จริงๆเป็นคน2-0แล้วบุกไม่เข้ามีคน2-0 Viperdemon เลยน้องเมฆแปะได้วะเนี่ย
Lotus, of course, like they did some magic runs. Yeah, we took. I mean, we stayed more careful there. Yeah.
There's always going to be some of those magic rounds, but when those rounds are getting away from you, when they're converting rounds, they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
What's happening in your team? What's happening in the comms?
We're just saying like we can't be losing like this. We keep saying, and then we try not to do those mistakes. But yeah, I mean, like those boys are like they support. I think they're gonna win some games against.
จำรูปเกมได้แล้วน้องจ๋า หลายวันแล้ว
Like they don't
ดู
deserve
หลาย
to
แมตช์จัด
be like winless, so to say. Like they have good
เหมือน
players
กล้อง
as
ทะลุ
well.
พื้น
They
หลัง
have
นิด
good
นิดต่อ
understanding of the game. I mean, we're playing against an opponent that
ไม่ได้เปิดไฟ
nothing
มั้ง
to
น้องบัส
lose, basically, and we. I can't say it right now, but like sometimes we're kind
มัน
of
ต้องเปิดไฟ
backing
อ่ะ
from our potential, and we gotta be making sure that we stay on our momentum. Yeah.
On a more positive note, thinking back to the beginning of that series, are you glad the team got another chance to play the split after that Navi game?
Oh yeah, definitely. We made improvements. It's on the table because like those guys are one of the best split teams in our group, so to say, and it's of course like making us happy that we converted that game. We should have ended on Lotus, but like thankfully we also made improvements on our ascent as well.
And while we're talking about the maps, I'll just say it one more time. You guys floated the summit once more. You waiting for someone to pick it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I'm up to it. Right now, this map pool is one of the best ever happened to this team, you know? Like, we were having some problems with the last map pool, but we're so happy to play in this one.
Well, I'm glad you're loving it. Congratulations on the win. It's time to send it over to your teammates over on the couch.
I'm joined with Bambino, yesterday, and Bea as well, of course. Welcome, guys. I want to catch up from London, first of all, though, because I don't think we've had a chance to chat to you yet. How was that experience for you, yesterday, finally getting to be back at the top with that finish that you ended up having?
Yeah, actually, it was amazing for me because I really missed the international stage, and also I missed to meet people other side Berlin. And it was nice, and I am so happy about my roster because they achieve international. So we have to be better now.
Yeah, for sure. And for you, Bambino, having the home crowd there as well, I guess. It was a fun experience?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the home crowd meant a lot to me. It was really special Masters for me to attend with the home crowd, you know, and it was really nice to see the crowd being loud and like, even when they were against us, just the energy in the room was so nice. So like, the fact that there's something going on is good.
For sure. I want to pick up on something that Vlad had just mentioned there. He had said that it maybe should have been a 2-0. Why wasn't it a 2-0 on Lotus?
Yeah, let's talk about Lotus.
Let's get into it.
I've got nothing nice to say about how we played on Lotus.
And that's perfect. And that's exactly what we're asking.
The truth is, it was shocking. It was shocking. Lack of discipline. We got all the basics wrong. And even then, we still should have won.
Wow.
It was a shocker. But, you know, we got some good VOD review material. And then we got to go out and play Ascent, which is always fun.
ยังไงนะน้องบัตไอ้ที่ขาวๆบนหัวนี่เหรอ
Yeah, actually, after losing some rounds, we just being more stressful.
ไม่ได้ทำนะครับเซียอเมริกาไม่เวิร์คครับ
And then we lose. So I always say, guys, calm, that's fine, but they don't hear. Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
He's like the
yin and the yang.
I think we literally have a clip. Run the clip, because it does not look like you're the one that's calm. Yeah,
I mean, between the map, Yetu's definitely the one that like will chill the boys out. Oh, mate.
Yeah, this reaction, you didn't get to see it yet, Yambir. Or maybe you did, but the way that he sprays across the stage.
And he doesn't look at this.
So this is you being calm, or?
Yeah, I mean, for our team, like when we losing, I'm always calm. I'm just trying to help them about communication.
Yeah, I think that you're doing a brilliant job with it. How we talked a little bit about London, here in the region. Tell us a little bit about the format, how it's affecting you. Do you think it's a positive, a negative? How we like it having that many games together?
I mean, personally, it's like a much faster prep turnaround, so that's a bit less fun. But I feel like we're a team that plays well when we have some momentum and we have the ball rolling. So I think for us as a team, it kind of fits as well.
Do you think it benefits you?
Yeah, I guess it was nice format.
Saying hello to Fnatic.
Yeah. Eyvallah, teşekkürler. Yeah, it was nice format, and I like to play matches like more, and it was really nice because our team was like, if we got momentum, we can play every day, but we need this momentum. So
we have it on camera now, so you said it. Get ready.
Yeah.
อ๋อที่เมื่อกี้มีคนเดินไปมันทะลุเหรอ
Summit against you today?
No,
ทำไมเป็นอย่างนั้นวะ
I mean, like, they're definitely a team
It's
that will
specific,
have,
Billy.
like, they will have a tricky summit.
Should be like an ace up their sleeve, though,
Yeah, but like,
right?
they're a good split team, and to be fair, like, credit to them. Like, I don't think they play like a winless team, and they provide a really interesting challenge and a problem to solve with this like double senti stuff that we're not seeing in the league. And so I think their split is nice actually, and so is their Lotus. So I'm not too surprised they didn't, and they stuck with their guns. I think it's good for them.
Let's look ahead as well, right? Like we went through this best of 3. There were some moments here and there, but it is not over. You have a full Turkish week this time around. You've already won against the first one, but BBL will be your next match. Thoughts, feelings, expectations, J2J?
Yeah, actually, I missed to play against them on stage, and right now we are more close, and probably Larok or the other players will be try to trash talk to us.
It's going to be loud in here that day.
It will be so nice for us, I guess. It will be so exciting match, and I hope we prep really good, and I really want to win against Turkish Derby.
I will ask a follow-up on that one, if you don't mind, because it's BBL, and then finally you have Vitality.
Yeah.
If we were to have one of those decibel machines, I don't know how they're called, you know, to measure how loud someone can scream, who do you think would win, you or Yampi?
It's not a question, is it?
Yeah, it's me, obviously.
Okay. Oh. Production, can we make a note?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I love that. Love the full confidence. Well, either way, it's been really nice having you both. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
But don't go anywhere because we are going to be right back with the second series of the day. It's KC up against Fnatic after this break.
Ematic แน่นอนให้ Ematic ครับไม่น่าพลาด
Game for both of the squads, especially because of what must be in everybody's minds. Eng left KC, or you know whatever happened there, went to Fnatic, and this is the first time that they're going to play against each other. We're seeing a KC that is hit the ground running, is looking pretty well, and as you're saying, it might have great implications because if somehow KC ends up today in 3-0, as in keeping up with the 3-0 score in the entirety of the stage, they will be in a great position to start even thinking about playoffs. So it's crazy that it's just Wednesday week 2.
Yeah, it definitely puts them maybe not quite in a comfortable position just yet when we consider all the teams that we're still to see play, but definitely puts them in a good spot. And I think if you'd asked me at the very start of the stage, like, oh, could we imagine like KC potentially finishing top of their group? I probably would have said no, given some of the teams in there.
And I wouldn't have blamed you. I wouldn't have blamed you, but as you can see, KC is the only team that ended up week 1 in a 2-0 record. FUT, we see that is now topping Group Alpha after the victory that we just had, also with those 12 points. And speaking about points, Pacific still is the only team that has not gotten a single point in the entire world.
We don't need to dwell on it. You were getting mad at me for dwelling on it. Now you're bringing it back up.
I speak about it and I'm not mad anymore because I'm like...
Hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
We'll move on into this one. We don't have to think about that for the moment. And what a better way to set the stage than to have two old friends now turned rivals. Got an interview where we caught up with Aang and Zeish. I'm here with Zeish and Aang, the coaches of these games. We were about to do an interview and you said, wait, can we get Aang in here? Wait, what is it about playing this guy right now, in this moment?
So, you know, we are really like good friends outside of the game, but right now it's like war day, so he's yapping for now, like he's making like some clowns stuff, but I cannot wait for the game. I think it's gonna be a funny one.
How do you feel about the fact that he takes over your job, and then suddenly they get 2 wins last week?
Okay, that's it.
You gonna show him who's the master though today?
To be honest, I hope it's gonna be a fun match. Like that's it, because of I feel like they have an insane form right now, and we only getting our shape back. So yeah.
And meanwhile, you gotta show the old sensei how it's
Pacific ครับ
I mean, you know,
Full
I have
Sense
a picture in
20
my
ครับ
phone with,
ปล่อยเร็ว
like,
20เลยพวกนี้
I don't remember, Turtle Ninja, you know, and like there is the
เดี๋ยว
old
น้องพัน
small one with like the old
น้อยไป
one,
นะไป
and,
เลย
like,
ครับ
people
แป๊บ
used
นึงนะ
to
ทุกคน
compare us to this, like Aang would be the old one
ตอบ
and me
ช้าห
the
น่อยเมื่อ
small
กี้
one. So like right now, like I became a head coach. I think also like
เนี่ย
to be
4-5,000
respectful,
พอดี
like of course we like
เพิ่งเห็น
fast
โค้ช
talking
แก
each
ม
other
บิ
and
ดมา
stuff, but
ใช่
I learned a lot of things from him. And like if I can do a lot of good things also today, it's because what I learned from him. So like yeah, I hope it's gonna be a good match, and like that we're gonna have a good face up and not like fight each other after it. Of course not. Like we're gonna love each other, but like yeah.
Hold on, wait, you're gonna do what now?
Nothing. I'm just pretending, bro.
Little brawl after the game. What do you think's the key to bringing him down? You know him better than maybe anyone does. How do you bring him down? How do you get in his head? Maybe with the comps.
Get in his head? You cannot get in head of someone who is crazy. This guy, like, he's not predictable. He's just like crazy, you know, like, so you just like do whatever you have to do and that's it, because you cannot predict a crazy guy. Like, would you predict a crazy guy?
It's true. It's true. No thoughts, just vibes?
Da. Yes.
Da.
Yeah.
Good luck to both you gentlemen today. I am not kidding when I tell you.
Sticker of Aang doing this.
แต่ข่าวดีคือในแรงท่านไม่กดเดดล็อกแล้วกดแต่ไวเลย์ฟินิกแชมเบอร์
diva from him.
In the words of Aang, da.
จริงปะเนี่ย
Da.
Da indeed.
Long
I just love
Lily.
the fact that Zeish specifically comes
Ka
up and he
Yu
goes,
Yu.
what, no Aang here?
สวัสดีครับ
I said,
ได้
"You
เลย
want
น้อง
Aang
พันสวัส
here?"
ดีครับผ
And
ม
he said yes. And there we go.
I seriously
Masterpiece.
cannot believe that you went to
ถ้าน้อง
Aang
จ๋า
and
ไม่ตาม
asked
พี่
him
วันนี้ก็
what
อ
you
ดแต้มครับ
asked
ผม
him to begin with. Like,
ดู
yeah,
ตัวอย่าง
he
ดู
thinks
เด
over
ย์
your
ยั
job
ง
and now they win when you
ยั
couldn't
งเล
win
ย
a single thing. Like, I wouldn't
เอฟ
be
เฟติก
just
นะ
so
น้อง
stunned because you know.
เยซี่
Like,
77
what do we even say to this?
Sometimes you gotta throw a little match on the fire.
Damn. Yeah, but Aang is a sweetheart. He's crazy.
Well, he's the one squaring up and then throwing fists in that interview. All I'm saying is let's dive into the matchup that we've got here now, because we've set the stage beautifully. I
อันไหน
think.
เนี่ย
There's a
Spider-Man
lot
หร
of
อ
history
ซูมเดย์
between
หลัง
these
เรื่องอะไร
teams.
วะ
Aang's coming over from KC, now over here. We heard Avaz and,
อ้าว
and,
อย่างนี้ก็ได้แต้มมาดิ
and Zeish both have been looking forward to this match.
เมื่อกี้สวนใช่ไหม
And now we have a KC that's looking phenomenal headed into it. So the question of, you know, who's little brother, big brother is kind of maybe in doubt.
I feel like both of these teams have quite a contrast when it comes to style and leadership. I feel like you hear moments where maybe
พี่ว่าพรุ่งนี้สนุก
to kind of micromanage the
ถ้า
rest
ตอนนี้
of
พิมพ์นี้
Fnatic
กด
in
ไว
those
เลย์
kind
ฟิ
of
นิก
team
แชมเบอ
fights.
ร์
I think he was speaking about it on the desk last week, where like it's nice to have voices
Yeah.
like Cloud and Crashies in the team that can
แม่ง
coordinate
สุด
those
ยอด
things.
ว่ะ
Whereas I think for Aves, he's very much like listening to all the ideas of the team. Not to say that Fnatic don't do this, but it feels, as we've mentioned,
ถ้า
a
พิ
lot
มพ์
more
นี่เล่น
loose
แชม
rather
เบอ
than
ร์นะ
structured. Like I feel like when I think of Fnatic, I think of methodical
ยังไง
and
ก็เดือด
structured. When I think of KC, they're really just
เล่นเหมือน
taking
KC
their
อ่ะ
own kind of style.
I love that there's so much to there's a big story behind this game
ยังไม่ได้ดูเลย
of recency, but if we look at Fnatic
หา
last
ดูที่ไหนใน
week,
YouTube เดี๋ยวว่าง
now
หา
that
ดู
they have Cloud in, what is the first match that they play against Giant X, and now KC is next. They were able to defeat a lot of demons with in that game against Giant X, but at the end of the day, are we sold on anything? Like, how much of that is that Giant X that was not ready, not well prepared, didn't have their 5 players, and also Cloud having a field day against a team that he knows better than anyone on this planet.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a buff going up against your X team though. Like it usually
when
is
you've
a
been
buff.
IGLing for them as well, it's like, oh, I know exactly everything. If there was one person that knows, it's Cloud.
The difference being Cloud was in the server last week. Obviously, Eng is going to be in the coach booth and not quite in the server to be able to do these things to his X team. But yeah, I think as you mentioned, we're also seeing Cloud jump onto different roles because, of course, similarly to how we spoke about the Pacific roster and
the
recon having to move around, we're having that in this one as well, where Crashies is that recon player. Now we're seeing Cloud jump onto things like the Sage.
You know, it is interesting because you're right, he's not going to be in the server, but I think his players are going to have a lot
แล้วแบบว่าเข้ามาช่วยเบอร์เตอร์เขา
on a stream talking to Yinsu mentioning the fact that he wasn't sure after this coaching stint that he was going to get another opportunity at this level of play, right? And so I think that there is a lot to prove for Ang, and particularly towards your old team, there's a lot to show.
Absolutely, and specifically when we speak about Eng, we've always had like the Eng method, which is like play 3,000 screens a day. Like seriously, it's like exhausting. You get one day off at Christmas just because, and because it's probably Sunday as well, and you can't work in Berlin. But we've always spoken about how important and relevant he is as a coach. But this time around, he is joining a team that already has a lot of a structure and has been known for all these things. So I guess that people are also waiting to see what is going to be the Eng effect on Fnatic.
We'll have to find out. To find out more about this match, we're going to dive into the skirmish between Cloud and Levin.
You want to play first round Sheriffs?
We can play full rifle. Rifle, full.
Only okay, let's play full rifle.
Fight!
I'm ready.
Nice.
อุ้ย
Oh, that's a nice angle.
Not this side.
I was ready for that. Oh. Oh no, you got me. Thank you. Good luck.
Dub in the skirmish to KC, and the question will be, is that going to hold going in here? Anything we want to see from the map, Vito?
I'm excited to see anything because, as I said, I think that KC is doing a brilliant job so far. And for Fnatic, everything is still a question. You know, it's not a bad team. So let's see what they've cooked up for stage 2.
Oh my goodness, we finally got it. Our first summit of EMEA. It's happening. We're playing Summit. Let's go.
That is so crazy because it's KC, the team that
They
actually
do
went to
Summit.
EWC picking the Summit. Okay. Best series of the week, everybody. Buckle up.
Actually, 2 stunned to speak. I love that from them.
Well, if you're too stunned to speak, I'm going to ask you to speak just a moment more, because in a moment we're going to be headed over our stage. I can't wait to get into this Summit. But yeah, I mean, just anything that you want to look out for, anything you think should be getting played in Summit.
Hair.
5 seconds.
Kayak's hair, definitely. That's what we should be talking about.
Kayak hair, he got a lot less of it from what I can see. But times keep changing in my ear, and the times are changing because of new maps in the pool. Summit. Thoughts?
We're staying?
We're staying.
Okay.
For a
We're
moment.
staying right now.
As I said,
I'm excited. I think it's a bold move coming out from KC, considering like they're already in such a flawless run so
such
far.
a way to surprise. And obviously, Fnatic has never been good on new maps. But you know, it's time to change things, guys. They're just looking at me. I feel the pressure.
Stare them on down because it's time for them to stare each other down on stage. It's time for our face-off.
KC ปีนี้เหรอครับดูดีขึ้นนะผู้เล่นมันดูลงตัวดิ
Fnatic not so good on the new map.
Don't ask me anything. Engen says she's hugged. I'm not okay.
ให้เอฟติกครับน้องพีเตียเฮ้ยเฮียตกใจเลยว่ะ
People promised me this would never happen.
Starting early. All right, she's lost. Billy, what do we got here?
That's okay. I feel like it's still bizarre seeing Cloud in a Fnatic jersey. Never mind Eng as well. It's odd, but
เมื่อกี้อยู่ดี
very much needed
ๆสตรีมอ่ะแม่งล็อกเอาท์
potentially having to make it
แล้วตอนที่โดนแฮ็กสตรีมแม่งล็อกเอาเองตกใจเลยใช่
which is a position that Fnatic aren't usually in. They're usually one of those dominant teams in our region. Having this summit come up as the first map for me is exciting. I want Fnatic to get back to being the team that define the meta rather than being slaves to it as they have been throughout this year so far.
It is so bold. We were speaking about it in the first series, but at the end of the day, when the entire region has been dodging the map, you do not want to be the first team who picks this map. So ballsy from the side of KC, definitely something.
แล้ว KC เลือกมาเจอไงแต่มันติกปล่อยมาแสดงว่าเตรียมมาแล้วครั้งแรกทั้งคู่ครับสมิธคู่นี้
You have a KC that's pioneering a new style of calling that's going looser, that's going a little bit more flowy into the individual
they're not
decisions.
Really pioneering.
And you have for themselves.
We can take that. Yes. They found something that works for them. Yeah.
And also you have an old assistant coach going against his head coach, now a head coach in his own right. What better way to show up your old sensei than to do it on a new map, to define a new way of playing?
Okay, so do we think that Zage knew that Eng wouldn't know how to play Summit? Is that why KC decided to play Summit?
Toxic if that's the case.
Alpha on the chamber, good days here. Cloud doubles down on the Sage. I really like the Fnatic composition, playing double Sentinel here. And for the side of KC, never mind, I think I like this even more. Harvard Viper on this map, plus Narrate on the chamber.
It's the chamber head-to-head, I think, that we're looking at here. I think Harbor on this map
incredibly underused. The Harbor is so strong.
I'm excited to see how that's utilized.
The walls on Summit, nonsensical here with Harbor. They cover absolutely everything, like for covering mid, like for covering so many places of the map. Only Harbor can do it like that.
I think starting on the defense here for Fnatic, I'm going to be looking at how Boaster's placing the stars around the map as well as the Sage lows to allow Alpha to get those deep lines.
เอฟนาติกครับคู่นี้อุ้ยแชมเบอร์ทั้งคู่ว่ะ
other than maybe the
เอฟนาติก2 เซน
Yeah, how are they fighting for those mains? Because I feel like it's super important on this map.
How proactive do we want to be with the Sage? Timings on the wall, super important. How much can you do with the chamber, knowing that you're going up against the Viper, against the Harbor? A lot of angles to lock down and a lot of visions that is not just going to be granted for Fnatic.
Well, we are breaking new trail here in EMEA, the first summit of this event. And there's no one I'd rather have at the trailhead than these two gentlemen, Tom Biz and Mitch Man. Take it away.
Well, you know us, Mike, you'll never get lost. It's time to dive into this match, and I am so excited, Tom, because looking at Fnatic and KC, talking about the old coach of KC leading Fnatic, of Fnatic always being the team that sets the meta, and now KC come in, and they pick the new map against Fnatic. It could be a mistake, but as Aang said, they're still trying to find their form. And his old team of KC went from 0-5 to 2-0. This is a big turnaround and the biggest test. Aang to get back in the saddle. And for Fnatic, the comp is cooked up. Seems to have a lot of benefits when it comes to the defense side, especially on a map that already looks quite hard to attack on.
Well, yeah, I think we know that about Aang in general. His defensive side setups have always been very good, even going back to the Gambit days, but the attack sometimes goes amiss. Already, though, seeing some of that battle for middle. It was talked about a lot when this map was released, that having control on at least one side of the map
แม่งจัดมาแบบโคตรดิเฟนต์อะพร้อมอะ
looks to try and roam that in terror. I'm excited to see how the buttons are going to be utilized as well. We know how important sectioning off some of those angles is going to be, but Alpha is not shying away from the fight just yet. And in fact, it's going to be crashing to meet Sugetsu.
วิปแบบไม่น่าให้อภัยครับ
Important to take this
เลือ
control,
ดเต็ม
but more importantly, they heard Alpha here take a step. So coming back with force to clear it out. And now big advantages stacking in favor of KC. The doors close on B and towards middle. This is going to be a straight up blitz to the B site. Reinforcements harder to get there. And it's going to be on Cloud, the Battle Sage. He's delivered so many times already in the game that we saw him play for this banner. Now he's slipped the net, he's made it past, and he's whiffed every shot. It looks like KC are a shoo-in to take this across the line. Alpha will try his best to recover.
That's that left all onto Boaster. The wrap around will gift him one, but that is all she wrote for the pistol. And I'll be honest, from the way the pistol round
started, like very heavy control
coming out from KC.
ถ้าไม่วิปไม่ชนะไปละเนี่ยช็อตเนี่ย
Play this how I thought they would, like really battling for that middle control, especially having the ability to section off so many angles with that Viper, and of course with Dossier on the harbor. But they double back. They take the control early. They leave a player in, and then they rotate back into that mid presence. And you can see how much ground you can get splitting to either side of the map. I feel like it's going to be such an important, imperative part, because getting into either site through the tight main choke, it feels like a death sentence.
No, straight towards the B site for KC. This is one of the more dangerous rounds.
เอ้ยลืมไปเอฟนาติกดูเอฟนาติกต้องดูให้จบครับต้องดูยาวๆลืมไม่ต้องเครียดใครเอฟนาติกไม่ต้องเครียดเครื่องติดช้าอยู่แล้วเนี่ยเราวอลไวเปอร์เซตอันนี้ไม่โคตรกดดันไอ้อะ
containing the other side of the map and going back late. That slow is going to cause problems though, and I'm not sure Kayak's going to, or sorry, Levin's going to get out of there, and indeed he won't. Taken down by the Classics. This is already getting a little dangerous.
เอฟนาติกเหลือเจนโอ้โหไม่น่าขนาดนะครับผมเจนนี่รับอย่างเดียวไม่ไหวแม่งนั่งดูบอลเฮ้ยทรมานจัดมานั่งดูสเปนบุกอุ้ยอ้าวเป็นไง
And hell, we said it. It's difficult to attack on this map, and Eco presents a lot of danger. But I loved what Fnatic
ตารางมันแล้วแต่ทีมครับคือมันมีช่วง EWC มาใช่ไหมครับมันมีช่วง EWC มาตารางแข่งมันก็เลยแบบเพี้ยนไปหมดเลยแบบตารางมันแน่น
But I think for him, for both of these coaches, such an emotional investment. Yeah, they're going to be friends after the game, but during it, they're going to hate each other.
Maybe even for an hour.
ข่าวแมตช์ที่แล้วลั่นจัดใช้คำว่าแบกได้เลย
1-1. Fnatic with a huge upset round now get the chance to do the same. I do think, especially in early days of a map, especially first officials, I think the splitting up and looking for clues technique has a lot more risk. Because people are going to be able to get away with way more cheekier, riskier plays, even if you may not have seen them so much in the scrims. I think that's where KC have truly
ข่าวเป็นเฟกครับจริงๆเล่นอินนี้ได้หมดอะข่าวอะทั้งอินนี้รีคอนทั้งอินนี้เฟกอะ
Narrate's been fantastic. Well, there you go. Didn't even get to finish the sentence before Boaster's head is ripped off. And I don't think I need to tell you about how good Alfie can be.
We saw it in the last round.
เนี่ยไอ้วอร์เนี่ยเดี๋ยวมันต้องสร้างเรื่องให้เอฟนาติกสักทีเว้ยเนี่ยโซยมันอยู่ในไซส์นะโอ้
It's that little heal. He'll be back up to 100 in just a moment. Slow down behind as well, so no support for Levin as he falls. And Cloud working his way towards the ult. There it is.
บ้าไม่เก็บไป4ไอ้เหี้ยหมด
Will be more than happy to pay. This should have been a 2-0 start with contention in this round.
เอฟนาติกวินแบบ1กว่าซับครับจัดไปครับผมแมปของ KC ด้วยแต่แบบเขาลบเก่งนะ
Good things in this scenario is firstly the res, but also because you want an eco
ที่บ้าจัด
you might look at this normally if this was your like second round conversion and go, oh,
น่าจะไม่ต้องถามแล้วว่าข่าวเป็นไงแล้วนี้ให้ภาพมันเล่าเรื่อง
have already built up quite a few credits. Now they have a res to come into the next round with. Another solid showing in a round from Cloud as well, who, as we saw mentioned, had a great first week with Fnatic. Obviously only
ต้องซอการหรือเปล่าซอการไม่ถูกสักนัดเลยนี่แหละไอ้แชมเบอร์มันต้องยิงเนี่ยแหละครับมีจังหวะเดียว
aggressive stance from Alfie, but that's the value of having that chamber. He's able to escape.
That's exactly it. You see him go so much more aggressive even as the util's thrown his way. And then he's not only able to escape, able to get healed up as well by Cloud. Rez still in the back pocket for Fnatic. We don't want to see too many overextensions if you're going to pull that into play, but with the mid door down, Cloud doesn't have much to do. He's chosen to go and join the crew towards the B site, and it looks like he's made the right call. It certainly looks that way to him. He heard the Prowler just seconds ago go right past.
ใช่วันนี้ไปดูที่งานครับน้องชิน
Flown in a different direction.
มีใครไปหรือเปล่าครับพวกนี้
Kayak's about to find out.
He's going to move the second the wall breaks. That was why he was on that side. He knew they were locked in for the moment, but now looks to join his teammate just around the corner.
It's a double thing?
Fact is, though, yeah, it feels like KC are more than happy to try and play with this middle control. I like the trap
ก็เดี๋ยวไลฟ์ครับผม
If anybody walks
เดี๋ยว
into
ไล
that
ฟ์เดี๋ยวไล
many
ฟ์
steps are heard, it gives alarm bells over to crashes. But yeah, it seems like they're going to go back, and go back again. But they're still walking right into the arms of Kayak, who's ready and waiting, but only one.
And Narrate as well have been waiting the entire round for someone on Fnatic to get aggressive, to push towards the spawn. The very thing that's happening now for Crashies, but it's way too late. This big fake from KC didn't seem to have worked out, but now they've got themselves the site. The res is possible here for Cloud, though. And the flank indeed, if they can draw the eye with that res, it could be their round.
แต่ว่าเป็น4-3ดีเทคครับ
To really deal damage without a massive
โอ้
risk.
โหยากกว่าดอทไลน์ไม่มีอันเตี่ย
Reckoning. Timing is going to be important, and well,
ยากเลย
has at least forced them back.
อ
But
อก
do
มา
they
แม่
know
ง
about that second player? They're looking for it. Good work from Dosia. And now can create a little bit of additional space for himself around the back of that site. Cloud knowing he needs to break through this quickly, but even still he's walking back into the hands of Dosia again. He did enough in this round, it seems, but still comes down to Aves. It's another round on the board for KC, and we're equal once again.
It was such an interesting idea from KC. We've already seen them in the anti-eco play spread on the map. So I sort of expected them, after being punished so hard, to avoid that play, at least for a couple rounds. But here, they come in with the idea to early fake the B site, pressure the A site, embed 2 players, one on each of the angles on A, then go back in the other direction, use their harbor wall and their neon to fake out that B site. And then go back in the other. I mean, this was a wild looked overcooked, but it worked out wonderfully in the end. And Doja checking for the flank is well.
Oh, the same fight once again, and no matter how quick Althea could normally be, he's not quick enough on his escape mechanism this time around. Of course, Fnatic's extra credits have been thrown into this one. But with that early man advantage, rushing through this choke.
ถ้าจากเพิ่งตัดผมวีกเนี่ย
Have quite a lot of risks about it. Of course, they're going to break the door, remove one of those more aggressive angles, more awkward angles to clear. But you'd expect if they are going to go this way, I was going to say
เดี๋ยวพูดถึงพวกนี้หน่อยคือมีคนเมื่อกี้มีน้องบอกว่าพิมมี่เล่นแชมเบอร์อยู่ช่วงเนี้ยคือลองสังเกตพร้อม KC แต่ละแมปอะพี่ว่าเหมาะกับฟูเซนอยู่ถ้าพิมมี่แบบไม่ต้องจับสไนด์อะพิมมี่เล่นแบบเล่นโลนาเล่เลย
Well, the advantage has quickly faded for KC. They've got some mid control for their trouble. And breaking the door after Levin makes it through. That's a beautiful idea, but it doesn't look like anyone's been caught in that trap as Fnatic play back towards the site. Now push up in A main, it looks like Boaster's going to take very aggressive control, and this is perfect. They're swapping positions with KC, but leaving the attackers surrounded.
Well, one door shuts. Of course. Everybody at this point has already passed the angle. Cloudy's been waiting the entire round.
ฮัลโหลครับมาให้โดนยัดเพื่อนแจ้งละยัด 1
He knows there's another guy coming.
ไอ้เชี่ยยิงทันได้ไงวะ
It's been difficult, but now everybody on the other side is waiting and watching. Fnatic reclaim their lead, and it really does feel like obviously
ลองนึกภาพดูนะของ KC อะแต่ละด่านอะแม่งเหมาะกับผู้เล่นอะสไตล์ผู้เล่นตอนนี้ที่เสริมมาได้ฟาดมาอะไรเงี้ยเหมาะอยู่เขาเดือดจัดเล่นดีครับผมที่ดูขนาดแบบว่าใจแอนสภาพขนาดนั้นมันยังทั้งสั่งทั้งยิงอ่ะอันนี้แบบพอมาอยู่ในติดปุ๊บแม่งไม่ต้องสั่งใช่ปะยิงอย่างเดียวแล้วก็ช่วยโบสคอช่วงมิดลาวคอคือในติดแม่งดีเลยแล้วอย่างเงี้ยมันจะทำให้โบสเล่นง่ายขึ้นครับโบสไม่ต้องแบกรับไว้คนเดียวมีคราวมาช่วย
KC coming into round 6. Not a lot to work with to make Zeish happy. With the tour de force activated by Narrate, is their best opportunity. A few sheriffs in play as well. And it looks like, again, we will see somewhat of a fake. You see Levin towards this B site, with the spike and the pack towards A.
ใช่แล้วน้องเหมียวพี่
That's one of the more
คือพี่
interesting things about this
ได้
map
ทุกแมป
choice
เลย
in
ครับผม
general.
พี่
Like,
นั่งดูนั่งคิดอยู่
because I expected the teams to be picking Summit to be underdogs.
คร่าว
Like,
นะครับ
I would go
มาแทน
into a
เว
game and go,
กัส
okay,
ครับ
they're picking this because they're an underdog. Or if like a
ส่วน
massive
ส่วน
favorite
C
wants
Wop
to
เป็นนาวี
practice.
C Wop
Whereas
ก่อน
in
เว
this
กัส
case, because of form and what we've seen recently from KC, I put these two teams level.
C Wop เป็นเหมือนมา
So
ส
them
แตนด์อิน
picking
เฉย
this either, in my opinion, makes them believe they need an upset map like Summit, or that in scrims they've been incredible at it. And well, only time will tell. If it's that they believe they're an underdog, I'm a little bit worried because I think that Fnatic, especially versus GX, didn't look their best.
ด่านนี้
It's week
กัน
one
ครับผม
after an extended break. That can happen, but KC have looked hot to the touch so far.
That's big damage by Alpha. He's found himself one, slowed down the push, and 8 seconds left to get that spike planted. KC need to pick up the pace. A kill on the planter here will
เดี๋ยวลองจบ
seal
ครึ่ง
the
เดี๋ยวลองไป
deal
ดู
of the
ใน
round,
จีน
but
ดู
Fnatic are
ใน
playing
จีนมันเล่นเยอะละ สแตทมันน่าจะนิ่งละจะได้รู้ว่าแมปกัน
his hands
เอ้า
visible. Sugetsu thought
ไอ้
he
เหี้ย
was
หัว
safe
โผล่
in the cove. Maybe thought he could fight back from there, and that's a big problem for Alpha.
Yeah.
อุ้ย
Running through that wall is going to be nasty.
ผมไปนะเลศ
Up with one.
Yeah, considering the buy, it's going to all be about damage, but realistically,
Yeah.
it's just that singular kill, a comfortable close to the round for Fnatic. But those are the sort of rounds we want to see, with the early back and forth, the early damage that was able to be done with just pistols alone. To come out with 4 players standing, build up those
จ
credits
ริง
once
ๆสกาย
again.
ก็ได้เพราะว่า
But
คอม
now
มัน
is
ไม่
where
มี
we'll
แฟลช
see the buy back up for KC.
แต่พาวเลอร์ก็ดีเพราะว่า
It wasn't really around
โค้งมันเยอะ
really
แบ
long
บนี้
for KC in, and Fnatic did well. I mean, from the very start, they were using up smokes.
ที่เฮ
blocking
ทั
that
น
main.
เตอร์
Nobody
นา
knew
เล่
where
มัน
they
บ้า
were
จัด
at.
อะ
And it felt like the first minute and a half of that was KC. And understandably, when you have just a couple sheriffs, classics, but they're saying, all right, Narrate, go find something. We're going to wait for you. We're going to maybe pressure mid while you sit in A main. We're going to play towards this B site, run the
พาว
fake.
น่าจะเป็น
You'll find value.
1-3-2-2
And that wasn't
เอ้ย
because of lack of
1-3-2-3
trying. Fnatic refused to give over any opportunities. A
ตอน
timeout
เงิน
called here by KC as well. We could see Zeish wasn't happy with how things are going. This is his chance to
ไอ้
remedy.
คนที่ส่งเสื้อแมนยูให้ซอการ์ดเนี่ยเขาจะตัดจริงเหรอ ตัดจริงนี่ชิบหายเลยนะ
It's going to be fairly important, but also what I was talking about, like you go back in history of VCT Emea, and it is a very one-sided history that goes the way of Fnatic. But you then look back to EWC qualifiers that we saw not long ago, that best of 5 where I think it was KC going 2-0 up, almost throwing it all away and then coming back and closing.
เรียบร้อยเอ้ยมีใครสนใจไหมเดี๋ยวเปิดหลอดช่วยกันหุ้นไหมช่วยกันเติมหลอดหน่อยซื้อเสื้อลิเวอร์พูลส่งให้ซอการ์ดกันปะลงขันไหมแบบลงขันกันหน่อยไหม
So for them going for a pocket pick, it had me excited. Thus far, we haven't seen much from the pocket pick. So I
ผม
want to
ว่า
see
แฟลช
what
แบบนี้
ideas
ไม่ค่อ
they
ยคุ้ม
have,
กับ
especially
ไม่
with
ค่อยคุ้ม
Fnatic
ถ้าไม่
going
ใช่
on to
KO
the attack side. If you're not foolproof in your
อ๋อ
plans,
ได้แล้ว
and it
ได้
comes
ชุด
down
ลิเวอร์
to
พูลแล้ว
mid-round
อ๋อ
calling,
ได้แล้วไม่ต้องละ
Fnatic are going to win.
The other thing is looking at form for KC. You know, you say this is the best chance to beat them, and reality is it's the first time that if they win, I won't sit there and go, oh, that's an upset, or that's a bad map.
คือ FC ส่งให้เหรอ
This looks like even footing, or maybe even favorites off recent form. KC have been playing
เนี่ยเอา
extremely
เรื่อง
well.
จัด
And to start this round out, it is no different. A double
เอเวอร์
opening.
โอ้เอเวอร์ตันน่าจะห่างไกลไป
Blitz in
แชมป์
towards
ตัวนี้
this A site. There's still a res online for Cloud. If they decide to give up this space, you'll be fighting an extra man. You know that for sure. I still expect them to finish on A, but the patience from KC, they play that freeze just to put doubt into the minds of
ปืน
Fnatic.
กลก็ได้สไนก็ได้ครับจังหวะนี้
A lot of fallback angles.
Ui.
Positions that can be taken. And Cloud again does well, but he tries to switch
ตอนแรก
up.
นึกว่ายิงเสร็จนึกว่าจะสโลว์เว้ย
Weapon actually ends up dying into his own, or diving
ถ้า
into
ส
his
โลว์
own
นี่ได้ต่อ
arm
แน่นอน
utility,
เมื่อกี้
but didn't affect him too much. Bolster ahead of the curve, but
Retake
Levin
ยาก
is
จัด
well
ดูดิ
aware. Another big round for the Neon.
ไอ้เหี้ย
And Evers
retake
is
โคตร
there
ยาก
to close things out. After the pause, a much more confident round, but again, that feels more off the basis of Fnatic's aggression. I want to see in those slower rounds if it will still work out for KC.
Well, that's the main thing. When you look at this squad so far, 2-0 in
แต่
the
หรือว่า
season,
มัน
a
ก็เข้ายากเหมือนกัน
complete
ครับ
turnaround. And they start this map out a little shaky. It does look like a mistake, you know? Just thinking of history, to play a new map up against Fnatic, to pick it is another thing entirely. And for Zeish, well,
เฮ้ยทุกคนในม่วงครับผมอย่าลืมฝากไปกดติดตามอันนี้ไปด้วยนะครับผมหรือว่าดูในนี้ก็ได้นะ
They need to do it again. Fnatic back up with a full buy. Alfia standing, waiting for this contact, and he'll end up
เขาทยอยไปกันหมดแล้ว
everything at him to ensure he'll have no
ฟาวฟอร์ม
impact,
ดีครับผม
and still he finds
ถือ
what
ว่า
he
เอ็ม
needs.
ติดเลือกถูกคนนะ
Trade back
เลือกได้ดี
Media, though. Dossier has been on fire so far
มา
this
ช่วย
game.
คอด้วย
A
ฟัง
lot of
ใน
the time,
วอย
Honda
คอม
players suffer with their individual ability, but not him. He's looked great so far. With the Vipers pit up, cutting off a lot of the rotations.
Spike planted.
I was going to say it becomes very difficult, but it seems like they're just giving up on that. Maybe
ศึกศักดิ์ศรี
expecting
แม
at
ตช์
this
นะ
point
บอกเลย
that
แพ้ไม่ได้
Fnatic aren't going to be giving too much over. Bear in mind the credits are fully dissipated for FNC. And while they have no choice really but to hold on, I like the switch up of pace as well. Like the KC, we sort of mentioned it. There's a lot you can do with mid control and these sort of slow rotations back and like the back and forth they were doing in some of the early
โบ๊ทบอกว่า
rounds.
ดึกแล้ว
Last 2 rounds they've just gone, yep, we're going to hit A.
รีเฟกไม่ทันเมื่อกี้
If they're going to try and
ไม่ต้องตกใจ
all these other positions on the map, they're going to struggle to slow us down, and they did.
Yeah, it definitely looked like, again, looking at the frustration from Zeish, I don't know if the game plan wasn't being followed, if maybe they were doing it too frequently, overcooking it a little bit. I'm not sure what was going wrong. But I do understand the theory behind it. You're looking at this as every side is difficult to push
ขอ
through
คอ
so
ม
many
นี้หน่อย
nooks
เพื่อ
and
แบบ
crannies
ห
to
นึ่ง
find
ดูเอ
into.
ล
So what do? You push and pull the map. You get them to move like an
ถ้า
accordion,
ส่วน
and
ตัวพี่
eventually
นะ
they'll
พี่ให้
stick
ไซ
on
เฟอร์
that
ว่ะ
last fake. They'll never expect the triple fake. I get it.
ไซเฟอร์นีออน
KC? No, it was a
ไว
Fnatic
เปอร์
solo.
เฟดฮาร์เบอร์
But now taking the more direct approach, although that is kind of where we worry about this map,
ไม่ค่อยชอบ
how difficult
Chamber เท่าไหร่
it can be to play straight into sites. It has worked. Now
ก็
Fnatic are taking the leaf out of KC.
เขียวคือมันเหมือนม่วงสมัยก่อนอ่ะมันมีผลตอบแทนมันมีรายรับให้สตรีมเมอร์
Even get to click his TP.
ม่วงไม่มีครับผม แล้วก็ลองสังเกตดีๆนะครับภาพม่วงแบนด์วิดต์ในไทยมันโดนจำกัดครับภาพมันจะไม่ชัด ภาพมันจะแตกๆหน่อย
realizing the danger of this round and already clearing out enough positioning to get rid of the door. Of course, you can drop down
ชัดสุดมันจะไล่มานะจะมี
to the left. Pretty similar
ฟ้าคือซูปนะ
what you see
เขียว
on Lotus,
แดง
but obviously with a big door in the way of
ลองเอาภาพเปิดมาเทียบดูกันครับมันไล่ความชัด
already
มาเลย
looking to rotate in. Now he has to question
วิโต้โหดครับ
whether
วิ
he
โต้โหด
wants to put this operator into this
คา
round
จักรใช่
or
คา
save it
จักร
for the
ต้อง
next.
เครื่องร้อนก่อน
I think
แต่ถ้า
that's
เครื่อง
where
ร้อ
you're
น
gonna
ปุ๊บ
waste
ยาว
space
คา
for
จักร
other players. Alfia wants that backstab, maybe trying to hold them in, and Doshi's gone down as well. Although the time is ticking, with the man advantage, there's much more of a likelihood of them getting back into positioning down into that 2v2 scenario, and Levin is also going to activate his ult, but the spam is perfect. That was enough to close out this
ชิป
round.
หายแล้วครับผมวินติกเฮ้ย
And KC with a lead once again.
That was big by Sagazio on the flood into the B side there. You can see that Fnatic are still
ไม่
getting
โดน
comfortable when it comes to this map. Like
เศษได้
a smoke
จริงๆเศษนี่ได้ทุกแมปเลยตั้งแต่
throw the reveal to try to punish them on the run out. So once they emerge from the smoke, they should be revealed. But they're not because there's
ใช่มันคือม่วงยุคทองตอนนี้ครับผมถูกต้องกันกล้วย
to an angle they could be seen by it. The haunt has disappeared, and they get the site for free. Valuable piece of utility thrown into the wind, and it's a micro mistake, not something we regularly see from Fnatic. And I do think that's just a symptom of this map being so new. We'll see that change, but for now, it's given KC the advantage. They'll leg up in a 5-4. Still that full buy for Fnatic though, and I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Alpha hit that form. He's due around.
อุ้ย
Okay, Levin's not
นี่ไง
quick enough.
น้องเล็กตื่น
And neither is Dossier on the
เป็น
trade.
เรื่อง
They knew the Alfia would be just around the corner, but he was ready for that second player. Well, a two-man advantage of Alfia alone.
Bring them down.
Even still, though, they are slowly making their way towards this B site.
เขาเรียกว่าสารต่อตำนานกีสปอปจากเดิม
A spam could
ตัวตายตัวแทน
close the door and leave him alone, but maybe
เฮ้ยรู้
Crashes alone is enough. In fact, it will be. He was so wary about playing.
ซุยมันโดนไอ้นี่อยู่มันไม่ได้ยินเสียงไว้โดนยิงจากไหนเพื่อนตายเมื่อกี้เห็นปะ
With again, probably a save.
แม่งน่าจะสื่อสารกันลำบากอยู่
He could go for it. He's got credits.
ยังไม่ค่อยชินแมป
Give them an op.
But he hasn't got credit. He's got 250 credits. But yeah, the team does. There's plenty there to work with. Drop over a rifle. But for a 1v5, you know, maybe it's a 1v3, sure. Maybe if he has a spike, sure. But too many conditions stacked against him. And so he will go. Another round in favor of Fnatic. And a tie up the question. Only is can Narrate make it out with the weapon? And, well, now the answer should be yes. The only player close by is Crashies. He's deciding not to even push him, which I think is a wise choice here.
With their own, with their own finances, it makes sense. Like I think if they had a few more
แล้วตอนที่นาเล่ย้ายไปเซ็นนะของโซคือแบบพี่คิดว่าที่นาเล่ไม่ต้องไปกอบกู้เซ็นแน่นอนเพราะฟอร์มนาเล่ตอนอีมีอ่ะก่อนย้ายไปเซ็นฟอร์มโคตรดีอ่ะย้ายไปสักพักอ่ะดราม่า
There's so many fallback angles that you can take. You can literally
ไหวครับพรุ่งนี้ฟูเซนไหวแน่นอน
In fact, we've already watched
แต่ตอนนี้เอาเอโนติกแบบนี้ก่อนตอนนี้ช่วงนี้ตัว F กำลังมาครับผมวันนี้พุทเอโนติกฟูเซนฮะ3 F รวดเลยคิดว่าด่านกันนะถ้าจะไม่ปิดสถิติด่านกันเดี๋ยวจบตอนฮาล์ฟไทม์เดี๋ยวจะไปดูสถิติที่จีนให้ครับตามาเลโอกำลังโดนทัวลงเฮ้ยยังไงอ่ะรอฟังหน่อยดิผมเปลี่ยนเป็น KC แบบ1 วินครับย้ายเรือทันจริงปะเนี่ยโอเคฮะย้ายไป KC ก็ได้ครับผมเรานี่โลเลเหมือนกันนะแต่ได้อยู่ตอนรูปเกม KC นี่อยู่นั่นเลขกำลังมานี่ดูไลน์อัพเฟสแบบนี้มี2ไซส์เลยเอก็มีโคตรโกงอ่ะจังหวะแบบเซตสโมเข้ามาแล้วแบบปาไปอ่ะได้ยิงฟรีแน่นอนจังหวะแรก
The remaining couple again it feels like it has to be a save scenario and okay Kayak is a little bit ahead of the curve he is going to be able to kill off Sugetsu
FPX
with a res there might be a temptation it's just looking at the positions of where players could be resed
ไปเล่นมุกไทยกับมาดิตอนดู GC เฮ้ยชิปหายแล้วลีโอไม่น่าเลยวะเดี๋ยวนี้เรื่องพวกนี้มันละเอียดอ่อนนะโฟล์เปิดกว้างมันเอามาพูดเล่นไม่ได้แล้ว
Take a glance at the credits. Alpha is pretty low, but has an ultimate to work with, so it's not like they'll be missing any pieces if he does go down. But I think he's happy with how many weapons he's removed from KC. Not that it'll make much of a difference. The next round being the last of the half.
Wow, 6-5. The back and forth of this map continues, and nobody really able to get a foot.
ก็แย่อยู่นะเรียกบับเบิ้ลบี
within EMEA, we don't really know where this map is going to land in terms of if it's very one-sided to one side of the map, so I might be having a great half or a horrific one.
ไม่มีเด็ก KC ว่ะ
You're going to learn the most from your play in these official games. And obviously, for the most part, if you're in the same group,
หมายถึงที่เล่นแบบนี้ใช่ไหม
against them. And nobody really does that, and unless they're insanely confident or quite bad. So those will be the likelihood that neither of these teams have played against each other just yet.
เล่นรอบไป10แล้วอะ
Tour de force, as you mentioned.
ยังไม่จบครึ่งแรกเลยอีก1 เม็ดมีอันติครับ
Doesn't hold the most value.
Double up in a different sense, yeah. A Kimbo. Well, not quite, but
you get the quick switch at least.
Yeah, it's true. Second shot makes it almost like an outlaw.
New outlaw or old?
ต้องเอาแท็บแชมเบอร์มาแก้เลยไอ้วอลไวเปอร์เนี่ยโคตรแสบ
New outlaw. I'd say he's got the new outlaw.
Is it inaccurate? Is it inaccurate?
อุ้ย
Sugetsu's in the corner. Cloud.
รอบพอบจัดมีเคราเฮียวิโดนนะน่ะไม่ตายครับแต่มีอันติยังไงก็ได้วางมันไม่ยอมกดไงไอ้ดอทไนมันไม่กดจุดอยู่ดิอะไรของมันถ้าเมื่อกี้มันกดหยุดตรงกล่องว่ะจบแล้วได้เล่นแล้วแม่งปล่อยสุดเลยไม่เป็นอย่างนี้ไม่เป็นจบละ
If Boaster gets this kill, it should be round over, but it seems like Abbott spotted him. It doesn't matter.
สวัสดีครับน้องบาราบูมตอนนี้4ครับผม
He needs this kill within seconds, and he does get it, but he's not going to be quick enough to turn.
ยังครับยังไม่เนิร์ฟเอารอแผ่นนี้
6-6, dead even in
ผ
our
มดูมา
first
นาน
half of
เพิ่ง
Summit.
รู้ว่าไม่ได้ซับ
Let's see if anybody's
แล้ว
learned
ฝึก
anything
เล่น
ready
วา
for
โล
that
ของ
second
คลิป
half.
พี่นะ
Yeah, indeed.
เอ้า
Well, look, here's the thing. We've had a lot of
หมายถึง
expectations
ซับ
around
ใน
this
YouTube
map,
ใช่
and
ไหม
I don't quite know where
พี่
it
เพิ่งปรับเป็น
sits,
แบบว่า
but
ต้อง
we're
ต้อง
not
กด
the
ซับ
only
ถึงพิม
ones
พ์ได้
who've had thoughts about it. In fact, we sat down with some of our
แล้วเรา
players
ไม่ได้
early
ซับได้
on
อย่างไรครับ
to
น้อง
ask them what they think of Summit. Take a look at this.
แฟนนี้เป็นผมเศร้าอ่ะพี่ทวิตฝรั่งบอกวูดเป็น average player ไปแล้ว จริงๆเป็นเพราะว่าทีมตอนนี้ครับผมโนเวอรี่ถ้าทีมมันอินเซนต์5 คนน่ะมันก็จะเก่งขึ้นครับผม
how tight some of the corners are, especially in more so city spawn, like in that area.
It's looking like a huge map, but also too hard to attack because the side entrance is always so tight.
Yeah, the map is really pretty. I love the colors. Nothing's too bright. And I think when maps aren't too bright and I can see the outlines of players, it's a map where I really thrive on.
How at some points it's way too open in some areas, and at the same time in some of the areas it's way too claustrophobic.
You can shoot the doors, to close the doors and stuff, which is cool.
And you cannot open them back. So it's like new mechanic in the game, which I don't know if I like, we'll see, but it's something new, so probably it's gonna be fun.
Welcome back, folks.
พี่โบวันนี้ก็ดูไม่ค่อยปราดเปรียวเท่าไหร่วันนี้ดูสโล
Sure. Answer was it was a great half for the viewers at home because we enjoyed watching every single round of it. We don't know where these teams sit. Have Fnatic done enough? Have KC fallen short? I don't know. Let's find out. We're gonna get back into the game, and for Fnatic, it's onto the attack side. Good half out of Cloud, but the highlight.
แต่เมื่อกี้ลอสนายแม่งหน้าอันติฮาร์เบอร์แล้วกดหยุดว่ะเมื่อกี้แตกอะนะยังไงก็แตก
Yeah, I think it's very easy to sort of sit there and go like, okay, he's playing the harbor, he's probably not statistically going to do that well. I think that's been a curse. Like we saw Profek a second ago, that man likes to complain a lot about having to play harbor because it does normally damage your ability to frag, but he seems to be doing absolutely fine. One thing I did note though, and it's something that's going to be interesting maybe for Althea or Boaster, whoever's going to be lurking, Sugetsu is getting picked off a lot because a lot of the time you are having pressure on one side of the map at least. But we've also got Viper on the defense, and I think that's always an interesting talking point. Maybe not as interesting as the chamber-on-chamber action. There's already, we're going to see a couple, but then the trades are back immediate. Advantage now, one way. Ooh, I think Sugetsu got sort of seen before he got past that, but you know, he's fine. He lived.
Crash is in a good position here. It seems like Aves was going to go walkabouts and try to link up with this A-site push. Get there early to help out the defense, but Fnatic have slowed this down, and, well, in the 4 versus 3, they're doing the right thing. Wall goes back up, and again, we saw this wall on the attack, but we didn't get to see it used on the defense in that first half. Fnatic playing without it, and this is interesting to give them a lot of control down bottom mid and in A main, just to make those first fights so much more difficult for Fnatic. Hasn't been that difficult. They've got the advantage, but maybe not for long.
They both know each other's there now. It was the element of surprise that Aves had initially, but
30 seconds
didn't
left.
seem to catch Crashies at all. And as said, these are the sort of moments where you normally talk about Fnatic doing their best work. Boaster just selling a full-on ruse. Look at him. He's shot the button. He's gone, look, the wall's gone down. Smoke up. Oh. Yeah, I think Penny's now dropped for Sugetsu, but he needs to kill off Boaster. They have done that relatively quick. Left. They've also then implanted another player in Crashies, though. Do they check for this one? If they get this kill, maybe there's a chance of them winning the round, but it's not a trade that goes favorably. They would have liked to kill him off without losing anybody else now for Kayak and Cloud. Well, with angles already sectioned. Again, there has to be a little bit careful with how aggressive they're being.
He's made it all the way past. I mean, put it this way. If he picks Cloud and goes straight for the defuse, Kayak's going to have to sprint. He's on the right character for it. Give you that. And the tap, that should be the end. Cloud on the swing, and you can hear how close the steps were from Kayak. 7-6 for Fnatic. The lead is theirs again.
Yeah, these are sort of the things I'm talking about when I say that Boast is very good at playing the mid-rounding. Sure, it probably was a little bit closer than he would have liked, but it's just like, okay, you're going to wait out there. I'm going to sell pretty much a perfect ruse on this side of the map. He didn't even know that both players were there, but neither of them were going to move while he's doing all of that. And then they get the plant for free. They put the wall down. It means that a player has to run all the way around and stand basically perfectly in the open with no chance of an easy fight. That was very comfortable. And if that's how this continues, yeah, it's a little bit worrying for KC's map pick, but it's only round one. Plenty more to come.
Well, round two. Narrate with a headhunter in hand has already dealt death to one! Ooh. And he saved at the last second his kayak as the wall shut down. It's going to allow him to get back up to full health, and what could have been an awful advantage to give away ends up as still a pretty workable position for Fnatic in the post plan.
Well, the jumping right-click classic over the top of the Sage wall, to my surprise, did 0 damage. But maybe that'll work out next time for Zagetsu. Kayak's position. Okay, never mind. We're talking about Cloud. Another couple. Alfia there to support him. Got to be careful. He's being swung from the other angle. Again, this is incredibly costly and got dangerous. Down to just one man standing for Fnatic. Not clean whatsoever. And now they're going to have a choice to make of how much they invest back into this round. Seems like a decent amount. And oh my god, 3,000 kills.
That's pretty impressive for Alpha. That averages more than a kill per day since he started. It's actually more than 2 kills per day. It could even be more than 3 kills per day. I don't know how many days he's played Valorant for, I'll be honest then. This is only within VCT, so that'd be confidence 3, but if we're talking whole career, I don't know.
Come on, Captain Cal. How many days has Alpha played in VCT?
Yeah, kills per day. Get that
kills
stat up.
Per day.
KPD. Let's see it. Let's see. He already has it. He already has it ready. 8 to 6. Fnatic now trying to defend that lead. And, well, look, losing this, they'll still have it. They've got a lot of rifles here.
Well, yeah, they invested quite heavily into this one. They went in almost with a 4-buy, and it means the 2 players are basically on 0 credits for the next round. This is a less conventional bonus than you might normally see, but I guess they took so much damage in the last, they decided to risk it. Also, they did have the Nightfall, and then you go, okay, that might bring us the round. Well, Crashies died immediately in the initial battle around A main. So they don't have that ultimate anymore. Although they could get it back if Cloud gets a singular kill, and that is why he is being set up to take contact by Boaster.
After losing opening pick, it's a very, very slow round. 40 seconds, Spike making it to mid, and now the split to the A side, but KC ready. Those are just now starting to look in the other direction.
Yeah, look at Narrate as well. Look how far forward he is on the B side.
It's a good chance for KC. Numbers in the right place. 11 caught by that stun. No, great work from Boaster. An Astra utility hitting, and the wall has left Zagetsu on 21 HP completely alone. If Cloud's the one to get the kill, they'll even have the res to add on, and he'll just go for the plant for that exact reason. Boaster with a freebie has set them on a path to victory. 4 versus 3, and there goes the res.
Cloud gone.
Right there.
Walking back into the angle, Dosia seems to have a good idea of where his opponents are standing, but has to wait for his teammates. Both of them are still on that flank. It's patience from KC, hoping that someone makes a mistake instead. They now have that information, but that was also just to give space over to Dosia. He's trying to bait Kayak into the fight, but it hasn't worked. Eventually, though, he will clear out Kayak and leave Boaster alone. But the time is already ticking, halfway gone. He needs to swing this, and the trade is perfect from Aves. It was a round that looked set to go the way of Fnatic, but KC, they fight back in.
Yeah, good work from Aves at the end, a 2K in that round. But again, Doja getting more work done than he should. This guy has been such a highlight of this map so far, and I can't even put it all down to the Harbor. It's not like, and I do like the Harbor, don't get me wrong. When I saw these compositions, I sort of lean towards KC's, not even just because they have a Viper. Let's go! Because I'm not sold fully on the value of Viper on this map. But Harbor, on the other hand, on that attack, being able to dish it up is beautiful. 1.95 kills per day. God damn it, I'm a liar. I'm sorry, everybody. Listen, I tried my best. Didn't mean to be this guy, but...
No, it's not you. Alfia needs to try harder.
That's true. That's true. 3,000. That should be 5,000. Come on, man. I hope he didn't hear. No one send that to him. I'll be in the building like half an hour after this one.
Yeah, he's like 2 foot taller than you. You should be careful.
2 foot is he's a 9 foot tall man. I mean, what can I say? For Fnatic pistols, Alphier with a headhunter, and I think a weapon has been deleted. Indeed, it was a weapon. Kayak now picking that up, crashes in himself, making their way towards this B site. And guess who's standing there? It's the raid boss, Doja, ready and waiting. But they'll go the other way. They've sensed his aura. It makes sense.
Oh, the problem is the opposing side re-aggressing as a group. 3 players taking back the fight into middle and giving them a further advantage. Now, Cloud does still have that res available, but it's finding a position of whether it's worth being used. Well, you can see just Dosia's ability to just fall back to another angle to fight from. He's been doing it all the way throughout this round. Like, takes contact, falls back, takes contact, falls back. And now with 20 seconds left, they're going to get themselves in towards the site. But from this point onwards, it makes sense for KC to almost just wait and play this as a retake.
10 seconds left.
Well, that is exactly
มาแล้ว
what
ผม
they're
ขอ
gonna
ไป
do. The late game plan, Cloud much more cautious to go for bodies as KC fill in that space, not allowing the res. Now they'll look to crunch in from 2 different angles after breaking the wall. And it will be Kayak who has to deliver. He's the one stuck in the corner. Boaster steps in to help, but he's only got a classic. Kayak's going to have to take this one across the line. 53 HP as Cloud comes in to help out. Steps into main, but he's walled off. And he'll have to play this one alone. Not a bad angle. Oh, it is. Actually, the boxes are in the way. I don't know how he's going to play this one straight to half. And already KC are deciding who gets to take the defuse. 8-8. A weapon saved for Cloud. The scoreline equalized for KC.
Yeah, it was a lower buy round for Fnatic, but I think they might have hoped to do at least a little bit
KC
more
เล่นเอา
damage
ชัวร์
once
จัด
they
ตั
got
ดได้
into
ห
the
นึ่ง
post.
นี่แหละ
But again,
อันนี้แหละคือ
really
สิ่ง
like the
ที่
patience
ถูกต้อง
from
ของ
KC.
FPS ไป
Like even though they
ตัดได้หนึ่งปุ๊บไม่เล่นเสี่ยงแล้วก็รีกรุ๊ปเล่นด้วยกันยังไงก็ชนะครับ โอกาสแพ้ยากมาก
Like you can even see when Dosia goes to swing, that was the major danger when Kayak's holding that angle. They just go together. Like him.
เมื่อกี้ตอนพี่ลงไปมีไทม์เอาท์ไหมทุกคนมีไหมไม่มีใช่ไหมโอเครอดไปทำภารกิจมาเมื่อกี้มาละ EWC ทีมนี้เจ้าพ่อด่านนี้เลยใช่ครับโค้ดเอมติคือโค้ดเก่า KC ครับ
I think especially
ศึ
for
กศัก
KC,
ดิ์ศรี
the
ครับผม
points
วัน
not
นี้
really enough to
อา
take
รมณ์
them
อารมณ์พรุ่งนี้
next to
ว่ะ
champs anymore.
แม่ง
Now
โจ
they
ทย์
have
เดียว
to
กับ
look
พรุ่ง
to
นี้
try
เล
and
ย
get
นี่
top
หว่า
2 and going 3-0 in the
กู
group
เซน
puts
จี
them in
อี
a
อ่ะ
great
ไอ้เหี้ย
place
โจทย์เดียวกันเลย
It was the break
ใช่
in the pause. But now let's listen in to how they deal with this attack side.
ก็ซุยช่วงนี้แบบเข้าข้อจัดเฮ้ยสวยละหมดโอ้โหเสียหายหลายแสนว่ะแล้วยิงน้ำแข็งให้เพื่อนกลับดูดิเฮ้ยป่ะ
There's a trap here. Can you smoke here?
I'm walking in again.
KC ครับผมแมปนี้ KC เข้าวิน
Do it.
Make pressure on the
นอต
B main
นาย
if you can.
สอบผ่านครับนอตนายสอบผ่าน
I have really good timing. Take a.
ไม่ได้พรุ่งนี้ไม่ได้ดูครับ
Wait,
จี
no,
ครับผม
wait. On heaven. One backside and
Oh.
one locker. One locker, one backside.
My bad. I didn't put the
เสียหายอะแบบเสียหายจัดอะนะไม่แสบจัดอะซุยอะเมื่อกี้
Can we win this round?
Wait.
This round,
Oh, that's a Big blow dealt to Fnatic. They try to go for the res.
นาเลศได้ยินครับนาเลศได้ยินนะ
Made the play.
นาเลศปล่อยผ่าน
radar and struck at the right time. That's
ชัดมาก 2 เสียง
He's heard that
ชัด
rotation
สุ
to
ด
the A site. He's called for Doja, the big player for this squad so far. And he's going to be in position. Rotate on the way from Sagetsu.
อุ้ยถึงจะต้องคายอันตีออกมาเลยเหรอ
14 seconds last now. The plant needs to come through, and the flank is underway. They're buying time as Narrate has got a freebie. Cloud down and out, leaves Boaster alone. 4 to take. 4 must die in his hands for any hope, but no. KC, 4 players alive. That big credit-making round, and the lead is now theirs.
สุ่มเสี่ยงครับน้องจ๋า
I think the most concerning thing in this round for me is
ฟูเซ็งแข่งพรุ่งนี้3 โมงนะครับน้องบ๊อบแคท9108พี่ไปวิวปาร์ตี้นะครับแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวไลฟ์ด้วยนะเดี๋ยวไลฟ์ด้วย
well, let's just have a look. Opener goes through, you wall next to him, and then he gets to go and kill 2, and then leave?
Yeah, the fact
he then leaves? How does he leave? How does he escape that moment? Like, in my head, I just assumed he died. Because I saw someone else die. I was like, that must have been Sugetsu. Because there's no way he could still be alive. That's mental.
Can I tell you what worries me more?
คิดว่าระบบเสียงน่าจะดีแล้วคือรอบนี้นั่งหน้าเวทีน้องจ๋า
Timeout from Fnatic. That's not what I want to hear. There's mistakes being made there. And KC taking full advantage of it, 9-8. The lead is theirs, and the man advantage in this round as well. This is an investment for Fnatic. They are leaving nothing on the table or next to nothing. Boaster's got a little bit of cash to spare. But the rest of the squad are skint. For KC, double digits will likely see more rounds fall their way with an eco after. Fnatic shut out of top mid control. And still desperately trying to break through on A. There's a Viper's pit blocking off one side, and if they go back to B, well, Narrate's in their spawn now.
Yeah, they're able to get so much ground. The only real problem, though, is that he might have missed the boat. Yeah. Now, there is still a player over on the B side of the map, so no matter what happens...
นาเลศกลับมาก่อนเพื่อนชิปหายแล้วว่ะเฮ้ยแล้วริวโลอยู่บีคนเดียวต้องดู2 ทาง
Levin's looking the wrong way.
Yeah, Levin has no idea.
He assumes it's clear.
คือไม่มีอินโฟว่านั่นไงไม่มีอินโฟว่าตัดกลางเข้ามานาเลศออมบ้านสวยเลยครับนี่แหละปัญหาของแมปเลยเว้ยรับเวลาโรเทตอะเจอฝั่งบุกไม่อย่างเงี้ยแต่รอบนี้ KC เดินสวยครับโบ๊ทไม่ได้ตัดครับแล้วเจอหลังในหลังอีกทีต้องระวังโบ๊ทฮะแต่เหมือนจะระวังอยู่นะโอ้ยวอสวยโบ๊ทตัดไม่ได้เหมือน KC ก็รู้อยู่ว่ามีแกปเลือตรงกลางครับระวังตัวตลอดเลยปะโบ๊ทโดนวะเอ้า
The backstab, the knife twisted, and what should have been a flank on flanks, now that man is all that's left in Narrate. A round that looked all but set from the get-go to go the way of KC, but Boaster throws the ultimate spanner in the works. 9-9.
ไม่โคตรสวยอ่ะ
Two teams, no one able to
escape
that one-round deficit.
I am so scared of the replay we are likely to see of Zace. That round's got to be so frustrating. They push deep and take control, and they lose to a blind spot that they created. And then later in the round, this happens as well.
That might be the cleanest Bulldog triple spray down I've ever seen.
Oh, they're trying to calm him down, but it's not working.
Oh my God, Jakey!
Huge. I will say,
I can't blame him 0% for the reaction.
I think I'd be worse.
ได้แต่พรุ่งนี้ว่าจะไปเร็วครับผมเดี๋ยวลองจัดการดู
to run away with this map, and now Fnatic are right back in the
เหมือน
game.
รอบก่อนมันครั้งแรกครับผม
Well, yeah, let's say that it's been a bit messy. It's kind of what we expected with the new map, but I also think for KC the risk is slightly higher considering they're the ones that picked it. And yeah, I didn't expect to see someone die almost literally with their pants down. But hey, right back in it. Purchase available. Narrate does have the tour de force, but he also has a rifle, so I'm guessing he's not used it. And it's just waiting on the other side. It's bait. It's a beautiful bait, but the reveal almost gives up Levin. He's going to get out of here, isn't he? No, he's not back. He's slid a little bit early, but luckily he had a teammate to throw down.
จริงนะ
the cove to make sure he was safe. A great bait and switch.
It looked like he thought he could break a siege with a slide.
แต่ว่าจริงๆถ้าจะทำเป็นแบบ watch party ถ้ามันมีหลายคนอ่ะมันต้องมีมอนิเตอร์มันต้องมีอะไรแบบว่าเขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะมิกเซอร์มันต้องมีมิกเซอร์อันใหญ่ๆที่มันแผงอ่ะเพราะเวลาไป watch party ต่างประเทศอะครับจะเป็นมิกเซอร์ยาวๆใช่ป่ะแล้วไมค์ใครมันก็เสียบเข้ามันคือมันเป็นระบบอะเสียงมันจะโอเค
Their legs not looking so wobbly, standing tall now.
แต่นี่ไม่เป็นแบบว่าเพิ่งเริ่มจัดเนี่ยครับผมเดี๋ยวน่าจะค่อยๆดีขึ้น
We saw this on the attack side in the first couple rounds as well, though there was some success for that there, so it's not as airtight a point, but I do think that not overcomplicating things has its benefits here for KC, especially when it's a new map, and there are some gaps being created that they're clearly not aware of.
น่าจะดีขึ้นรอบนี้เดี๋ยวพี่พยายามจะไปเช็คก่อน
There's going to be sucker punches in this map and they just have to get back up. It's like a Tyson Fury back from the dead style thing because the last round, well, the round we just saw was obviously a guy managed to get away with hiding in a corner. That was a nice bait from Narrate. The round before was wild and the round before that was wild in the other direction. So I think both teams just going to go, alright, it's going to be scrappy, it's going to be messy, but we got to get on with it. And for Fnatic, again, they're in a position where economically not the greatest spot, but they do have that overdrive. The counter immediately thrown in though, directly placed in the face. And well, I was going to say he was unlucky timing for a swap, but actually he trades evenly.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know how he got away with the kill there. Doja onto Alpha.
อุ้ยหมดเอวหวาน
Boasters answered back. Levin's being caught as well, and well, we're back into not only even footing for Fnatic a second later, it's an advantage. With the plant coming through on Cloud, they can pull back another player, but the bodies aren't really in the positions to do that. Boaster, on the other hand, getting into a great position in the same old setup that we saw work for KC in the last might. Oh no, it's not a bait.
เรียบร้อยอ่ะเข้ามามอบแคทชี่ครับ 2-1 ครับวอลปิดเมนแคทชี่เล่นดรอปน่าจะรู้ละเหลือที่เดียวเฮ้ย
Now the numbers were in his favor moments ago. He's gonna deal with Narrate up close and personal, and he will.
ไอ้นี่ตัวสุดท้ายไม่เอาตลอด
That was a terrifying
Jesus,
round.
What was that?
I can only assume that Fnatic thought they were further back, put the Cosmic Divide, take control of the smoke, wait for them to run through. Instead, they were much closer than they ever theorized and got absolutely wrecked for it. But luckily, they have Crashy, who is very good at clutching and will bring home the round anyway. They've got to make every single Fnatic fan on the planet sweat to an immeasurable degree. No high fever can ever beat being
สวยแล้วครับ JP ยังไงนี่ทีนี้ยังซื้อได้อยู่เล่นแบบอีโคโนมี่ครับซื้อเรื่อยๆตัวนี้
I think that's called acceptance
ก่อครับ หนี
เฮ้ย Oh, it's starting out well for Fnatic. Getting some trades out with some space as well towards the A site. Spike can come through, but Boaster's being caught on the
สวย
lure.
ได้โบสมา
Now it looks
ยัง
like Kayak
3-3
will
อยู่
do
ครั
the
บ
same. He's 30 HP.
เฮ้ยเหลี่ยมนี้เอาเวทเอาดีๆสวยๆหน่อย
These players on the rotate. The surprise about to be revealed, but it
อุ้ย
looks like Narrate was ready. Ready or not.
ฮะเดี๋ยวก่อน
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Res still available for Cloud.
อุ้ยแม่งวอลวางข้างนอกว่ะโคตรแสบอ่ะนะ
I expect Aves to wait for Sugetsu to join him. The problem though is with the wall down, it leaves them so many angles they have to try and swing from. Shot not connected by Alpha yet, but he's able to escape. And now Kayak, who was known, they marked him on the map. It doesn't matter though, even on low HP, he is landing every shot in front of him. His third of the round, and Aves realizes he needs to bait them into the fight. He does just that, but Alpha is a little bit more patient. Sits back a bit further. Just needs a singular bullet to end it, and he will do so. Now Fnatic have the lead for maybe the first time in a while. It's gone back and forth so many times. I'll be honest, I don't remember at this point.
No, we've definitely been even a few times, but it's been a while since we saw him.
ชุดแรกมันยังตรงอยู่
The way I tell
ส
you
ไล
what,
ด์
it
ชุด
has
แรก
been
ยัง
a
ตรงอ
back
ยู่
and
แต่ได้
forth
แค่ชุด
game
แร
if
ก
ever I've seen one, and I think this has delivered exactly as we've expected. We've seen the map used in ways that those tight little angles. We've seen bait setups. We've seen these crazy ideas from KC to start it out as well with the triple fakes in like round 4 or 5. There's definitely been a lot of ideas, but equally there's been a lot of mistakes being made. A new map, it's expected. KC called a timeout here to ensure that they can at least trim a few of those
มีสิท
mistakes.
ธิ์จะ
Now
เห็น
that it's
พี่
gotten
มี่เล่น
down
แช
to
มเบอร์
crunch
ใหม่
time,
ตอนนี้
Fnatic
คิด
with
ว่า
the
มี
lead.
นะเมื่อกี้สายข่าวพี่นะ ไปเช็คมาแล้วพี่มี่เล่นอยู่ตอนนี้ มีเล่นแชมเบอร์อยู่ฟินิกเวเลคิดว่าจะได้เห็น
with just 2 rounds needed to go into Ascent with an advantage. I'll say Ascent probably feels like, if anything, more of a middle ground than what we've seen as of recent. So I wouldn't say the series is over, but the pocket pick of Summit for KC, well, it's looking like the little bits of
ต้องได้แล้วนะเรานี้
tissue or
เรา
lint
นี้
you
ต้อง
find
ได้
in
นะ
the bottom of your pocket. Like, maybe you should get rid of it.
ออ
rather
อิน
than
แล้วนะ
I mean, maybe Doja had a hand in picking this map. He certainly seems to feel at home. No chance for him to show up. It's his mid push. Well, in fact, it's Narrate to be the tip of that
He
speed.
hit him.
แต่ว่ามีฮิว
Landed a good tag, and the heal used up already for Fnatic in the early stages. And now making it around to this A site with the spike. It looks like Crashies might have a job on his hand
อ๋อ
here.
มี
Breaking the door.
มีเควสครับผม
Trying to sell the fake. But, well,
ซัดในเขียว
not even a piece
ถ้า
of
เคซี
utility
ชนะ
plan. This almost works better. You just throw fade util, nothing else behind it. It's going to be very obvious it's fake pressure. But you handle it like this. Well, they think maybe you're freezing outside. Maybe you're ready to break
Maybe you're
in.
faking the fake.
Yeah, maybe
You're
triple
out faking our fake with a fake. So you think that you're not faking.
โยกกลับมาบีแล้วบีรออยู่3เอาละครับ
But you're not.
นาเล่นเอาให้ก่อน1
Did you get that? Cool.
I was following.
Moving on.
Following the whole way.
มันเหลืออะไรบ้าง
Exactly that, Tom. Exactly what you said.
It is
Back to B main.
มีพาวเลอร์1นะ
It is the truth.
มีคนยิงพาวเลอร์ให้นาเล่หรือเปล่า
Any less confusing, but it is the truth.
มีคนยิง
Narrate,
ของไหม
has not fallen for it.
นี่ไงเอามา1
Patiently to eliminate, obliterate Kayak, and then there's a second layer.
ไวเปอร์พิทเข้าไม่ได้
Snake bite down.
30 วิครับ
30 seconds left.
ถ้าโยกทันตัดกลาง
Run back to the other side because they also haven't moved
อุ้ย
the next player. Now the
นาเล่เราไปอีก
skills have been using have been fantastic, but this time
Fast lane
Levin
bait
is not sticking around to challenge.
โอ้โห
20 seconds now. They're
ถึ
not
งกับ
going for this.
ถึง
It-
กับ
it's
ตันอ่ะ
fallen
วิน
into
เนี้ย
a save for
น่าจะเซฟ
Fnatic.
แล้วครับ
Spike is still all the way back towards the spawn, and this
การ
time
เงินไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
fake on fake
ได้
into
มา
a
แต่ละ
real
วิน
hit.
แต่เสียเยอะ
Didn't work. And so unfortunately they've run out of time.
Yeah, I mean, it
คือ
was
ใน
great
การจัด
utility. Like
พร้อ
when
ม
you look
แก้
at
ทางอีก
Moser
ทีม
putting down that stun
กั
that
บ
caught
พร้อม
Levin a
การเล่น
while
ที่เรา
ago,
มั่น
but
ใจ
they also
เฉ
had
พาะไปเลย
players to
แบบ
run after him. They had Kayak to quickly close the
อื
distance. They
ม
also Levin wasn't respecting that star. He saw it in the
ถ้า
back. He
ส
said,
มมุติ
"I'm
ว่า
gonna grab
มัน
that
เป็นการ
utility."
แข่ง
He
ขัน
got punished for it,
นั
and
ด
now
เปิด
the
สนามอะ
second that stun's going through,
พี่
he's
ว่าเตรียม
already
มา
sliding
ก็โอ
down
เค
a bit.
นะ
He knows what's going on.
ถ้าเรารู้
But
วาง
also
แผน
last
อะไร
time he
มา
was
เรามี
mid-fight
คอม
with his
สำรอง
pop, so
ก็โอเค
timing was absolutely perfect.
แต่ถ้ารันยาวๆพี่ว่ายังไงคอมที่เราถนัดก็ดีกว่าครับผม
Good fight back by KC. We're neck and neck for what
นอก
could be
จาก
the first
อาจจะ
time in
เคย
this
เจอ
series.
กันมาแล้ว แล้ว
But this can only go one
แบบใน
way.
ทัวร์เดียวกันเจอ2 รอบอะไรเงี้ยเรามีคอมสำรองเลยก็เราคือแพ้มา ก็มีถ้าจะเปลี่ยนคอมแก้ทางก็เป็นไอเดียที่ดี
Zage to have the upper hand
นึกออกไหม
against his
แต่
former
ถ้าแบบ
head coach.
ถ้าเตือน
Let's
ปก
jump
ติ
in with
ไม่
KC.
เอาคอมที่
See
ถนั
how
ดที่
this
สุดดีกว่า
final round plays out.
We're gonna play.
I'm gonna
Ui.
focus. I think they wanna split maybe.
We play heavy. We play heavy.
Nothing.
Man, can you play it ult like this maybe without ulting B or no?
They're gonna try to end
Cannot
it
from here. Okay, it's fine.
They will try to revive maybe also.
Yeah. Hey man, Neon, maybe operator. I'll take it.
วันนี้อัลฟาเจอร์เล่นไม่ออกหรอก
I don't see it.
อัลฟาเจอร์โดน
Tell me when I should take B.
โดนนาเลส
I mean, he's gonna smoke me most likely.
Ult goes.
ตัวละโอ้โห
Fade, Neon.
เอ๊ะ
I'm moving by the way.
Two more side, bingo side, green
Ui.
bingo.
Get in inside.
มีชูปิกวอลปิดโอ้โหสวยแล้ววะ
I will destroy it.
รีเทปแบบทหารล่าหมดเลยอะ
Spike planted.
เทมเบอร์กับไวเปอร์
Fully leave the site. Fade side. One HP. In front of. I'm only team. They smoked me off. On you. You just spam me back.
Player standing.
ชิปหายแล้ววะ
Nice try.
All good.
เต็มเตะขึ้นแท่นนะ
We can do the same shit with our approach.
Crashies was 10 HP there as well. The molly sent through, the shorty in hand. I thought he was dead to rights, but Well, dodges the headhunter shots and fires right back. It's 12 to 11 for Fnatic. And again, that chance, that opportunity to go into their map pick with one under their belt. It's just around the corner.
That kill was everything. Like getting rid of Dozier at the back of the site. I believe he
เจอ
had his
140 gaming
Harborough in the Reckoning online already. So if he'd been given an extra second, he might have been able to slow that push to a halt. But instead, the rest of the players flooding in to try and save him. And might, if anything,
เฮ้ย
might be giving
100เลยครับผมเยอะไปไม่ตอนนั้นที่เป็นโค้ดเป็นเพราะว่าตอนนั้นทำงานกับอัลฟาเรสถูกต้องไหมตอนแรกก็เป็นซอสให้เขาไปปรึกษาไปคุยหาคนให้เขาแต่หาผู้เล่นให้เสร็จเลยอัลฟาชุดแรกแต่พี่ลืมไปอย่างหนึ่งรู้ป่ะคือลืมอะไรหาผู้เล่นให้เขาครบ5 คนลืมหาโค้ดให้เขาตอนนั้นก็เลยแบบสตรีมอยู่ด้วยมันก็ต้องหยุดสตรีมเสร็จก็เข้าไปนั่งดูน้องๆซ้อมอะไรเงี้ยสักพักก็เฮียไม่ไหววะไม่มีเวลามานั่งคิดนั่งอะไรนึกออกไหมมันต้องทำเยอะพอไม่ได้ทำมานั่งดูก็ไม่ได้ช่วยอะไรก็เลยออกให้คนอื่นมาทำแทนดีกว่า
I want to see him get involved in that early stage without just sitting back and waiting. We'll see if that's
นาเรศออกเซนมันมีเรื่องดราม่าที่แบบที่นาเรศร้องไห้แล้วเซนเอามาโพสต์ลงมันก็กระทบกระเทือนจิตใจ
He allows him to go so deep and get right back out of there. But this time, well, Fnatic, at least starting, are going towards the side of the map where there is
มันซื้อแบบ25มาตลอดไงมันรักษาการเงินมาดี
and then he was watching mid a second ago.
Yeah, I think with the trap, the orb, and the snake bite, he does have enough delay to potentially slow them down. But the second an aggressive push is spotted, the second narrate is firmly
แต่พี่เล่นเองพี่รู้สึกเป็นกันครับผมเดี๋ยวเอาไปดูสถิติทีมมันแข่งกันเยอะรอดเดี๋ยวรู้เลยครับแต่ประตูตรงกลางนี่นะยังไงก็ต้องปิดถ้าเปิดไว้นะโดนเลิฟทะลุทะลวงเลย
I really don't mind that at all. You limit the amount of angles that can be lost. Sure, you no longer can fight in that position, but Casey don't mind that.
They've just heard how far back Aves is.
เอาบอล1ครับแล้วเป็นนาเรศอีกแล้วฮะ
They didn't read that there was a
แล้ววอลปิดเลย
for that control in mid to be given up. Great opening for Narrate. He gets out scot-free. And now they look to the other side of the map where still KC are in position. And now Aves has the info just in time. Alpha
โดนหลอกเอาแล้วอันตีเลย
Haven't lost hope just yet.
20 seconds. And they've been hit by the Nightfall as well. Aves has probably single-handedly won this round. Eleven gets to pick up the pieces at the end. Sure, that wraparound in the end from Boaster will be an attempt to
ขอหนีสไปเดอร์แมนมาบ้านเขียวนะดีเลยครับผมดรฟิตคัลเลอร์สวยเลยฮะใครไม่อยากเจอสไปเดอร์แมนไปบ้านเขียวเลยนะ
And I'll say as well, I do really love the button break from the defense.
ที่มีแผนใหม่ไม่ค่อยถนัดครับผมแต่ถ้าเป็นแบบหลังบ้านอะไรเงี้ยได้นะแต่แบบโพสเลยไม่ถนัดเท่าไหร่แบบว่ามานั่งพูดสอนคนอะไรไม่ค่อยถนัดเท่าไหร่
Could not have been if it was half a second, if it was a quarter, I would say
ไอ้ลาวรักไก่ใช่ไหมที่ซุยจัดใช่ปะ
He's getting killed, but he threw it at the very last moment. Great read in that round from Aves. Good performance by KC here today, and for Fnatic, 12-12. They've also had a good performance. So
good win.
A very similar.
Good one.
And it comes down to overtime to separate these teams. No ops in play this time, but to be honest, it hasn't looked like Narrate really needed it.
No, he was doing very good on the defense, and I wonder if maybe he'll risk it on that side of the map. Instead, though, trying to get that reckoning online once again. Very good for creating awkward positions, but also covers so much of the site. Either side
เอาเป็นว่า
of the
เปลี่ย
map.
นบ้านม่วงเป็นเขียวสเตย์แคทบอสไม่สเตย์แคทเขาไม่แน่ทำหล่นจริงไม่มาทั้งวันผมจำบทแต่ว่าที่เหลือยังเหมือนเดิมครับฟ้ากระแดงยังเหมือนเดิมสังเกตว่าตอนนี้คนที่ประจำม่วงเขาย้ายกันหมดแล้วครับทยอยย้าย
It looks like he wants to fight, and maybe if he could go back in time, he'd make a different choice down to a 4 versus 2. KC sought some advantages, but they lost everything that they had in the process. Narrate and Doja, they've been impressive so far.
ได้อย่างนี้ได้ครับ
In the first half, Narrate in the second. Still, the numbers are stacked against them. The odds not in their favor. And with Narrate spotted, it is a done deal. 13-12. And to close this map out for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think a smart round from Alpha here. Like having the initial aggression, but then not getting overzealous from a lot of those positions. Like he sits back, even expects somebody to try and challenge to clear him. And again, we talk about the sort of the positives and negatives of Levin. I feel like that is one way you want to see him with a little bit more support. And make sure you can clear off here, because the fact he's able to just hold on to that ground means anybody can rotate through those positions. He can create a crossfire and helped a lot towards the end. 13-12. Fnatic with an opportunity to win the first.
ใช่พี่พูดเล่นตลอดเลยเราเจอซิฟิลอตอะที่เซี่ยงไฮ้อะใช่ครับผมอิงเป็นคนปั้นอะจุดนั้นเลยขาจากมันเอาไอ้นี่ไงเบสบัฟไง
Crashes on the attack, you know, some would say plays a crucial role.
Pivotal.
Now they'll have to make up for that lack of information, which, as we've sort of stated when it comes to this map, is certainly not ideal. Cloud's going to play for the orb. He thinks maybe he can get that res off a little bit later. I guess he's going to be our planter. And he steps away, stomps away so Alpha can get the strike on this lovely strategy. And the Spike's even reconsidering this push towards the B side. I don't know if that's because of the pick or because they realized the chamber trip is there.
Again, we see this push up though from the defense. Narrate, he did go for that operator, but he's playing it very differently. This time with a trap on that B connector means that they can rotate to the other side. Cloud was walking with a wall, and because of that Levin's off angle, it wasn't traded properly.
เฮียช็อตนี้เพื่อไปต่อเลยริว
They had no idea that anybody could be in that corner, and that's a massive mistake to walk through though from Alfie. It might have just saved them. It's given them away onto the side, but Aves again good
ปาดึงขาสวย
sat back and catches
ดึงได้ด้วย
Now having that man advantage to swing in already, and he has no idea that that player could just be coming from behind. But Bosa's timing, it's going to be everything here. He's being flanked. He's missed the player in the smoke by a millisecond. Half a second is all it took. And the timing again from KC is spot on. Both peaking him at the exact same moment.
I mean, Narrate is
4-3มันหนัว19เฮ้ยไม่นะ
to 13, another overtime between these squads. And from the game that we've seen so far, I'm actually happy that we get to keep seeing OTs, because it does feel like each team is now starting to get in the groove of how this map is played out. Except for maybe Cloud at the start there.
น่าจะเท่ากันนะบอสน่าจะเท่ากัน
And if you're going to play
คิดว่าเท่ากัน
with that wall to try to instantly get in, to try to instantly, oh my god.
แล้วเขียวชัดกว่าด้วยครับ ของไทยมันอันแบนด์วิดภาพมันมัว ไปกันต่อครับวันนี้
That was like the Pedro Pascal meme in the car.
Yeah, literally. He's our Nick Cage. Well, overtime number 2. And for KC, an AWP this time in the hands of Narrate. That's going to be a nasty surprise if Boaster wasn't quick enough to jump peek it.
He is alone though. He's completely alone, but maybe that doesn't matter.
ถือว่าเทรดไว
Wall to section things off. A chance for Cloud to fight this back. That's Spike.
ไอเดียดีครับวอลปิดตรงนี้
Narrate just waiting on the
ได้
angle.
เล่นอยู่
He knows at this point that's an unwinnable fight. 2 players to the back side, and they need to try and
เฮ้ย
reset this.
อย่างนี้ก็อ้อมบ้านนะดิ50 วิสวยๆเลย
Does
แคทจี้โดนเปล่า
even consider that there could be a player here, or does Levin even go in that direction? He's just going to hold on to this ground, but I feel like if this ends up in more of a
มือไม้อ่อนนะอันนี้
it could be a problem. Or if Crashy's times this right,
ชิป
he might catch
หายแล้วครับมีคนตกรถหรือเปล่าฮะ
That's enough to know that they're going that way.
เฮ้ยตะเลด
And in fact,
เฮ้ย
he's missing it by a millisecond each time. That's the spike. If he drops that player, it's a huge problem for KC. But instead, he's just biding his time perfectly, denies the plan, and doesn't even need to fight Aves. He knows it because his teammates will arrive. They cleared Levin, no problem at all. And Crashies, it might be just a singular kill, but that singular kill was perfect.
He is so lucky that he had a Phantom there, not a Vandal. The 2 shots he fired down mid, I think he might have hit his keyboard. If that was a Vandal, I even saw them.
แจ่มน้องบาส
That angle that he came
นี่แหละข่าวรอรับช่วงต่อแล้ว
but not worried enough, evidently. Someone please take the wall off Cloud. It's 2 rounds in a row. He ran out there, not a care in the world. Looked at the angle twice. They could have swung him at any moment. Didn't care. Didn't even think about it.
เหมือนค่าจับไม่5-4เลยครับ
Someone tells that man to wall somewhere, and I respect it. He's gonna do it. He doesn't care what's. It's like watching Hacksaw Ridge. This guy doesn't.
FNC เหรอ F ไม่ดูเหรอ F วันนี้
He should fear death, but I'll tell you what, he certainly doesn't. Timeout from Fnatic.
คราวจัดใช่แล้วครับด็อกเตอร์คือว่าถ้าตัวจริงเจ๊กมาจะดีขึ้นกว่าเดิมไหมครับไม่ถึงเจ๊กแต่มันก็ต้องดีขึ้นแหละนะตัวจริงมาอ๋อนอนน้อยโอเคพี่เจิมเอเมติกไปนะแต่ตอนนี้ลุ้น KC แบบนี้อยู่ครับลุ้นช่วยน้อง JP อยู่เรื่อง CS ทีมตกรอบ CS ทีมตกรอบ
Then he takes so
อันไหน
much
นี่
ground that
เรื่อง
then
ที
it's
ม
a
ตกรอบ
problem because they can stack up the other side of the map. So it almost feels like an
อ๋อ
easy
เจิมหมายถึง
Fnatic
นะ
that needs to be
เจิม
dealt with.
พอเจิมของวันนี้เจิมเอเมติกไป
The guy who got caught out was Crashies.
แต่พี่ดูเฉยๆไงนึกออกไหมช่วยลุ้นเฉยๆแต่ว่าตอนนี้ช่วยน้อยคนลุ้น KC แบบนี้
That's the same spam.
That's Kayak this time. It's a little bit easier to lose him, but
Is it?
I don't think it's going to be easy for
The guy
Fnatic.
that slides into the site and takes their aim away.
I'd still rather have the fade utility.
แล้วฟาตาย
Who's he dug him for?
นี่อ่ะ
For himself, perhaps. Certainly not for Alpha here. That's another
เดินเข้ามารับกระสุนนะ
successfully found.
ไปกันต่อครับผมแบบนี้
They are not here.
That's good info. Now, what do we do on this corner?
He's got another
You just have to
prowler.
face it though, because prowler.
แม่งอึดอัดมากนะ
for
เว้ย
the
จ
site.
ริงๆเล่น
It's
แบ
the
บว่า
problem is that you really
ดูดิ
You're all do that.
always in a bad position. In
ก็ตอนนี้
terms
B
of utility.
ลำบากอะ
Wanted
เลย
to take a risk, but that
อุ้ย
risk is paid off. That one, not so much. Great shot from Narrate. That'll be blocked out from any more impact.
Oh, is Boaster? I thought Boaster
อ๋อ
was about to go try and fight him. They need to find a footing in this round though.
พี่ก็ฟังมาผ่านๆครับผมต้อง
Singular start. Still in
ต้องไป
pocket.
ฟังคลิปที่เขาสรุปไว้ของช่องไลฟ์ฟูลี่ก็ได้เขาสรุปไว้ให้ละ
Loses the fight. And now Boaster has to fight versus 4. Sure, 2 of them are low, but they can almost
อธิบายไปไม่รู้เราจะเข้าใจหมดหรือเปล่า
the information of where he is. There's
เดี๋ยว
nowhere
เดี๋ยวรอ
left to
จบ
go.
แบบนี้ก่อนเดี๋ยว
By
อธิบายให้
every
ฟัง
piece of
แต่ไม่รู้จะ
utility
ตรง
was
หมดหรือเปล่า
remaining
นะ
in the belt. Somehow yet to take damage. There's one, but anything more, an impossibility.
ก็คือ
Narrowed out the angles and okay,
ตอนที่
this one
ทีม
is
ตกรอบ
false.
แรกอะครับ สมัครไปแข่งขันไปไม่ได้ใส่ตัวสำรองถูกต้องไหมแต่พอเข้ารอบควอลิฟายปุ๊บ
It might just be an attack side
ก็รู้ว่า
round,
มีนัก
being
แข่ง
the
ที่ไปแข่ง
decisive
รอบ
factor
ควอ
in
ลิ
this
ฟาย
round.
ไม่ได้
Feels like it for now.
ก็เลยรีบแจ้งเอาสำรองลง แล้วสำรองแจ้งล่วงหน้าหลายวันแล้ว
To start the round off, that they spam straight through.
แล้วก็ไปแจ้งทีมงาน
End up with massive advantages. When we talk
ของ
about this defensive side, Narrate being
อะไร
the
ของประ
problem,
เทศไทย
being
นะ
an issue. That operator could be anywhere at any moment, even in the most aggressive positions, because he can TP back out. And instead, it's
ไอ้หน่วยงานนั่นน่ะไอ้ดูแลอีสปอร์ตของไทยอ่ะ
It really is like
เสร็จก็เหมือน
get in
แบ
there
บ
and make it about you.
ให้ติดต่อเดินเรื่องไปแล้วก็พอมารู้อีกทีว่าไม่ได้อ่ะ อีกวันหนึงจะแข่งแล้วอะไรเงี้ย
These guys used to work together. It's crazy. I don't think the
ก็เลย
Dutch
อ
team
ด
is
แข่ง
ever
แล้วก็ให้ทีมสำรอง
That's a joke.
long ago.
ทีมที่ได้สองมาแข่งแทนซึ่งทีมที่ได้สองอ่ะแม่ง
Chang used to live in harmony.
ไม่ได้นอนมาแข่ง
Before Fnatic attacked.
อะไรประมาณนั้น ก็เป็นเรื่องดราม่า CS นกเขียวโดน100 ทีรัตทูเว้ยนกเขียวยังไม่ใช่รอบลึกๆยังไม่เอาจริง KC วินโดย100จัดไปครับผม แพ้กลับบ้าน อ้าว ชิบหายละ สงสัยเหนื่อย
Different context to that scenario.
ไม่รู้จะแก้ตัวให้ยังไงเลยทีนี้100 ที
14,
Fnatic fans
14.
gonna love you for that one.
Yeah, why not?
A big game from Narrate. On the other side, it's Crash.
มาหน่อยเว้ย
23 kills. Where have they come from? He's had some good rounds, but the consistency must be contributing a lot here.
Had a big clutch as well.
Yep, he did. A very good game.
Both teams have now taken, well, in
Mid
Fnatic's
to
case,
A
multiple pauses to try and get that final attack round. KC have
แต่
taken
A
one
สาบ
down.
อะดิ
That's where both teams have been eluded. And well, everything for now screams a take towards.
แคชชี่ลั่นบ่อยครับน้องวัด
Which at least for now is the more stacked up, but we know that
แคชชี่มาอยู่กับเอเวอร์ติกมีเกมที่ดีค่อนข้างเยอะ
Yeah, they might have shown that earlier on in the game. A couple of fakes here and there.
It was about 2
in the
weeks
same
ago.
round.
มุมนี้ใครๆก็ยืนว่ะ
That same spot Levin's been playing from. A stun buys a little
Ui.
time and he'll reposition for the fight. Oh! Sugetsu! Man down for KC and it's gone from bad to worse.
พอแล้วจ้ะพอแล้ว
Shows up again. Levin
โอ้ย
alone. But it's okay because Kayak
ชิป
comes to
หายแล้ว
join
คาแจ็ค
him.
ตื่น
In zone flawless for Fnatic and another attack round lost.
Take the pause. Other team wins in zone flawless. I feel like I've seen that one before. We're just in an infinite loop.
ไม่มี
of
ครับ
rounds. This
น้อง
one
โอ
was
เอ
different
ฟเอฟ
because it was a
แต่ว่า
kayak
ดีมาก
pop-up. He's had an okay
ดี
game
มาก
so far. He's had a moment or two, but I don't think any quite match up to the pure dominance we just saw.
เฮ้ย
My goodness.
Wish it was me.
ไอ้เหี้ยทำอะไรไม่ได้ว่ะคาจัดมันบ้าจัดตัวช็อตเนี่ย
Well, I'm free after this.
มันบ้าจริง
15-14. Fnatic with a chance to close it. All they have to do is figure out the attack. More specifically, all they have to do is not get
มันใช้
slammed
บัฟไปดิ
through
คาจัก
smoke
อะ
twice in the first 20 seconds, and then
โคนหัว
they're
ใช้
off to
บั
a
ฟอะ
great start.
มีพี่เดิร์ฟเป็นไอดอลอะเปลี่ยนยันแรนดอลดูดิ
Went perfectly.
ตอนแรกคาจักจะเอาเบอร์ 0พี่โบ๊ทขอไว้บอกเดี๋ยวจำผิดคน
What has been just an infinite streak.
กูหันไปเรียกเดิร์ฟบอกเอาไว้สักเบอร์ 3 พอได้ไหม
Funnily enough, it seems like Fnatic have the same idea as their opponents. Try and take some of that control. It's another bait and switch though from the defense. They've left
มีคนรอให้ครับ
Dosia in this
โดเซีย
corner.
รอยิงฟรีอยู่ เช็คหรือเปล่า
Instead, it seems he's just going to smoke the angle off. Fnatic, in the meantime, have gone back the other way, but there's a trap waiting. And Aves as well.
Sees has caught Kayak, so it will slow the push. It'll remove that neon wall as well. And they're a Prowler down on Fnatic's side with none left to play with. So a bit blind in the walkout. That's perfect for Narine. Oh, but he's missed the shot.
ไม่โดน
Shot straight through the two of them, and now Cloud's the one to
Oh,
find a
สวยอะ
double. The man who could have been dead to rights, his eyebrows shaved a moment ago. But instead, it's a 5 versus 3, damage done to Levin, and it looks like the attack side might finally have been figured out.
ขอคิวแรกมาก่อน
Still an
จุดประกาย
Dosia versus Crashies. The Crashies maybe just deciding to back out, and they know he calls for reinforcements and
GG
through
ว่ะ
the wall. Another
GG เลย
body hits the floor, leaves. Sugetsu
ได้มันอยู่
11.
ได้มันอยู่
Chances seem minimal, and Alfia is still fighting, even on 4 HP. He's had enough of Summit for the day. And while 11, there is no way out of this corner. You can pad the stats. He doesn't even have enough
GG.
bullets to kill everybody. It's Fnatic and an in-zone flawless to close out the game. 16-14 after.
อาจจะเป็นแบบเขาแล้วเก่งก็ได้ ไหนไปดูจีนดิว่าแบบซับมิดตอนนี้เป็นยังไง ซับมิดที่จีนเป็นแมปกันครับ กัน 55 บวก 45 โดยเฉลี่ยของทุกคู่นะ ก็ถือว่ากันแต่มันไม่ได้กันจ๋าขนาดนั้น
I just want to get your early thoughts on this map now that you've actually had an official and a
Oh,
few
wow.
extra rounds to test it out.
Yeah, I like it. I think there's a lot of variance in comps right now in terms of when we're practicing. So it seems people are trying to find the meta and trying to find which agents work best on that map. And yeah, I'm enjoying the process.
And how much did it play like you thought it would now that you've actually seen it on the stage?
I think we have a good idea of the meta. I just think the AWP right now is very strong, you know, with limited resources to clear it out. And I just think, yeah, now that we've played a game on it, I've got actual good VOD review notes for the boys to not die to AWPs on attack sides, because if I'm in a 4v5, I'm like, great, round's over, kind of. But we managed to pull through one round from a 4v5, I think.
Well, a few more ideas now to cook. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the insight as well, and good luck in the next map.
Thank you. I'll put you a shake.
We'll be right back. I'll do a handshake there. We'll be right back after this break with map number 2.
Wingman World while
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well, one break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ได้เลยน้องน้ำป่ะนี่ครับอร่อยทุกวันก็ได้หนูว่ามันแต่หนูจะกินอันนี้คิดแทน ของเราตลาดปิดเมื่อไหร่นะเหมือนแบบน่าจะได้แต่ดาวรุ่งว่ะสเตย์แคทแมนอยู่อ่ะมันคือเสื้อจีนมันยังไงก็ไม่เอาราคาแพงอ่ะคือไม่มีอีกแล้วแมนยูที่แบบว่าเซ็นเหมือนเมื่อก่อนอ่ะติวแพงๆเลย
the attack in 3 of those rounds, and we're preparing to talk about to bring you this kind of information onto the desk. Some of these shots make absolutely no sense, but if you did not watch this map, you might think that chamber on either side was not the spotlight, and you would be completely wrong, because round after round we saw different spots, different menaces. Like, you could tell, and you've heard it from now the coaches, now the players as well, that you need to play this agent on this map. I was so surprised on the immense impact. What did I say? 2022. It's back.
It's back.
It's really nice to see though, because there's so many tight corners throughout this map where you can CP back to, and you know, we've had complaints with things like Yoru in the past of, oh, how annoying is it that an agent can kill and then get themselves out of danger, and I feel like
I don't think it's
saw that.
แบบซีเนียร์อีก1 คน
Yeah, sure. I will say the one thing is I was getting a little bit tilted by KC at times when they would have like their chamber trip and then sit and
แต่ว่า
watch
ยังดู
their
ไม่ออกว่า
chamber
จะได้
trip,
ใคร
and I'm like, guys, please
เมาเล่นกลางรับไม่ได้
this is taking control of
สภาพร่างกายไม่ไหวหรอก
unless it's say narrate like fighting off the back of it. I can understand that.
ใช่ครับเป็นนะได้กลางตัวอย่างน้อยคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นการเกรด B ที่พอเล่นได้มีอายุไม่แพงมาก
especially when you're running double controller as well. I felt a bit like I had a gripe with that, I should say.
This lends it into something else we had some questions about, which is especially on that KC side, those really deep Viper walls on the defense. What were we thinking there?
เอามาหมุนเวียนแล้วปั้นซันตอส
They are okay if you want to fight mid, but you have to fight mid. You know, like there is some intention behind it. Like we saw a lot of different changes and whatnot, and I try to keep my mind open and be like, oh, you want to fight for mid? I just need to see you fight for mid. That's it.
I think another thing that we kind of spoke about was when Viper walls are used for conditioning, and I can completely understand that. But I think even in
ต่อ
the
ปริญ
later
ญา
rounds,
เพิ่ง
in
ย้าย
overtime,
ทีมไปไม่ใช่หรอ
it
ไม่
wasn't
น่า
great
ย้าย
to
หรอ
make these reads based off of however the Viper wall was positioned, whether that was for the mid
อยู่
space,
บาเยิร์น
knowing
ไม่หรอ
that KC were never fighting for this mid space off the back of the Viper wall. It gave them an early read on things.
There is the scare, right? Like, you know that most teams, not just Fnatic, are going to smoke mid at the beginning of the round, but you need to be so wary and careful for that chamber. I think they did a very good job. Another player that to me is such a highlight is Cloud.
เหมือนอยู่บาเยิร์นไม่ได้ลงหรือเปล่า
So well. The only thing is that sometimes he's a little bit. This is literally the only complaint I can have about it, is that sometimes a little bit too eager in using, like, instead of one slow, he uses both of them like almost instantly just because it's in the heat of the moment, and you don't really know. But seriously, I am so incredibly happy for him to see that his performance is now going up to what it was back in the day, because 2026 it was a bit of a shaky year for him, and now we're seeing the Cloud that we have always highlighted as the player that has never won anything but should have a long time ago.
That performance hopefully will continue as we get off of the summit, as we move into the next conversation, as we move forward to the maps. Any final thoughts on summit before we do turn the page?
I want to see more. There was a couple of. I think the KC needs more time on it. I think that they were on summit. They need more time on it. There was a little bit of an overlapping utility in your teammates, but seriously, it was a very complicated map to play for both of the teams.
Yeah, I think that you kind of had mentioned, like, you could see the nerves on both sides, right? And the overlapping on utility when there's a Viper orb up and then there's a Harbor orb on top of it. Little, like, just very, very little details like this where it's like you just need to get reps.
It's just don't stun your teammates.
Yeah. Well, there was that round as well, but I'm sure that will definitely be picked up in VOD review.
Yeah, I think Boaster put it nicely when he was saying, now we have a VOD to review.
No, I was not speaking of it. I seriously, I was surprised.
Yeah.
In my head, this was a map that they had not had played, and then I was like, when I started, I was like, they have played this map. They actually have played this map.
They've done somewhere.
It is not the mic they just left there. No, they actually played this map.
They've done somewhere. We turned the page to a map that we know they played a lot of, or a lot more of. Certainly, Ascent coming on in here. What are we looking for?
ไบตันไม่โกงราคา
Seriously, I'm looking at Cloud again. I love this also, this head-to-head, because to me, jumping into
เหมือน
this
แมน
map,
ยู
this
ยื่
is
น
perfect. Cloud, an
50ไม่
amazing
ขายแต่เอา
performance as well.
70
Now from the KO, Narrate is being a menace for the entirety of this stage. I don't think I've seen him calm down for a single map.
I think it's two players that are definitely on their kind of redemption arc, right? You have Narrate that came back into Emea and joined this squad once again, hadn't been there since 2024, I believe it was, before he went over to Americas. And then, of course, you have Cloud, as you mentioned before, has kind of had a difficult year, had a great run to be able to make it to Champs last year, but then is looking to be able to give that chance to Fnatic to make it to Champs this time around as well.
We'll be diving into the agent composition. Anything on your mind?
the aging compositions as we expected. Levin playing on that Neon, saying I think that I want to see a louder performance from Kayak. Do not get me wrong, I do not think that he had a bad first map, but I kind of miss those days where you would see Kayak plus 20ing everyone else, you know? I think that if I want to believe in this Fnatic and what they've been for all this time, Alpha will turn up at global events. He can take a nap here. We will be fine. It is Kayak that I want to see dominating regionally.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think I really enjoy this Neon head.
เห็นแล้วน้องบาสมีคนบอกแล้ว
because I think the same.
ตอนแรกที่พูดเล่นๆว่าลงขันกันซื้อลิเวอร์พูลส่งให้ซอการ์ดแล้วมีคนบอกว่ามีคนส่งให้ซอการ์ดไปแล้ว
But yeah, I think for Fnatic, that's the player that we're looking at.
คิดว่าปีกซ้ายแล้วปลอดไม่ได้กลับ
on the new map of Summit, but KC will dive
มัน
right back
ตอน
into
วัน
the
ฟัง
arena
ข่าว
against Fnatic. And your ringside announcers for this one, we got Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Darth Mike, our ring leader. Fnatic 1-0 to the good, coming into their own map pick. Ascento, Tom, you said in the last map, this is more of a middle ground from your side.
Yeah, well, we've only seen both of these teams play versus GX. One of them won it dominantly, and the other was Fnatic who picked it. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Obviously, a different matchup, different styles. Maybe they feel like they can cope with the way KC run it, but I think that they're fairly comfortable. Honestly, obviously, I think we did see them play against each other on it when it came down to the EWC qualifiers, but even that wasn't like crazy dominant. I think it was 13-10 to Fnatic. So clearly they've been workshopping and feel very comfortable on this map. I think Cloud on the KO makes a lot of sense, but I don't think this is a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination for KC.
พี่บอกว่าแพทเนี้ย
It was a very close first
อิน
map.
2นี้มันกลับมาเล่นได้ นี่แหละเข้าทางเอ็นวัติก
As you said, not somewhere KC have exactly been slouches already. The defense has a good read. They've rotated 4 players towards this B site, but Fnatic have sent Boaster out to contain this mid and A space. He's seen nothing, and well, if you're making that pressure and seeing no reaction, it's likely that they've stacked up. So Fnatic will take it the other way, at least for now. We've seen a lot of willingness to play slow rounds and try to challenge for that control, but Narrate upset the rhythm a little bit. Great re-swing from Cloud, though. He was sitting tucked away, didn't get blinded, and pounced just in time to save Crashies, who's now on 6 HP.
I guess if you've watched the way your opponents like to play, having anti-flash spots like that are going to be very important. 35 seconds left, though. Had to fire off that paranoia a little bit earlier, and running back through would have a risk about it.
ขวาไม่ทันนะ
Kayak, though, has dealt with Docio with relative ease, and the remaining 3 players not within the site. It's going to have to be a full 3v5 retake, and there is not a lot of utility. In fact, not any utility to play with.
I must wait.
Well, the dry swings go about as well as you'd expect. Big round from Cloud. And Fnatic 1-0. The pistol under their belt. We saw the stats there. I think KC were doing slightly better when it came to pistol rounds, but that's going to take a knock to the statistics for sure. And it really is Cloud at the start of this round, avoiding giving them an early pick, and I think more importantly, avoiding having Narrate with an opening pick and alive in the late round. Still with a flash to play with as well.
I got your pistol. I got your pistol, Jake.
Well, Cloud's a modest man, to say the least, but he did get them the pistol. Big round from Cloud.
3 kills and an assist, you know, it's fair enough.
Yeah, he did a lot of the work there, and he kept Crashies alive.
Oh, we saw a second round victory in the last map. I'm hoping we're not going to see another.
A very different circumstance, though.
Now the push-up is not...
ไม่ถึงเอ็นวัติกใช่ไหมยังไม่
There's not anything holding on to this position, so a lot of gamble stacked towards the B site. How much damage can they hope to do? Oh, they're going to go back and try and go for Crashies instead. A couple of tags, not ideal, but Evan's going to win the initial fight. First kill goes the way of that defense, but this
หายแล้ว4ขบวนครับ
Okay, they pushed that far up. Have they now given up control of the A site altogether? And wow, their gamble is correct.
Yeah, it's a nice paranoia from Boaster as well.
ต้องรู้ว่าเมนมีสิทธิ์มีโดนยิงท็อปมิด
Anyone in there is completely negated, pushed back by the paranoia. and they'll make it to the A site. Fnatic, good patchwork in this round, realizing the aggression had come in down
ผู้เล่น
mid,
น้อยกว่าครับ ได้
down
วาง
through
ครับ
A main. So
โด
that
เมติก
site's
โอ้โห
probably
และ
easier
แค
to
ที่
take
อยู่
through
มุม
the
นี้
spawn.
แล้วไหล
Now
มา
it
ช็อต
should be a formality, but Crashes and Boaster
มี
already
สิทธิ์
tagged
ตาย
against
ปืน
Crashes.
ตก
59 HP with a rifle in the open. There is no fallback. There is no retreat.
Wow.
He is dead after the first fight.
เลือ
The
ดแม่งมี
question is
แค่
how
นั้น
many can he get? And with only one, this is a very dangerous round. And I thought different circumstances would see Fnatic find much safer ground to
เฮ้ย
stand and fight from.
อื้อ
Yeah,
หื
we end
อ
up in a 1v1. A painful round for Fnatic, but they've just about gotten it over the line.
Yeah, I think low on HP with a rifle, that position is wild. Maybe that was the gamble that nobody would check this because of how ridiculous it was, but yeah, that
กองทัพต้องเดินด้วยท้องน้องบาส
unnecessary risk up against the pistols. Luckily, Kayak just basically made that look like a montage as he'll come out with a multitude of
รู้ป่าว
fragments.
วินเนี้ย
5-0.
วินนี้ถ้าเป็นอเล็กนี่ปีแตกอะเนี่ย
Just indeed.
Just about.
มันได้วอร์มไปแล้วไง มัน
Almost
ไม่เหมือน
win
เมื่อกี้
on a full eco, and Zaysh looks like you've just thrown the round.
คอมไม่ยูนิคใช่ปะ
The guy is so
ปกติ
positive in real
ไอ
life. Whatever the coach
อิง
is
แม่ง
doing,
จัดคอมไม่โคตรยูนิคเลย
take over.
It's a stressful job.
It absolutely is. And
โบ๊ท
I think
ค้านไง
facing off against Aang, now with a map under his belt, even more so.
ทุกแมตช์นะเอเวนติกตอนแรกคิดว่าคอมจะแปลกๆแต่ไม่นะ
Some good from KC. Pressure is on. People start to believe
น่าจะมี
maybe
โบ
that
สมาแบบ
road's champions
ช่วยออกความเป็นเห็น
this year is more of a likelihood. And well, Narrate started off well. In fact, the information they've got is incredible. And he's locking them in.
โอ้บอกขอดีๆก่อนผมเลิกแข่ง อิงบอกอ้าวแล้วนี่มันไม่ดีตรงไหนอะถ้าทำไงเนี่ย
spawn if they wanted to. But other than that, they are boxed into middle.
Well, when push comes to shove, KC will be more than ready to answer this call. Kayak won't survive the first engagement. The push through the smoke from Levin finds the spike. It's all onto Alpha. 1 against 5, and well, you'd like to get out of here with some damage done, but that is not possible. 4 players spamming into his angle, and with so many left alive, of course, it's an in-zone flawless for KC. Big money maker round coming into round 3.
Yeah, I think it's an important one. Like, you lose a very close map, your map choice as well. You come into a map that ultimately you're comfortable.
ไม่บางทีมันก็ต้อง
I think having
ดูคอมมันก็ต้องดูไปเล่นด้วยเหมาะกับคอมหรือเปล่า
sort of wakes you up. Of course, it was. I want to say somewhat of a bonus because I think it was 4 rifles in the last.
Yeah.
But
อย่างเช่นตอนคอมเนี่ย
in this one, but it's got a couple of guardians in the mix.
ถ้าจะมาเล่น2ดูเอลอ่ะมันก็ไม่ค่อยเหมาะเปามันไม่ได้แบบคอมฟอร์ตฟินิกขนาดนั้นเมตาตัวนี้จะเลือกดิบเปา KO มาก็ถือว่าตรงสเปคผู้เล่น
Fnatic getting nothing done is definitely worrying for KC. That's exactly what they need. Early performance. Showing up, Alpha not lost any confidence. He stepped with the Guardian into B main to look for a fight, but
ก็หมายถึงแบบมันตามโลครับผมมันอินนี้เข้ามันอินนี้ได้หมดครับผม
coming in as the smoke fades, and they have caught everybody with it. Beautiful work from KC. Great flash from the right, and the paranoia to guarantee the space. Return by Cloud. He is much closer than he knows to getting that kill, but it won't matter.
Narrate manages to hold on to control of the spike, but he is now dealt with by Althea. Boast's position is an interesting one. I don't know if Levin's going to expect it. He's looking towards main. Okay, that's the moment the realization comes through, and unfortunately for Boaster, he's not long for this world.
30 seconds
18
left.
HP. Dives through, and while Althea felt like he needed to take a risk, and instead he delivered the spike like a birthday present, left it on the floor.
And closed the door behind him as well.
Yeah. It's about as good as it gets.
แม่งเวลาเอเวนติกเจอไข่แม่งสูสีทุกแมตช์
Boasters on a sliver of health. You have to make a play there.
สะบักสะบอมตลอด
We feel like you have to at least. Doesn't work out for Fnatic this time.
เรือยาวเล่นฉิว
Boaster to get out. It will secure 1 rifle. But that's 2 rounds in a row for KC, and with the big investment from Fnatic into round 3, I think that's going to push the limits and break the bank for this squad. Indeed it is.
Yeah, there wasn't much additional to play with. It seems like maybe they'll be able to have that singular rifle for Kayak. But other than that, it's not going to be a particularly pretty purchase. And from what was a crushing defeat at the last, just for how close it was, and the pistol not going their way, KC
6 ไปอย่างน้อยควรบวกสัก 7 ถึงจะได้เปรียบ
with what was a very solid defensive side versus GX. They're looking for more of the same.
Running back put in by Narrate, but he'll be dealt with right away. Still, it's allowed some players to flood in behind that wall, 11 being one of them. He's finding his first pick up at that reveal. Has caught him, luckily. Aves.
เพราะว่า KC 2-0 ใช่ไหม
That's spam as good as it gets. It seems to be KC's
เดี๋ยวก็
specialty.
Emetic 2-0 แล้วครับผม เดี๋ยว KT ก็ไม่ตึงสุดในกลุ่มแล้ว
He's avoided the flambe, but 5 HP left.
เดี๋ยวจะเป็น 2-1 กับ 2-0 นะ
Like he was sticking around
KT
too much longer.
2-1
Aves with his triple. Hunter's Fury is online for the next, and it's clean as can be.
I've seen
เฮ้ย
some
มาสวัสดี
people
ครับ
with some really good
มาดึกเลย
graphic settings that are able to do the
เล่น
things
Emea
that Aves does, but honestly, that is just impressive with how consistent he is, spamming through those smokes, especially after the level went down. I was a little bit worried, but comfortable stuff in the end. Credits really starting to build for the defensive side. They'll have a buy at least into the round after round 6, even if they are to lose it. But this is where Fnatic come back in with the buy, and they have a multitude of ultimates to play. Okay, sure, some of them can be traded out by the players on the other side, but I think especially that Hunter's Fury always makes things a little bit more awkward for the side trying to defend.
นี่กล้องอันนี้ครับทีเด็ด
Both players having them, no surprise for
ทีเด็ดเลยนะดู
9 and 2. He's going to pop it early. He's getting it on so quickly. Why not? But doesn't look too good. There's a double tag to close it out, though. Cloud and Kayak both very, very low. And that's value enough for a blind Hunter's Fury.
ส่วนตัวให้เป็นแมปกันครับผม เพราะว่าไปลองสัมผัสไปเล่นมามันกันจริงนะ
Especially Kayak feels like a bigger problem.
เมื่อกี้ไปดูสถิติมาก็กัน 5-5 ครับ บุก 4-5
defensive side and him being tagged.
Oh,
now him being tagged even lower makes that an incredibly big issue. 40 seconds left on the clock as Fnatic now look to explore towards middle. The B split potentially there with Alfia still holding on to main control. Now we're going to see that KO put into play. That'll remove the utility, but he's already on the ground.
A couple of picks go back here for KC. And they keep on going. Ames finding a lot of damage, and with Kayak and Crash, he's so desperately low. Oh, and the damage done to Cloud.
Oh my god.
This is ridiculous. Barely surviving as KC.
โลทุกตัว
Oh no. At least to be found, but now this is an insta kill on any
โอเวอร์ไดส์ตัวละทีอ่ะ
a laser.
โอ้
4-2 for KC. That's a wonderful retake, but again, I don't
จี
know
ขอ
how
แค่
Aves
เกี่ยวตรง
gets
ก็
so
ล้ม
much
แล้ว
done.
Well, it's crazy because you look at this round, one player I think got 2 kills and probably did about, what, 300 damage? The other player got 3 kills and did about 45 damage. Just running around at the end with everybody being so desperately low. You also have to bear in mind the initial damage was done by a Hunter's Fury. Do you know what? Aves might have done about 400 damage and got 2 kills.
Yeah, I think that might be pretty
Chef,
close to reality. The fact is, like, that Hunter's Fury blind, it's often a big mistake, but they found his value there, and later on for KC, they've got to be on cloud 9. Different org, but
not.
Let's take a listen in and see how things are going for this squad in the anti-eco.
They smoke M1.
I'm gonna hit on B.
Mid.
You're gonna guys, drown, take it split. It was just full push on B.
I'm picking slowly. I don't see.
1 tiles.
One was about around South Browser.
Yeah, 1 mid should be. 1 mid
I
still.
block his trap on B.
You're gonna drone. I'll pick him.
2 dead.
You might not have smoke.
One main.
Yeah, it's okay, I see it.
I'm not helping you.
I was smoked top mid.
ลีกโซนไหนทำสนามกับคอมนักแข่งดีสุด โอ้โห ง่ายจัดเป็นคำถามที่ไม่โคตรง่าย ลีกจีนครับ
He's probably main or. I have main, guys. You cannot cross. Only on you can be.
Nice job, bro.
Insane.
Okay, this time
In zone flawless.
Yeah, the vibes are immaculate.
2-1 แล้วกันทรงนี้
In zone flawless with anything but that, we've certainly got a problem. A 5-2 scoreline now. Most importantly, 5 rounds in a row for KC. They faced off against a double buy-up to start this streak, and they made it look easy. This obviously being an anti-eco, but there's been a bit too much success from this squad, and I'm surprised to not see Fnatic calling for a timeout. Going into round number 8, 5-2 down. They're happy that the players have the right ideas.
5-2 down on
มีชนะกันใช่ครับมีชนะกันได้ทุกทีมครับคาดเดายาก
Hasn't looked particularly close for Ultimates online, but
เดี๋ยวฟอร์มแบบฟอร์มดีบ้างฟอร์มไม่ดีบ้างแม่งแต่ละทีมโรลเลอร์โคสเตอร์จัดฟอร์ม
Look at the amount of information Levin's already going to get. He's walked all the way up B main. That means they can
แชมเปี้ยนปีนี้พี่มั่นใจว่าจะเป็นแชมเปี้ยนที่ยิ่งใหญ่มากๆโหทามมิ่งแม่งคนจะรอด
You walked back at the perfect moment, but does he then go that little bit further forward? No, the drone is actually going to sell the potential of a B hit and even pull
หลอกได้หรือเปล่าริวไม่ยอมนะพยายามเอกสีบหาเพื่อนจะได้ไม่ต้องโรเทต
They made the right call. This play coming in. Narrate doesn't know where that TP just came in from. Boaster being able to find one, but Narrate still flying under the radar. Comes in quick. Great flash from Cloud. Got him through that smoke. Back to the spike. If he goes down, there'll be trouble aplenty. Waiting though is Cloud as Alpha sneaks his way up top as Crashies waits to catch them on that rotate. But now the spike falling. Hunter's Fury redeployed and Doja won't make it out of there. It's left to 1.
20 วิแล้วรู้ว่าหลังมาโหยากจัดต้องเปิดเสียงแคทที่
He baited the steps. He baited the steps.
Ready for him to swing up top with 12 seconds left. I mean, has to go, and he has no idea. Victory was just around the corner. Victory turns to death as KC find 6 in a row.
Oh, I thought he'd played it perfectly. I genuinely thought he knew exactly where he was when he baited those steps. I was like, oh, genius, and then just didn't check the window. There's the one spot that went under the radar.
Pacific คิดว่าใครอะทีมอะไร
What was a good round from Crashies, a lurk into a Hunter's Fury that kills off a player, but that last low man standing.
Let's go!
แต่ช่วงนี้อเมริกาไม่มาว่ะ
6 rounds in a row. Well, there is the timeout.
They took their time. That's for sure.
นึกออกช่วงแปซิฟิกดูไม่ค่อยน่าเชื่อใจเท่าไหร่ครับผม ปีเนี้ยนะถ้าจะลุ้นแชมเปี้ยนอะดูรวมๆก็ยังให้เป็นอเมริกาอยู่นะ เพราะว่า2อินนี้ไงแล้วก็สไตล์โบเตอร์
Need like this is your map choice, and it looks if I was going to gamble, I would say that this looks like a KC pick from what we're seeing right now.
Well, especially considering that they lost the pistol and follow-up. And they were close, and then they came through against 2 full buys.
คือตอนนี้โซนเราอ่ะใช่เหมือน
especially the first one was
เหมือนที่สมาร์ท
incredibly
บอก
dominant for KC.
โซนเราแต่ละทีมตอนนี้มันอยู่ในช่วงที่ตั้งไข่มันกำลังแบบผัดใบอะครับอย่างเช่นพวกเกาหลีแบบเหมือนแบบไปพยายามคีปผู้เล่นเก่าๆเยอะเกินแล้วมันแบบดูอย่างเช่นดูเลวันทานเนี่ยไม่เอาเด็กสดๆมาปุ๊บโอ้โหพอทีมลงล็อกปุ๊บไม่โหดเลยแต่เกาหลีมันแบบอยู่ในช่วงผัดไปอยู่อะ
Alfia trying to fill in the gaps. That's a wonderful shot. Dosier even predicted that he would be there. Now Levin's been dealt with on the other side. Even still, though, it ends up even. A top mid push that they have to be careful of. They've been flanked before. And maybe Aves was almost just working as a distraction, but they're watching for Narrate.
เจอ3 กระบอกฮะ
From Cloud in this round. And now it's all on to Sugetsu. He had 1 kill in the first 8 rounds. If he wants to keep the streak going, he needs to end with 4.
Spike planted.
Sugetsu has the ult to at least grab some information, and well, that was a bit of an awkward time to have your knife out. Luckily, it's only a half check by Crash. He's now falling back to the site. The high-low should be in play, and Sugetsu will find it impossible. It's a low-low setup instead. You said we needed to see something from Cloud, Tom.
เบสน่ากินจัด
No, good
เชี่ย
round from him. Like I said, he won them the pistol, which basically
เริ่ม
gives you
เข้า
the
สู่
second
ยุคเปลี่ยน
round.
ผ่านใช่ครับผมจริงๆมันก็เข้าสู่ยุคนี้มาสักพัก
And
แล้ว
then
เหรอ
he's
ครับ
won them the next round that they won after the pause. So it's interesting. This
แต่
has
เหมือน
been a case
เกาหลี
at
ทีม
times
ใหญ่
for
เขายัง
Fnatic
ยึด
where the players
ยึดกับ
standing in
ชื่อเสียงผู้เล่น
absolutely stand
เก่า
out
ๆอยู่
performances. I think Vekaj regularly
กลายเป็นแบบ
has stand out
หนองชิม
performances.
มันคือตัวอย่างแบบ
But can
เด็
they
ก
now
รุ่น
build
ใหม่
off
มา
that?
แบบ
Because I
ขยัน
don't think that if they come out with
ตั้ง
say
ใจ
5
มันก็
rounds
แซงหมด
on
นะ
this attack, that's not really too much of a problem. But if this ends 9-3, I'd be damned to believe that KC aren't going to be able to
2-0 ไหม
close
เหรอ
that out.
จะไม่วะยุทธ
I'll run it back online for KC if this is where you want to bounce back for Fnatic.
น่า
It's
กินจัด
probably not the ultimate. You want to look across the side and see the fact that
แล้วส่งเฉพาะตรงไหนนะ
especially in
โซน
the
ไหนนะ
last
สาร
round
คามเหรอ
was
หมดดี
phenomenal. The Trailblazer. And now there's two of
อย่าง DX อะยกมาเปิดตัวดีๆก็
them in
เอา
on
เก็
the
บ
clock, and Fnatic. Well, it's not surprising that they're being very cautious towards a main. This is somewhere that's being pushed consistently by KC, but finally it's time to go.
The spam not quite meeting, and they've dealt with Narray. That's a
ยุคของ
risky
เด็กจริงครับผม
no-scope attempt that ends up with Lever going down. The spams
Spike planted.
aren't going to stop that plant from coming in. Flash seemed like it was to try and push someone into a spammable corner. Instead, that piece of utility now gone, but there's another ready for Narray if he needs it. The flank has been spotted as well, so Fnatic know that those back angles are safe. That spam, though, has helped a lot. Crashy still stood in the corner, trying to beat the snake in the grass, but again, Aves just spams.
ปืนโผล่
He's
อะ
so good at finding players through the smoke, and now the raid drops Cloud. This is falling apart. The defusal already began. They need to start spamming. They need to stop them from defusing. The swing out.
Oh!
A Red Bull clutch to give them another round.
ไว้ใจได้จริงๆตัวนี้ แล้วให้แบบให้คมด้วยนะ
How close was that? That felt like I thought he didn't have time anymore. I thought the
สำคัญเลย
defuse
วิน
was
นี้
done until the shot landed.
อ๋อปืนโผล่
Incredibly close. Alpha's cover there kept both
Yes,
of them
I think-
alive, but 0.48 of a second
เอลติกวิ
down
นมา
to
ชัวร์
the wire, but
สำคัญเลยวินนี้
for
Boys,
Fnatic,
please listen
it
to
was-
each other, okay? Let's go. A little bit.
It was just close enough, and that could be the round that gets them right back on the
มู
south.
มันดีนะ
6
ไอ้
to
คราวอ่ะ
4.
ไอ้นี่ดึงคอเซอร์เพื่อน
Calling for them to play together. If they can do that, we might be neck and neck at the half. Who's seen that before?
Camera taken out.
Yeah, feels a bit different on this map. 6 rounds in a row for KC. If it would end 6-6, I think they'd be bitterly disappointed,
แม่งมา
especially on that defensive
แตน
side.
บายรอ
I think
โม
we've
ดี
seen
ทายว่ะ
both teams thrive. I think it would put the favor firmly to Fnatic. And this buy definitely not the best.
เรียบร้อย
Another risky peek from Levin, but it also gives an awful lot of info. It seems like they're going to try and challenge Dosia, but he's just looking to try and slow them down. Oh, of course, weaponry for him is still pretty decent. The pistol that was shown might be a ruse. Althea again, having to try and bail them out of trouble. He's turned this back to a 3v3, and the attack have decided maybe another avenue is better.
Alpha might just have a freebie. They're walking right up into his crosshair, but an uncharacteristic miss and whiff as Aves puts them into the advantage. Defensive side, well, pressure on an array, a book,
ขาดแค่โอกาส
and a
จริง
classic all he has to work with. But Aves on the sides got the big gun, got the reveal to help him out. Well, not going to help anyone out. Narrate's dead to rights, and the door's closing on Aves. But before it does, Cloud taps his toes away.
10 seconds left.
Sugetsu again. He's had to play retake simulator a lot of this game. The B site pushes haven't happened too often, or if they have, it hasn't been him dealing the kills. But the first one is so quick. Again, it's another round.
เราเอาไป3
Single-handedly winning.
โอ้ยอย่างงี้ 2-0 แล้ววะ
It was Althea to
ตี
start
เยอะ
and
แล้ว
then him to close. 12-9 at the moment, and it's only Aves who is 18-6 right now that stands above him. But I can't believe we're actually in a spot
ดอทไน
where
ก็เล่นดี
Fnatic
นะ
go into
เล่น
this
ดีอะ
next round
ถื
with
อว่า
an
ผ่านเลย
opportunity to leave this half level.
Last player standing.
I really didn't think it was possible for them to end up level at this half. Like, the last three have been remarkable from Fnatic, and considering KC have had nothing but success before that when it comes to buy rounds, and there were plenty of them, this recovery has been sensational, and a lot of it is Cloud. Like you said, I think 4 of the 5 rounds I'll put down almost single-handedly to that man. Maybe he's needed one more time to put us
กี
level.
ฬาเก่งๆเรื่อง8 ขวบ
Hunter's Fury.
จริง
Online for Abez, that could be a big
ๆ
problem
เด็ก
last
8
time.
ขวบมาเล่นได้แล้วครับผม
Took over the round
อี
on
ส
the
ปอร์ต
back
อะ
of this ult.
He's taken over
ส่วนมากตอนนี้นะ พวก
He's
เด็ก
had
ที่
an
แบบ
insane
14
map
15
so
ดัง
far,
ๆ นะ
and I think this
ต่างประเทศนะ
more free
ที่แบบเตรียมรอเดบิวต์อะ
loose style of calling
ที่คนพูดถึง
is
เยอะอะไรเงี้ย
helping him out a lot
ไปดูประวัติ
specifically.
มาก็8 ขวบก็จับเมาส์ยิงครับ
Either way, though,
อืม
the attack side maybe finally about to make a move towards that B site. And Levin just walks out into the open. I think he even caught Althea off guard. Now maybe just seeing
โอ้ยมันแกว่งอัน
was
ตี
enough
แม่น
to
จัง
make
วะ
them believe initially it was just a lurk. Instead, though,
ใช่น้องก็เริ่มเร็ว
catching a second player.
ประมาณนั้นแหละค
As
รับ
Crashy's gone, he's been having a rough one. Breaking the trip and now moving their way back towards the A site. 30 seconds left. A trap set up there once more with a flash, just waiting around the corner. They know, they have an idea. The narrator's there and clear him with ease, in fact, but they need a little bit more. Aves versus Boaster. The IGLs, and it's Boaster to come out on top, but Dosia's still here. He makes it should be impossible to plant, but never mind.
เป็นเรื่อง
Cloud again, and he's removed the ultimate from Levin as
ถ้า
well.
วินนี้ได้นี่คราว
Another saving grace from
Oi!
Dubai on the block, but not this time. Levin will make sure at least
เชี่ยพี่หลิวให้แม่นเลยดิ
will go in with a lead. But let's be real, Mitch. It should have been a much bigger lead than this.
สวยแล้วเมื่อกี้ดับเบิลดาเมจแต่พี่หลิวให้แม่น
6 rounds in a row, coming off the back of winning round 3, of dealing with 2 full buys, of hammering Fnatic into the ground. This looked like a dominant scoreline. But for Fnatic, there is still hope. And with a man like Crashy's on the team, of course there is. We sat down with him before the game and had a little chat. Why don't you take a look at it during the halftime?
ต้องให้เขาว่ะ 15-6
Crashies. I'm here with Crashies, a guy who I've known for a very long time, actually. I was looking back, the first time we ran into each other, I think it was 2018 at a little tournament in Chicago called CGC. You remember that one?
I do, a very long time ago.
Different world, different life. A lot of success since then for you. And now this Fnatic team, how has it been after the first week?
It's been good, I would say, like fixing things that we need to fix and just enjoying our time together. So, yeah.
And speaking of your time together, you got a new guy in the camp, right? Cloud. What's it been like playing with him?
I've always like kind of respected him as a player. He's always been someone I've played against before, so bringing him in was kind of nice. Different perspective, and just we're giving each other tips and yeah, just learning from each other every day. So it's been fun.
And for this matchup, right? KC, really hot start, looking very good indeed, maybe playing a little bit looser. How do you game plan against that?
So, you know, they've been talking a lot about they don't have strats and they're very loose style team. So we just kind of know what to expect.
ตอนเบรกเขาคงไม่เอานักกีฬามาสัมภาษณ์ครับผม
out of us. We're very
ปล่อยไปพัก
structured and we know how to play against that style of team. Paper X historically for us. So it's nothing really new for us, just different team, same style.
ชนะผู้มีภาพ
What do
2-0
you
เลย
think the key is then? Is it like reinventing
ไม่ต้องชนะตอนนี้ก็มีภาพแล้ว
or
นะ
is it just being ready for that mid-rounding?
Yeah, just being ready for what they're known for. Like I said, they're very freestyle and they like to embrace that style a lot. So there's really no surprise for us today.
Are you gonna throw it back to the Rankcast Combine days? Drop like 30 right now?
Honestly, we'll have to see. Like, you know, I'm used to dropping 30s back in the day, but Valorant's a different game, so we'll see.
We'll see how it does. Good luck today, man.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good job, Darth Mike.
Yeah, this is where he was cursed.
Yeah, he's got the 3 from the 30, so that's good, but it's just a lot of zeros before it, not after.
ใช่แล้วพรุ่งนี้สวย3 โมง
A good half, but the context of how we got here kind of disappointing. It looked like this should have been a lot better. And remember, with Fnatic climbing back into the game, well, they only need one more map to close this out. The threat and the pressure applied onto KC. I think we saw that again in the coaching camp.
Yeah, pistol here.
ฟูเซน2-0 ครับพรุ่งนี้ฟอสจัดแท็กติกมาแบบรีไลท์อาบุกรู้หมดคัมภีร์จียังไงอยู่ในกำมือ
And a lot of that comes down to a B-site hold from Alpha. He's been fantastic on it. Well, this could give Cloud a few assists if anybody dies, because he has just caught the entirety of the team with a knife. I've just watched the player push spawn and not
ชิปหายละ
get away with that. I'm almost certain they saw him. There you go.
เยอะให้แค่นั้นแหละ
He's going to be the only defender. He's dodged the paranoia. But there's so many people coming down. Help from a teammate. Gave an opportunity. And this is why you don't run towards the B site. Luckily, Narrate makes sure it doesn't go any further. Because for a second, I thought Althea was about to kill them all.
Paranoia from Boaster really helped him out to refocus to take down Sugetsu, who, yeah, we obviously said about Crash. He's 3 kills in the first half. Pretty tough.
พี่ชอบเป็นเกมแบบไหนอ่ะถ้าพี่เป็นผู้เล่นเหรอครับ เอาเป็นแบบว่ายกตัวอย่างนักแข่งที่แข่งอยู่ตอนนี้นะจะได้แบบแก้ตัวนะ
Well, Alpha's just done everything Sugetsu did in the first half in 1 round.
ใครดีวะ
It's true.
It is. It can be both.
Actually, no, he hasn't done anything. He didn't die 8 times.
Right. Anyway, moving on. It's an important pistol for KC. After letting that half slip away. I think they're going to be the tougher of the two. Of course, you've got your double duelist. You got Narrate that can farm up those orbs, and I think this stage, even over just the last couple of months, I think that Narrate has really gone back into the form that we saw from him a couple of years ago when he joined KC. So I'm very excited to see this attack side from him specifically. But it is the tougher of the 2 sides. I think it always has been. For Fnatic, although the deficit is incredibly likely to be 4 rounds, I don't think it's out of reach.
มัดกินมันดึงแขนเสื้อบ่อยไปครับผม
2 blind Hunter's Furies have huge value. One with damage, one with a little bit of damage, but more so the information of where the secret play was coming through.
เจสซี่ครับโอ้โหอาจจะยังนะผมนะ
wasn't it, on the crashes? So it was massively impactful Hunter's Furies. Big rounds from him, 20 and 8. I believe at the moment.
ดูดิกล้องไม่เห็นอินโฟหมดเลยอะ
Never mind. It looked like he was far enough away, but no. Must have got caught by the edge of it. Left it in there for a few, and without shields, they're usually as free as can be when hit by that Marshall. A 1 versus 3 with Alpha. This could definitely still end up being costly for KC.
ขอหนึ่ง
A single kill for Narrate. The Marshall kills got the majority, and now Marshall looks for a kill to get his ult. And that might be the reason that Althea is being a little bit more passive. I think anybody else getting an ultimate orb is absolutely fine, but you do not want to allow Narrate to have the run it back without having to pick up an ultimate orb. At least you have a chance to deny. But as you can see, it will just be him going down to the spike.
I like the run, the sprint towards the side at the end, so maybe someone sticks around if they hear, oh, he's coming to defuse, and then they go down to the spike.
โหดมากยังโหดมากอยู่เลยตอนดูมาตั้งแต่แรกๆหรอ
given them enough of a gap now that a couple of mistakes can be made, and they will still have their lead, still being with a chance of bringing us to map 3 of split. To be honest, between these 2 teams, between these 2 coaches, I do want to see that map.
ไม่มีครับผม
Fnatic most certainly don't. They want to make a deep run here with the 2.
อย่างเช่นแมตช์เนี้ยถ้าอยู่มาตั้งแต่แรกก็จะมีซุยกับแคชชี่เนี่ย2 คนน่ะตั้งแต่เกมเปิดปีแรกเลยเอามาเยอะมาตอนหลังจากมาตอนหลังเอามาตอนหลังเรียวมาตอนหลัง
Double digits is what they're after, and the buy, it's not that bad.
Oh, it's incredibly good. Bonus
ยัง
round.
20 FNC อีกไหมคือไงนะ
It looks like he wants to try and get a little bit cheeky. He knows there's a lot of players around this corner, and Abez, as said, it just seems like he pulls off miracles the second there is something in his path, which makes no sense. The defense traded, and timing is going to be everything. Bear in mind that is the spike in the hands of Abez, but instead,
เพนก็ไม่ได้เวอร์เหมือนเมื่อก่อนนะครับถ้ายังเล่นอยู่ก็ได้ไหมก็ได้
try and clear some of these more aggressive angles, but everybody bar 1 has fallen back.
ก็ยังให้เอ็มติดอยู่นะครับ
This position from Levin
ถึงมีแมป3ก็ยังให้ติด
go back and suspect something like this is a full canceller
กราวมาจากแจนครับ
caught him with a knife out and almost took down Kayak as well
แปลกๆเอเวอร์ติก
with him falling the A site was no longer the target but Sugetsu has made B much easier to get into. Now they don't have any smokes here, and so they're gonna have to fight on the way past. But Boaster gets nothing done in that flash.
กูไวละ
let's say it blinded Kayak.
+1.
At least one.
Well, if you get the kill, you get the kill. It doesn't matter. The push and pull is definitely interesting. I feel like KC when they saw that position were on a full rotate though. Like that wasn't a ruse because you could see where the spike is currently going, even in that little shot of the map. It was all the way back in the spawn, and then Sugetsu gets a kill, and they go. Actually, B site seems a little bit more open.
Nice. They're starting to believe again, and yet 10-5 up. Zay
One of them is starting to believe.
It looks like he is having the worst day of his life every time we cut to him. Double the rounds of Fnatic, push them onto an eco.
แต่ยุคแกมบิดอะพอมันแยกย้ายรู้เลยว่าจริงๆแล้วใครโหดไม่โหดอะเพราะแต่ละคนแม่งอยู่คนละจุดคนละที่หมดเลย
Well, he might not be happy at all then. We'll see.
He's gonna get cleared. Cloud trying to reaggress. All right, then.
เรียบร้อย
Decided this round's his. Well, Crashies would need impeccable timing. Speaking of impeccable timing, Althea had done well, but
โอ้โห
it's gone very good. But
ตัวแรกเป้าสะอาดเฉย
in zone flawless as KC build up
GG
their
ว่ะ
streak
เจอที่ส
once
ปิดครับ
again. We saw this in the last half as well. It was 6 rounds.
แบบข่าวแล้วเก่ง
Now they're on 5 rounds in a row. Just 2 away from closing out Fnatic's map pick. A map pick that, as said, like you look at the 2 games we've seen, a 15-13 win for them versus
ตาโซ่สำหรับพี่ก็ยังให้โหดอยู่นะมันเป็นอินเกมที่มีแมตช์ที่แบบยิงและลั่นเยอะใช้ได้อยู่
And 8. Levin's been having a confident game, even going back to Summit. And you look at him now, 22 and 9. It's Aves with the 100 Furies. He's been blindly doing a ton of damage as well. It feels like he has stepped up to another level, and I do think a lot of that is just the responsibility being lifted from his shoulders.
Yeah,
a little bit.
He even said that anybody can pitch ideas. He gets to say yes or no. That means he's not having to just focus on everything that's going on. Whereas we know that Bosa's style is very much like
นี่หลังๆคาดจักมันโดนกบหมดแล้ววะโดนกบบารมีหมดแล้วนะ
but individually doesn't normally benefit him.
I do wonder if things will change now that Cloud's on the roster as well. Someone who
อาจ
has
จะ
a
ต้องมอง
lot
ให
of
ม่
experience IGLing. I want to see him be another voice in that choir, harmonizing with Boaster. His attempt to take deep space from Levin. And to be fair, they're respecting him for now at least.
เลิกไม่โหดแล้วครับผม
Space to play with up there. It's
เลิ
because
กไม่โหด
Boaster
แล้ว
wants to stab
ลื
in
ม
the
ภาพไว้ก่อน
side,
ก็ได้เลย
well, this wraparound is, oh, well, I was going to say expected. That
ยัง
jump
เก่ง
from
อยู่
Levin
แต่
showed
ไม่
off.
ได้แบบไอเวนเจอร์อะแบบเมื่อก่อน
Seemingly making the difference. We saw this in the last half. It was maybe a bit later than we expected it to be. Well, you know, you got to try and be sneaky sometimes, but for Dosia, that leaves him on just 6 HP. This round, I was going to say looks firm.
ทำไมอ่ะพเยอร์
But again, Avis has just been impeccable. Now they try and swing into
อยู่ดีๆก็ปิดมุมให้เขาเห็นก่อนเฉย
when it comes down to raw aim, it feels like nobody can match up to KC in their current form, and Fnatic definitely have to be a little bit more careful going in for this retake.
Boaster's taking the operator.
ผมโฆษณาเสร็จแต่ใน
It's a
YouTube
bit slower, but more
ที่นัก
importantly,
เล
to
ง
give Kayak the ability to get right in there through heaven, and that's exactly
ให้
where he's going.
มันเอามาทำใหม่
Rest
ครับ
the squad through the door. They'll draw the eye.
Fnatic
Cloud first to find a pick, and Aves down below. waiting for Narrate to emerge from the smoke, but there's enemies at the gates, and they've been shut out.
GG.
Aves reaching another level here today. He has gone godlike, 25-8. Jeez, yeah, just bring split on, man. At this point, Aves has earned it.
The crazy thing as well is when they tap the spike, I was like, oh, he's dead to rights. He's looking the wrong way, but somehow he gets both kills. Like, sure, you have to look at the Fnatic players and go, okay, if he's looking the wrong way on one of those fights, how are you not getting him? But hey, everybody seems to be hitting for the side of KC, and Aves is having a performance of a lifetime.
ใช่เนลติกยุคแรกเดิร์แบกจริง
12-5, 25 kills for the IGL. Well, for Fnatic, a map choice that they may live to forget or regret, whichever way you look at it.
Oh, that drone is not broken, but Under's Fury from Aves. He's found himself a pick on the kayak. Not like that's a big player for Fnatic or anything. It has been a rough game for him, a rough map at least. Fnatic need a hero to show up soon, or this story's going all the way to the final chapter.
I think we might already be there. I've always spoken about Fnatic comebacks, but there's been nothing to really make me believe this is going to be the case. Might work for Poster. Alpha yet switch with as well. He's done incredibly
ศพกระตุกศพกระตุกอันนี้ศพกระตุก
You know, he's won that fight in the end. Desperately low on HP, and the spike. I'll be real. I'm not sure there's too many worse positions on the map. But yeah, timing here is going to be everything. 11 spots him. That's one. Down to a 2 versus 2.
ว่าไปเนาะเมนู
That's the main issue.
ถ้ามันกลับมาโอเวอร์ไทม์ได้เนี่ยแล้วแพ้เนี่ยตี5มีให้เห็น
But Levin can make that run.
Door open? Yeah, door's open. He gets there easily.
คือถ้าจะตามมาแพ้น้อยแพ้เลยนะขอร้องเลย
Up the spike they were
มา
hoping
เฮ้ย
time would be a little bit too costly for KC. That could have been Doja down and
โอ้โดนแคชชี่ดิ
alone. And in fact, it would have been the round. But Doja still drawing breath. A man who had some incredible rounds on Summit and now steps up to new heights. But Cloud is hunting him down and he'll find him before the TP is completed. One more round for Fnatic, but 6 in a row needed to bring us to overtime.
And you can see that nobody on the KC side is sweating whatsoever. Cloud is definitely...
I bet Zash is.
ไวไปเบสไวไป
They look relaxed. Zash never looks relaxed, so that's, you know, that's fine.
เราไม่ได้ดูดีเลย์ขนาดนั้น
To a face palm from him because I feel like at this scoreline that would be pretty outrageous.
Punch the monitor.
ผมหลับตาฝันเห็นโอที
You win the 1v2 on 30 health.
That was a good attempt.
Fairly chill.
It's a good attempt at it. No, but for sure, the vibes on KC have got to be immaculate. 6 rounds in a row for Fnatic. It's too tall a task for most teams. But if anyone was to do it,
ไปไหนครับผม
this team.
บินเช้าจัดพี่ครับผม
It's weird to say. Not seen as much of that magic. The last map definitely had some of it. The crashes clutch, the 4K from
ไต้หวัน
some of the aggressive plays we saw from Alpha. But this map, a lot of those players have fallen quiet, and well, more so, a lot of them have been silenced. Boaster's position is being watched avidly, and what immediately
ตัวโบสเป็นโผล่แน่เลยว่ะไปเก็บบอลเป็นจิกเกิลให้เขาเห็นน่ะ
An attempt made, but nothing.
ฮิตบ็อกโผล่ปุ๊บแม่งเรียบร้อยเลยครับ
Just to try and sell a ruse. The rest of the team are heading their way towards that B site. As said, there's normally a reason that people avoid this side of the map. Alpha's B site hold at times is legendary. And they may need it to be once again. Look at the current positions of the Fnatic defenders. It doesn't even need to be a ruse sold by Levin, but he's selling it anyway.
He's been spotted. And yet still, if he walked right now, he'd have a backstab on Kayak. They thought he was in main. The door closed, the ruse sold, but Kayak shut him down, and Alpha still waiting. 8 seconds, just needs to drop the spike, but he can't get it done. Oh, that's a risky reposition. That's a very risky reposition, and he'll live to regret it, if not for a quick shot from Sagetsu. Kayak got in there with a second to spare.
ต้องเนิร์ฟสไลด์ครับผมเนิร์ฟให้สไลด์เราขึ้นปืนช้ากว่านี้หน่อยครับไม่น่ารำคาญแต่แบบนีออนไม่ถึงใครล็อบ not yet not yet
this.
สไลด์สั้นลงหรือช้าลงสไลด์สั้นลงมันก็จะกากไปเลยนั่นแหละเอาให้สไลด์แล้วลดแม่นให้เยอะกว่านี้อันนี้มันสไลด์มันยังแม่นอยู่เลยอ่ะคือมันต้องสไลด์ยิงไม่ได้เว้ยแบบสไลด์ยิงไม่ได้เลยอ่ะต้องแบบเป้าไม่ต้องแรนดอมไปเลยครับให้แบบว่าaccuracy มันต้องกากกว่านี้อันนี้ accuracy นัดแรกมันยังแม่นอยู่ครับสังเกตว่ามันยังมีช็อตที่แบบสไลด์ปุ๊บแล้วเฟิร์สช็อตไม่เข้าหัวบางทีกลางๆไกลๆแม่งไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นมันเกิดขึ้นบ่อยไปกิวรันเหรอไม่สมาร์ทพี่เจอเกมหนึ่งเว้ยไปโหลดมาเล่นตะอันนี้ตอนแรกโหลดเดโมมาเล่นแล้วก็ซื้อตัวเกมมาเล่นละมันจัดเฮ้ยโอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยใช่เลยว่ะกำลังแบบติดใจเกมโลกไลท์อยู่ตอนนี้แล้วเป็นเด็กบิลดิ้งเหมือนกันเลยแต่ของพี่เป็นรถไฟเนิร์ฟได้อีกนีออนเนิร์ฟได้อีกครับเนิร์ฟได้อีกแน่นอนยังไงก็เนิร์ฟได้อีกเมื่อวานพี่มาเปิดสตรีมรอดูพับจีใช่ป่ะพี่ก็โหลดเดโมไอเกมเมื่อกี้มาเล่นไว้สักพักก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆพอลงสตรีมปุ๊บซื้อเลย
We see KC with a very clean slate onto this one. But yeah, Levin, Avis, Abon, everybody else, incredible performances.
100%. And I think it was Levin and Kayak, that Neon head-to-head that we had highlighted coming into this match. Kayak still having a bit of a quieter performance, not really being able to set up. We saw him try to activate the operator on that defense towards the end, but wasn't really being able to find any sort of value from it. But yeah, as you mentioned, Aves and Levin, they were very much the main characters throughout this series, especially starting on that defensive half. Very funny, Mike.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah, for me, they were the main characters of the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. From the other side, I think that as you were speaking about the head-to-head with Kayak and whatnot, Avis was shutting him down constantly. I felt so bad for him because it looked like Avis could do no wrong in that map.
It really did feel that way, right? And that's got to be such a redemption for Aves and for the team. In terms of like getting so close to the ideas on the summit, not getting it over the line. Now they come out here and it's like, dang it.
So some of his kills are absolutely ridiculous. Like, please someone count all the kills that we've had through smokes. Just in the Emea, I bet that every single region I know is absolutely ridiculous. Nothing new on that front. But what it is new is Casey, and speaking about the way that they've been communicating and working with
the game.
Map and you not having reps on it and whatnot. I
เห็นที่บอยท่าพระจันทร์โพสต์จ้ะ
But for Ascent, a map that
โมเย็ดมา
is the easiest to play, like on a fundamental level as to how to understand it, it makes so much sense that Avis is able to give us these numbers.
Yeah, 100%. And I think
ตัด
that
ไป
if you have your
28 ตาย
something like this,
9 แอสซิสต์
there was so much confidence in the rest of the team to be able to go out and make their own plays individually. I think it was absolutely ridiculous the numbers that Avis was putting up.
Smurfing.
Absolutely bonkers. It lends back into what he's been telling us in interviews, right? Which is that their changes in approaches, the philosophy that they brought in with Zeish taking over the head coaching role of maybe doing things a little bit more by committee has allowed him to focus a lot more on his own game and is allowing these kind of pop-offs.
I will say, I think we also need to speak about the other side because we saw Fnatic again, the losing advantages and not being able to, I believe that most of the rounds that they got, even though there was only 5, they were like 1v1s, incredibly close. Like there was no comfort found in that ascent at all. And do not forget, at the end of the day, Fnatic chose to go to that ascent. Split, though, can be a different conversation.
Let's talk more about that split. I'm going to cut you off here for a moment because before we get into the conversation, we hear from Zeish.
ใช่
This has been a very strong start to stage
ชกเจลาโต้
for you. Are you planning to keep the streak going on split?
I mean, we just need to stay in our bubble. Don't like listen to the noise outside. Keep working like in our way. Keep like being focused on how we discuss in review, how we discuss in strat time. Even though like as Marshall said, we don't have like many strats, but like we have like a strong system. We discuss a lot of stuff together. Like we have a lot of fundamentals. We have a lot of like win conditions and stuff like this. And we just need like to stay inside our bubble and keep like. Because it's not usual for us to win, right? Like because this year it was pretty like rough for us, so like we just need like to stay on the floor. And I don't know how to say it in English, but like we need to keep our head cooler. That's it. Thank you.
Cool heads prevailing here as they head into the decider, Billy.
Yeah, well, I think what's exciting for me is we heard from Aves on that sideline about how, they've not played this map and that they've got potentially some exciting things coming. So I'm intrigued to see what those exciting things could be. I think the exciting things
เลียไอติมแล้วไอติมไปป้อนนักข่าว
on that last map.
ไม่เท่าไหร่นักข่าวเสือกกินแล้วบอกอร่อย
which they were taking the team fights, it was so cohesive. It was always together. It was always very coordinated in the way that they were wanting to win out the rounds. And I think that Zeish kind of mentions that there, that they still have these protocols in place for them to be able to win them.
I need protocols though, because Split is a map where so easily we go into hooligan mode and you see just 4 people running together in the map and just being completely shut down by shotgun or anything. If this is, I want to see that he really means it and that we're going to see it on Split. Because Mike, I think that now that you've been here for a few days, Split, the map where you just see the craziest place being like, what is that? That is Split for us, and I think that this one is going to be more of the same. It's not only that they haven't played it in a while. They
อันนี้คือช้อนนักข่าวอยู่ข้างหน้านะก็
won it in the entire year. Like it's not a prospect for KC, but they seem to be very happy about it.
Is this not just a new KC? Because I absolutely agree. We should be expecting some fun, some highlights, some craziness going into that split. But can we really, at this point, lock in the KC of before to the KC of now? It does feel like a team reborn in so many ways.
I want to think that that this split will be different. Honestly, I would like for this to be as close as map 1 was. I think that this series is worthy. I think that the KC scene is worthy. I think that they're testing how far, limit testing themselves. And I think that split is the perfect round to end it all.
And as we dive into
เมื่อกี้พี่คือทำตัวอย่างให้ดูคลิปไอ้นี่ที่เรียติมแล้วให้นักข่าวชิมอ่ะเนี่ยดูยัง
I am the crowd actually.
Yeah, you are. Listen, I'm happy to see Kayak on the Yoru. I think that we'd kind of highlighted struggling to get away with things on the operator. I think definitely will be able to on this agent. It's nice to see that. They did play a double duelist composition last time they played, but obviously it didn't quite look like this, Bea.
It didn't. And for the side of KC, double controller and
I think Kamakov will win.
Such a popular agent sage would definitely
because Yoru
to do a deep dive into all the sages that we've done and probably rank the battle sages in the region. We will have very good battle sages here in EMEA. But seriously, I want Kaya to have a good game. As I said, I was shouting him out for Ascend, asking and expecting of him to have one of those games. And I really pray that that happens here and it happens with Yoru. And this starts becoming an epidemic and everybody starts playing Yoru in EMEA.
GG ว่ะ
We seem to be very pro Yoru
KC
here on the couch.
We are. Yes, I was with
KC
both of them so to me, Yoru is part of my being.
Part of your being, indeed. Part of our being here, perhaps. Anything else we should keep our
ได้เลยน้องชิน
I think Levin on the
ฝันดีครับผม
race,
ไม่ต้องเสียใจครับน้องเขียวแค่ กลับไปตั้งหลักเฉยๆรายการนี้ไม่ได้เอาจริง
We know he's great on the jet. We know he's been great on the Yoru historically as well. It's just a question of can he match the tempo that Fnatic sends towards him with their double duelist composition.
โค้ดมันออกลายแล้วไง
Yoru, and it's time to put the mask on one more time for our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you once again, Darf.
โค้ดอิงมันเอาแล้วเดินเรื่องแล้ว
To split the final map of the series. I have to say though, Tom, I didn't expect to get here in this fashion. It's not about the maps and how they, or not about the map overall, but Ascent being so dominant for KC really came as a surprise. And a lot of that was down to our fade on the side of KC. Your Aves, he was unbelievable. Let's see if we can keep that performance through here, though. I'm definitely not expecting.
มาเร็วจิมาร่วมเป็นสักขีพยานให้ KC กัน
Everyone's going to be playing football before the game.
Exactly. I'm very excited to see this comp from
ยัง
Alfia on the knee.
ยังไม่ได้บัฟ
It's not something you get to see too often. Kayak back on Yoru, or at least right now, not seeing it at all. So they've clearly been cooking. They've got some ideas, but is this going to be Fnatic reinventing the wheel and people about to start copying? Or is this going to be a complete failure? It's not got great to the start. 11 on the raise. Well, okay. That was an interesting choice after getting 2 kills.
Levin is known for interesting choices, if you'd like to put it lightly. For KC, a man down, but a lunatic down.
เล่นได้อยู่เหรอ เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูว่าจริงหรือเปล่านะ
Covered this round just yet. Cloud is clearing the spawn as we speak, making sure that there's no big flanks coming through.
Cloud จริง รอบนี้
coming through, and then he might be in a good position to catch these players when they come down ramp.
It's all going to be on timing. It seems like the opposing side have a good idea. There could still be someone behind, but now he's all that's left. Of Adosia, that means he can just hightail it towards the site. Start that defusal. Force Cloud into a more awkward fight. He needs this kill almost immediately. Monterey says, nah, don't look over
เรียบ
there.
ร้อย
You're still
1-0 ครับ
fighting me.
KC
KC with a pistol round that seemed set pretty much from the get-go, but at least a plant from Fnatic.
Yeah, a silver lining indeed. But after a dominant map in the previous, I don't think you want to be starting this out with a pistol under KC's belt. You keep an eye on who's stepping up to the plate. Narrate on map 1 was sensational. And he's got himself the Sage coming into this one, the Battle Sage, the Reses that could be coming up if he has his game. 11, Billy's highlight when it comes to this agent select, and I have to agree, seeing him have a good game, that is going to put even more wind in KC's sails. And well, he started off with an opening pick in the previous. This time, he's there to support. As finds one. That flash looked like it could have turned the tide a little bit for Fnatic, but the weaponry letting them down. Certainly not letting Sagetsi down. That's a 3-piece, same as he found in half 1 of Ascent. That's the whole half.
We're still going.
Yep.
No, I genuinely thought that was going to be just a multi-frag with the C's nade. Like that connected onto multiple players, and just the nade didn't quite pan far enough back. But yeah, for Zugetsu, the build-up of some of those ultimate orbs, of course, not the strongest of bonuses coming.
ชาวสวนชูจอบฮะ
Fnatic will look to try and come through a little bit cleaner. The rifles, of course, onto the board, but no ultimates particularly close for them. But that's enough of us talking. Let's let Fnatic do the talking.
Bring them down.
He's one male. I'm gonna blind heaven, boys.
Come. TP backside.
Yeah, TP. No, I'm flooding. We can take it. Yeah, I wanna go under. Do you have smoke for city?
I'm on the
Nice smoke. I'm gonna plant.
Gotta be main. Plan.
Yeah, can you hold it, Cloud, or you want me to hold it?
Planting maybe.
I left your flank. I left flank.
Heaven. I'm gonna TP out. We can speak. I'm tapping. Speak right together.
Two.
Let's go.
Hard the lane.
Can we hold?
Holding ban.
I'm tapping heaven. Can we pick city? Come new box.
I'm coming.
I have smoke in 10. Wait. 1, 2. Take under. TT fade.
I have city.
Smoke in 5. I have city with you.
5v3, boys.
I'll send you plan. I'm gonna smoke heaven now.
I'm not planning God.
Heaven out. Dead. I haven't fade.
I have heaven now.
Got a Sage?
You are city guy.
No, I don't know Sage.
I'm gonna pick city.
You just pick CT off me. I'm holding this.
It was heaven long time ago. I hit him.
ชอบดูเวลามันไอ้นี่วะคอมมูแม่งแบบ
On a default.
Well, 2 players still trying to break back through, but it looks like they've made the decision to, well, they're not going to win the round.
No.
Put it that way. They're not saving. That's quite clear. Narrate's only got a pistol. I thought Aves might hightail it, but it's all about damage for this squad. And so far, it's a big mission fail.
พยายามตอดเกาะ
Looks like it'll end that way. For Narrate, I
เออ
think everything there.
จริงเวลาดูมันสื่อสารมันสนุกดีนะ
Like getting an orb towards the res is as effective as anything
แบบ
else.
ดูแต่ต้นยันจบไปยังได้
Yeah, I don't think you want to give the Nightfall over. But chances are he'll fight for the orb.
One enemy remaining.
But 2-1, as you can see, it's been a while
พี่ชอบดูนะ
since we
วอย
saw
คอมอ่ะ
the last
จ
neon.
ริงไม่ต้องมีสีหนาภาคเลยก็ได้นะวอยคอมล้วนยังได้เลย
For everyone on this side of the pond.
Yeah.
Except me, I love
ไอ้ลูกไอ้สโมกลูกเมื่อกี้โคตรดีนะพูดเนี่ยใครแบบว่าเล่นไวเปอร์ฝึกปามาลูกนี้นะช่วยเพื่อนได้โคตรเยอะนะเซตได้เนี่ยโคตรดี มันกดดันในตัวตรงกลางมันแบบไวเปอร์มันต้องพะวงว่ามีตัวลักไก่ไหลเข้าไปขึ้นทาวเวอร์บีหรือเปล่าถ้าสมมติว่าตรงกลางไม่มีตัวอยู่เว้นเนี่ยไอตัวทาวเวอร์บีมันก็ต้องกลัวแบบมีไวเปอร์ไหลเข้าไปเลิกเอหรือเปล่าเดี๋ยวนี้เคซีแม่งมาคอนโทรลมิดพอดี
But what do we do from here? KC are waiting for the battle.
Paranoia.
นี่โกรธอะไรมาบอกว่าไม่ได้เอาจริงครับผม อ้าว
I was gonna say it went well, but it didn't. Dosia.
อะไรวะ
Spray down. It leaves Crashies as the last man standing, maybe hoping he could get the orb that gets his Nightfall, but as night falls, he's got no friends left to play with. And they're on the hunt. Casey looking to try and remove this gun from his hands.
อ๋อไว้คอมโดนแผนแตก
When Casey last played this map, which was a little while ago, and their form was definitely quite a bit different, they managed just 3 rounds when they played against Na'Vi in a 3-9 defensive half. Well, unless Crashies has some sort of cheat or exploit that I don't know about, they're going to have 3 rounds in the first
เอาเดี๋ยวเพ่
ไม่นอนหรอวะ
โดยอีมีคู่ชิงเหรอไม่ใช่คู่สุดท้าย
And there we go. The round locked in.
เฮ้ยพี่เอ๋มาชวนเล่นเคาน์เตอร์เลยพี่เอ๋เหมือนเขาไม่ได้เล่นนานเขามาเล่นใช่ไหมแล้วเขาเล่นคนเดียวใช่ไหมแล้วเขาก็สร้างกรุ๊ปมาในไลน์15 คน15 คนเดี๋ยวผมอ่านให้พี่ฟังแล้วพี่จะตกใจ
at all so far. And already it's looking
He won on the pistol by killing the guy that was going to get the defusal.
It's
an important kill.
มีบาสมีเบสอารีนาพี่
พี่เบสบอสต้า
น่าใช่นะผมเห็นมีรูปเด็ก2คนแล้วก็ชื่อเบสพี่อิสองอาจพี่อ้นปานหน่อยพี่บอยพี่ป้องจิมมี่พี่เป้ทาเคดะพี่เก่งซับมารีนพี่แบทพี่ตี
แล้วได้เล่นกันไหม
วันนี้ไปเล่นมาแล้วรอบหนึ่งมีบาสกับพี่ตีแล้วก็พี่เอ๋
now they need to prove that those were worthwhile. The pickup of Cloud, I think, has clearly been a good one, but it's the rest of it.
อยู่ดีๆเสี่ยงเคาน์เตอร์กันเฉยเลย
By Kayak, as he now looks to join the rest of the team. Nightfall across. The seas will slow them down a little bit, and Sugetsu under some serious pressure. 58 HP.
สนใจไหมพี่
ไม่ As they now look to make it to the site. Alfia on that entry, but Narrate swings out from above. Even still, it ends up even, but bear in mind there is a showstopper, but it's on the other side, and Alfia just isn't missing. 12 HP made no difference.
สนุกนะพี่ผมว่านานๆเคาน์เตอร์เล่นอ่ะเล่นกับเพื่อนอ่ะ
อะไรเงี้ยมันเล่นไปสักพักก็จะไม่หนุกแล้ว
ใช่ต้องนานๆมาเล่นที
ใช่แล้วเล่นห้ามนานเลยนะคือถ้าเล่นแบบสมมติเล่นต่อเนี่ยมันจะ4-5 วัน
มันจะเข้าโหมดจริงจังแล้วไง
ใช่มันจะเริ่มโหมดจริงจังแล้วสุดท้ายพี่มันจะไปชนเพดานเว้ยสมมติเราจริงจังกันหมดเลยนะ5 คนเนี่ยมันก็จะมีวันหนึ่งเว้ยที่มันชนลิมิตแล้วอะแต่มันก็สู้เขาไม่ได้แล้วก็แยกย้าย
It's been spoken about a lot that Alfia always talks about.
Oh my goodness!
Getting a little bit bored. Slow-moing the table slams. That's where we got to.
He's going for a new record, man. We used to have Barbar out here, but
yeah.
Snapped that chair before the
game. That's the reason we had to get stronger desks.
มันเสริมทับโคตรวันนี้
ตอนแรกนึกว่าจะได้ดูอะไรดีๆอุตส่าห์ได้ไปยูฟ่า
We had to go back to the drawing board after he dented like 6 of them.
คุณจำได้ไหมตอนแมนยูเสียกองกลางไปอ่ะวิกฤตแล้วก็ใครเฟสเอไลล่ากว่าจะแบบกว่าจะเจอคาซิมิโร่
มันต้องซื้อแบบสำเร็จรูปมาคนหนึ่งเลยต้องยอมคนหนึ่ง
แล้วก่อนจะซื้อ70 ล้านไอ้เหี้ยมีแค่100 ล้านมึงไม่ซื้อเขาใช้อยู่ในวันนี้พาแชมป์ไปแล้วคือมิดฟิลด์ไม่สำคัญเว้ยเอาจริง
เชลซีผมปล่อยการนาโชบวกเงื่อนไขมาครับซื้อขาดไอ้การนาโชได้ไปทีมในฝันเลยไงเคยใส่เสื้อแอตตันวิลล่า
เอ้าย้ายไปแอตตันวิลล่า
ใช่พี่
ออกไปแทนในโมเกนโรเจอร์
They have managed to get the site and for Fnatic this puts them in a hugely advantageous position. I also like the spot for Cloud.
ซานโต๊ดนิวกุลิตโอ้โห
นิวกุลิตใครมันพูดเนี่ย
น้องบอก
quite literally he's very far back but he just wants to make sure they can't force him out of position
ไม่น่ามีนะครับผมพกโตมาแข่ง
expected to be invested in this round but with the positions of Fnatic it looks like they did and Cloud now playing slow as can be. We saw this in the pistol and maybe that's why they went back to check it but a little bit too late there for Narrate. Advantage sits with Fnatic now. They looked like they were behind, but they were limping as a lure. And now 3-3 we go. Looks like Doja will make it out with the weapon, but that is the only silver lining for KC.
I really like the way that Cloud is playing. I think we've seen it throughout the game. Incredibly clever when it comes to making sure he checks certain angles. I think even on Ascent, even though they were losing, he had a lot of impact. And this round is no different. But it's more so just how far back he went.
ใครโหดตอนอยู่สตาร์บุกซันโต้ต่าง
So it's like, okay, if you want to come fight me and spawn and waste the time away, you can do that. If not, you're gonna have to periodically keep checking behind you. No, and he got the timing spot on. KC taking a pause. I said the last time they played this map versus Na'Vi, they lost 3 to 13,
ไม่ขายเนี่ย
3 to 9 defense.
เขาขายพี่แต่มันตั้ง80 ล้านแต่สัญญามันไม่ต่อแมนยูก็ไม่ซื้อเพราะเหมือนแบบสัญญาจะหมดมึงถูกกว่านี้อะไรเงี้ย
For Fnatic, what was a little bit of a damning start is now looking at
เพิ่มอีกนิดนึงได้นะสั้นละ
especially with how our
ใช่
been playing.
แมนยูครับต้องทัส
เพิ่มอีกนิดนึงมึงได้เฮียโตนาลี่มาใช้แล้วเนี่ย
จริงๆนะโตนารี่จบเลยนะเนี่ย
จบเลยแล้วมึงก็จะไปซื้อไอ้อเล็กซานโตสอะไรเตเลมองเป็นอะไรไม่ติดหรอกตอนนี้รู้สึกไม่ค่อยดีเลยเฮียกลางรั่วไม่พัก
up to it, but will this be the round that we see that happen? You can't see on the backstage there the credits, but we certainly can in game. And when we get there, you'll see that KC ain't looking too stacked for cash.
ล่าสุดก็น่ากลับเลยเนี่ย
Rifle saved over from the previous. Only man with shields and the rest of the
อาลี
squad
อยากได้
playing Nico Barner on the
ไม่มัน
Sharif.
สคอร์ตมันต้องใหญ่อะพี่เล่นหลายถ้วยอะ
For KC to really
ที่
get
ว่ามันก็เอาไว้ก่อนหมดอะ
But I've said that before, and
เพราะปีกแมนยูมันก็ดอกูใช่ไหม
I think as well, like
เอ็ม
you
โบ
look at
โม่
this
คุ
from
ณย่า
KC's
มันก็
perspective.
ขาดอีกอะ
You got a
เพราะว่าถ้าเกิด
Sage
คุณย่า
Viper
เจ็บ
setup.
มันที
ขาดปีกซ้ายอยู่แล้วไง
You kind of expect
ใช่
this
มันก็ต้อง
composition
แบบ
to be
เอาและ
better
ฟอร์ด
on the
มาใช้แหละ
defense.
ดากูคนเดียวไม่พอ
And so the fact that they've started to lose rounds, not really be able to slow opponents down, this is risky.
อุ้ย
It's
ชื่อ
a
ไม่พอ
weird
นะไอ้นั่น
stack.
นะไอ้
And
นะ
of
ไอ้
course, Fnatic
ปู
were
กา
not
เต้เจ็บหนัก
expecting
นะ
3
ACL เข่า
players to be
ยาวไป
so
นะ
elite.
ปิดเทอมแล้ว
เท่ากับตอนนี้เหลือแค่
we
ไม
are
นู
against the Nico double diving into
แล้ว
the
ก็ตัว
field.
ใหม่2 คน
Like, it
แล้ว
is
ก็
weird.
บรูโน่ไอ้สัตว์ไม่พอบวกให้
ไม่พ
You
อ
jump in events
เจ็บตัวหนึง
anytime
คือวิ
during
กฤ
a
ตอะ
game.
ยันดีตกชั้น
Any moment, chances of there being 3 players, they're dogging very low. Oh well.
ถ้าไม
Lemon's
นู
managed to
เจ็บ
sneak
นะ
one at
เป็น
least.
เลิกเลย
But for Fnatic, I didn't expect this to go this way. They dive in, they find 3, they make an aggressive stance against the pistols and pay for it. They have ended up with a
แต่เขามาพี่
decent map control. They've essentially
ถ้ามีข่าวเดี๋ยวแพงตอนนี้
Fnatic are now defending but need to plant the spike.
เดลมองดิโพ
KC are waiting to
มาเลย
attack the site after the plant
ซาน
comes
โต้
down.
มาเลย
This is, from the
แม่ง
attacker's
แบบ
side.
เซอร์ไพร
This
ส์
is strange,
เร็ว
and
จั
you
ด
can see how Boaster's trying to put the pieces together of what's going on, but I don't think you're going to solve this puzzle
สวัสดีค
unless
รั
all
บ
the pieces
ต้อง
are
ที่เจ็ด
revealed.
โอ้กูเปิดมาดูโรมาโน่บอกแมนยูอยากได้มิดฟิลด์เอเวอร์ตัน
แมปสุดท้ายแล้วครับผม
Well, I feel like
Wait.
with the clear through mid from
มึง
Crashies
จะ
and
ซื้อ
him
อะไร
going
มิดฟิลด์เอ
all
เวอ
the
ร์
way
ตันอะไร
towards
ไม่เหลือใคร
screens,
ไม่มีเอเวอร์ตัน
there was nowhere else that anybody could be. Crashies trying to avenge his fallen comrades by entering the vent and
ลาเวียครับผม
and I mean it,
ลาเวียอยู่เชลซีไม่ได้ลงไม่หรอ
possible timing. I don't know how they have done everything almost perfectly on the KC side. I don't know if that is
น้องๆดูมิดฟิลด์แต่ละทีมดีที่เขาซื้อกันอะไคเซโด100 ล้านนะเอ็นโซเฟรนเดสตอนนั้นเท่าไหร่50 หรือ 60 2 ตัวมิดฟิลด์ตัวหลักเป็นไงล่อไปกับ200 ล้านอาร์เซนอลดีแคนไลท์100 ล้านโทมัสปาเต้ตอนนั้นมาก็ไม่ถูกแมนซิตี้โรดี้เป็นไงตัดกันมาดูลิเวอร์พูลโซบอสลาเลยกลายเป็นแบกไปไงตัดมาแมนยูตอนนี้
ใช่เมาไม่ไหวครับผม
ไม่ทันเอาไปทิ้ง
From Narrate, a res online now for the defensive side.
ไม่เป็นไรครับออนไลน์ก็ได้น้องที่
Still
เจ็ด
operator pulling into play for Levin. He has aggressive ideas. Who's surprised at that? But he won't hit the opening shot. And going back in here is a risk.
แม่งเป็นคีย์แมนดูบาซ่าเบดี้อินเนตต้าซาวีมันลิดเป็นไงโทนี่โค้ด
He's going back again, Levin.
เอนโซ105 ล้านเขาบอก
ไม่เคยขาดมิดฟิลด์ไม่เคยขาด
Maybe they forgot about what this
ทีม
ultimate
ที่
can
สำเร็จ
do. So much space to take. How's no one died yet? Finally, we'll see some players fall. But it's
แบง
not
กี้
gone
เด
the way of
ยอง
Fnatic.
นี่โอ้โห
Maybe it has. Never mind. What do I know?
เฮ้ยแมนยูนี่มิดฟิลด์ฝรั่งเศสมาไอ้นั่นโกเน่เลยวะ
มีข่าวอยู่ใช่
Last man standing and Crashies is going to close it out. No more unlucky timing.
เป็นแม่มูรินโญ่คุม
บราสเหรอ
ซ้อม
แต่รอบลึกๆว่ากันนะถ้าไม่ชนวาโล
They don't get a kill from that point onwards.
อะไรวะ
Jeez, that's got to
ไอ้
be tough
เคา
for
น์เตอร์
Levin.
พี่
He went in 4 shots
เคาน์เตอร์มาแข่ง
taken, 4 shots missed.
You know,
Got pushed
Just
back
like me.
bit by bit by bit. Yeah. It's me for real. Let's not think about the other maps, the things he did there. Let's just think about this round.
yeah, yeah.
I could make it on KC.
นกเกี่ยวไม่เอาจริงครับผม เหนื่อย
นี่เปิดดูคู่ไหนวะเนี่ย
Baby,
Everything
I can't
KC, yeah.
highlight enough how calm, reasonable, and kind.
เฮ้ย
I think
เพิ่ง
Zeiss
เสริม
might
มา
be my favorite people I've ever met in esports.
เสริมตัวจี๊ดมา
He's in the coaching booth. He's a different guy. I've never seen him get angry outside of it.
กล่าว
There's plenty of reasons. But you get him in a
เดี๋ยว
game.
ปีนี้คราวเจอเซเปลอตที่เซี่ยงไฮ้
Jesus.
เหรอ
That monitor's got to be sat there like, what did I do?
สมัยก่อนเจอกันในไฟนอล
Shaking in their britches. They know they're getting a call
The
soon.
admin's like, you know you're muted, right? Well, Dosia, there is no one here to help him.
อุ้ย
Even still, he'll take Alfia down. Now Levin is there from above. He still, he cannot hit an operator shot to
มัน
save
การเล่น
his
จังวะ
life.
ดอสเซีย
It's 5 missed in a row. Well, a lot of these have looked like freebies from what we expect to see from Levin. At least this time he lives to tell the tale. Ult-wise,
ลุย
the
เกตสึ
Res is not going to hold any value, at least for now. Someone else would have to fall. Boaster up top.
โอ้เรียบร้อยเลย
Viper Orb.
ลาก cover พร้อมไว้ก็พิษ
Even going to invest the pit late into the round. It's going to make it so
เฮ้ย
much
โบ๊ท
more awkward. And well, Boaster firing warning shots, but Cloud was not doing the same. For Levin, no choice but to save that up
แชมป์สวัสดีครับ
for the next round.
ไปเพื่อนไปนอนละวันนี้มีงาน
That was
เฮ้ยพี่
ครับ
วันไหนยิงชนด้วยดิพี่ดึกๆอ่ะ
ได้ค
When
รั
you
บ
see
วัด
Cloud
วาง
step
จัด
forward with the ult, you think it has to be done.
เฮ้ย
He
พี่
was a little late on putting the snake bite down. I think
พูดนี่เอ็มมาติกครับ
of people
2-1
push through. And the second it goes down, they've got them boxed in. Players outside can't come to help. Levin's got to run for the hills.
เออทำไมเนี่ยสเปอร์ไม่ได้ไปแต่แบบยอมเสริมยอมแพงๆแมนยูไม่เสริมไง
Boaster tickling them from up above and Cloud dragging them down below.
โตนารี่ถ้าสู้ยังไงก็ได้ครับผม
One coach is taking that better than the other.
Oh, he's gone from anger.
เครียด
Now
เฮีย
he's in
Oh, I
denial.
want to go give him a hug, man. This that was we hung on that for so long.
These are the
Where's Ace,
stages
bro?
of grief. That's what we're getting. And they're only 1 round behind. 5-4.
อยากขอแนวทางจากเพื่อนนะครับ ได้เลยครับผมว่ามาเรื่องอะไรฮะ
Move from Fnatic. Looks like an all
BG จะไหวกับแอสตันวิลล่าไหมครับโห มาร์ติเนสได้บินมาไหม แต่ว่าพวกบอลอุ่นเครื่องอย่างนี้ อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้ครับ มันอุ่นเครื่องนึกออกไหมนักเตะบางทีบินมาเขาก็ยังไม่ได้ฟิตร่างกายเขาก็แบบไม่ได้ฟิตขนาดนั้น สเปอร์เจ้าของหาเงินจากขายหุ้น อ๋อ
Well, they've got the site, or at least they can plan, but they don't quite have the
คือ
site.
ผมไม่ถูกเชิญไปงานแข่งอยู่บ่อยครั้งอยากรู้ว่าต้องเริ่มตรงไหนก่อนดีที่ถูกเชิญไปงานแข่ง งานไหนเอ่ย
Maybe not something we should say in the same sentence as Abez. His performance in the last stole the show. But now a defuse needed. They'll keep heaven control to allow this to happen. Levin looking for this battle, but the Boombot has sold a ruse. Boaster slipping past it, now sat up close. Levin suspects it! And now it's just one left to deal with. The showstopper locks it in. I thought Boaster had made the play to win the round, but fair play to Levin. Cautious. It's a new look on him, but a welcome one.
Yeah, and Abez as well. He was there from the beginning.
เอาเวฟเป็นโหดจังวะ
Maybe should have been dead to rights, especially after what Crashies was able to do up top, but he just holds that backside position, doesn't allow them
โอ้โหพี่โบกเป้าสะอาด
control, and then he's there to close it out before the rocket can even land. 5-5. Maybe an unlikely round
คือผมก็ทำคอนเทนต์งานนี้ไปบ่อยจนเขาจำได้นะ
back and forth between the two teams in map 1 and map 3.
ที่พี่ไปล่าสุดที่เวียดนาม
2 rounds left to play for. Rez online for Narrate. Nightfall for both squads.
หมายถึงเราไปตามงานแล้วก็แบบ
Really had the opportunity
ทำคอนเทนต์วาโลอย่างเงี้ยหรอ
And maybe he won't this time either. Everybody is leaving him. Narrate is alone. There are 5 players
มันไม่ได้
outside.
เกี่ยวกับว่าถ้าเราไปทำคอนเทนต์เราต้องทำคอนเทนต์วาโลครับผม ยกตัวอย่างแบบช่องซูเปอร์โนวาก็ได้ใช่ไหมที่แบบว่าเขาทำคอนเทนต์วาโลเอนเกจเยอะๆอะไรอย่างนั้นนะ
Numbers are on the other side.
พี่ก็ไม่ได้ทำคอนเทนต์มาโรยอย่างนั้นเลยดิคนละสายกันของพวกนี้มันต้องทำไปเรื่อยๆครับผมมันต้องทำเพราะใจรักอ่ะจริงๆนะแล้วเดี๋ยวมันถึงจะมีโอกาสทำไมเพราะทำแบบทำระหว่างมันเหนื่อยอะไม่ค่อยแนะนำ
The devil of the last round, the man in the back of Aves, will not be on the site this time. I'm hoping for a bit of a miracle with the spam, but it's a bit more of an unorthodox plant spot.
เฮ้ย
Look at the battle between Cloud
โอ้
and Levin.
ถ้าจ่ายเข้าไซนี่หวานเจี๊ยบเลยนะแม่งจ่ายแบบโดนตัวเดียวเกียร์แค่สกิน
That means the rest of Fnatic have to hold strong. They have to delay as much as they can with no utility left. Bar on Cloud. It's going to be tough. They have to do it with the rifles, and Cloud's being caught. They were watching the flank, but that's when Kayak turns up for Fnatic. Left it on. Oh, what? That shot was insane from Levin. Another needed onto Kayak. A right click could be enough. And although he finds all the kills, the clock is an enemy no man can defeat. 6-5 for Fnatic. What a round from Levin, though.
Yeah, it's a very nice attempt. He sits at the board 12-6, even with the shots we were talking about earlier.
Slow it down.
Maybe he was saving up all of his power for the one that he showed. Obviously, Kayak, insane one.
แต่ว่าเหนื่อยจริงนะสายคอนเทนต์นะครับ
Landing, then flicks to the headshot. That is insane.
ตอนแรกพี่เคยเห็นแบบพวกทำคอนเทนต์แบบว่าอะไรพวกเนี้ยแบบเขาถือกล้องติดตัวตลอดเวลาไปงานนี่นั่นอย่างเช่นจอร์ดอะจอร์ดรับทราบอะเวลาเขาไปไหนเขาปีกล้องอยู่เงี้ยตลอดใช่ปะแล้วซึ่งตอนนั้นพี่เพิ่งเริ่มทำบล็อกไม่กี่คลิปเองเลยพี่ก็ไปเจอเขาพี่ก็เลยหรือว่ามันต้องเป็นภาพนี้วะสรุปเวลาไปงานพี่ก็ถือกล้องไปบ้างสุดท้ายแล้วแม่งไม่รู้จะถ่ายอะไรลืมพุทเทศออกมานิดเดียวแม่งขี้เกียจตัดลงก็ไปจ้างเขาตัดอีกลงคลิปไปแม่งเข้าเนื้ออีกตัดไม่เป็นอีกเฮียไม่ถ่ายแม่งแหละ
to work with. He's at least for now avoided their gaze, but well, it's time to run for Doja. He's realized.
Retake in these circumstances will be difficult. A stinger, a judge, an operator. These are not guns you want in these sort of circumstances. And while a man down is not going to make it any easier for KC, Kayak has done well. This Yoru looking good, and Cloud on flank watch is a bit unstoppable.
Cover going out.
Trying to catch him out of position has been incredibly tough, and for the remaining three players, I don't see any way back in. It's a little labored from Kayak, but not anything that matters too much. With
ก็อย่างที่บอกครับต้องทำเพราะใจรักเราต้องไม่ได้แบบคาดหวังเกินไปครับไม่งั้นมันบั่นทอนความรู้สึกคิดซะว่าโอกาสคือโบนัสอุ้ย
of an off round or two. It's nice shots from Levin, but I don't think Fnatic will care at all as they go in with the lead.
ของดีฟาสในมุมเพื่อคืออะไรครับก็อย่างแรกเลยนะเรื่องคอกลางเกมเรื่องมิสลาวคอเรื่องสื่อสารครับอันนี้คือของดีของฟาสครับเรื่องเกมเพลย์เรื่องอะไรพวกเนี้ยแล้วก็มี achievement MVP ของซูเปอร์ Valorant Pro League ปลายปีแล้วรักการันตีเลยว่าเจอพวกเท1แล้วไหวนึกออกปะพอเลยแค่นี้พิสูจน์หมดแล้ว
so I think they changed it so much that it's more about like you know who's going to just show better gameplay with their comps. That's it. I don't
ทุกคนคิดว่า C-Wop Vegas Cloud 3 คนนี้ตั้งแต่ดู FNC มาคนไหนเข้าตาสุดพี่ว่าคลาวอะตอบแบบชัดจัดแต่ไม่ต้องคิดเลยต่างจากคนอื่นประมาณไหนที่เคยอยู่ถ้าเป็นเลวันทานอะ ถ้าเปรียบเทียบเลวันทานนะเรื่องเอมนะเลวันทานถ้าแมตช์ไหนที่เข้าข้อคือเอมดีที่สุดนึกออกไหมแต่ก็ยังมีเรื่องเกมเพลย์บางทีที่แบบเวลาพี่ดูอะแม่นจริง แต่บางเพลย์แบบว่าอยู่ผิดที่ผิดเวลา อะไรประมาณเนี้ยนึกออกไหมมันคือเรื่องเกมเพลย์อะแต่คือคนเรามันจะมีเด่นไม่เหมือนกัน มันอยู่ที่คนเอาไปใช้ด้วย อืม มันมีหลายช็อตที่แบบว่า ผู้เล่นมันจะคิดไม่เหมือนกันอะซึ่งบางคนมันออกมามันจะดูแบบ คนดูก็จะเห็นมันเป็นอีกมุมหนึ่งที่แบบที่แม่งมันดีกว่าอะไรเงี้ย ส่งของดีกว่าใช่ไหมครับ หมายถึงใครฮะ ว่าแต่กล้อง โอ๊ยไม่ขายครับผมพี่เก็บไว้ใช้ครับ
Here or there for KC. The pistol, the only time they managed to see back-to-back rounds was after it. And so coming into this one, I think it's fair to say, Tom, they may need a pistol.
ถ้าหมายถึงคราวนะ
You also said this comp looks better
คราว
on
ที่
defense, at
มา
least
อยู่
on
เอโนติก
a
เนี่ย
eye test.
แม่งประมาณ
We'll
ฟา
have
ส
to see what they've got planned. I think
ลอง
maybe
สังเกตลองพวกบอยคอมอะ
moving
กับ
as a
ฮูด
pack
ใน
will
ทีม
help
อะ
them
คลาว
out,
แม่ง
as
จะ
it
ดึง
always
แล้วก็จะ
seems
ช่วย
to
โบส
do.
คอลเว้ยเดี๋ยวลองพยายามแบบเวลามีบอยคอมพยายามลองฟังนะ
Very aggressive stance.
ผู้เล่นอย่างเงี้ย
But
อิน
it
เกม
still
ชอบ
ends up
เข้า
even,
ทีมมา
but
เนี่
the
ย
spams onto Boaster at the back wall have been enough. Crashies goes unchecked, but is there a trade to be had? Yes, there is. And well, again, swings and roundabouts.
อ๋อถ้าเรื่องส่งของใช่ไหม ถ้าตามตำแหน่งแล้วจริงๆอ่ะฟ้าไม่ใช่ตัวส่งของครับ ฟ้าเป็นตัวแบบเซนติเนลครับตัวอาชออะไรประมาณนี้ครับ
That his gamble to be is the correct one. And while it was, but I think hearing nothing might just put a little bit of doubt in the back of his mind.
There's certainly a lot more
KC
avenues
bin
they
you
can come
chua.
to flank him. And if they are going to go without utility, it's going to be a contact. More likely that they're going to do that from behind than in front. But now it's been long enough. Cloud has to worry about both angles, but there's the information given to him. That was the utility, the signal he was waiting for, the strike onto Aves, but it's a bad man to swing.
If Tip&Trick win you subscribe me okay
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the Aves redemption arc. But I think
ทนายกับเกาหลีแม่งเลย
typical IGL under Eng was not working for him, and whatever structure changes have been made under Zeiss has given this man a new lease of life. But again, we saw opportunities, advantages in this round for Fnatic. But the fight back is ever so fierce. And now gives a very good opportunity to go into the first buy round level.
พี่ว่าในไทยเรายังขาดอะไรที่จะไปสู้รายการเมเจอร์ได้ครับก็อย่างเช่นไปถึงแชมเปี้ยนใช่ไหมเมเจอร์พี่ว่าต้องละเอียดป่ะความละเอียดเราต้องลดความผิดพลาดให้น้อยสุดเลยเพราะตอนนี้เราอะไฟพาวเวอร์แม่งแบบเป็นที่ร่ำลือในหมู่แบบผู้บรรยายหรือแบบคนจัดรายการหรือต่างชาติอะคือเรื่องไฟพาวเวอร์เราไอ้เหี้ยใครเจอไปก็เหนื่อยอะหรอปะต้องใส่เรื่องเกมเพลย์กับความผิดพลาดให้น้อยที่สุดครับความผิดพลาดน้อยสุดก็คือวินที่ต้องได้อะแบบคือมันได้แล้วอะแต่บางทีเราชอบเกิดเหตุการณ์แบบไม่ได้นึกออกไหมมันบ่อยไปคือมันเกิดขึ้นได้แต่มันต้องไม่บ่อยมันก็ต้องไปเติมว่าแบบสถานการณ์อย่างนี้แบบช้อยไหนแม่งดีที่สุดอะไรเงี้ย
An ace, not an impossibility. And then the best thing is for Crashies and Cloud, they could basically just act as bait. They can use themselves to try and give Althea an opportunity.
ผลงานเราไปเวทีนาชาติไม่ค่อยดีใช่รู้ป่ะทำไมบางนัดที่ไม่น่าจะสู้ได้แต่ดันสู้ได้แล้วนัดที่ไม่น่าแพ้บางทีแม่งพลาด
It doesn't matter now though. Crashies has let go.
Ui.
And a chance to maybe save the day. I think the defusal just gonna come over the line. It is a Moda Thrifty, closed out by Cloud, but won by Alpha.
That should have been neck and neck. That should have been KC's way back in, and they lose the second round to Alpha. This guy being gifted 3 over the top of the wall for 2. Sensational work.
นี่แหละอะไรอย่างเงี้ยในระดับแบบระดับโปรเฟชชั่นอลอ่ะแม่งพลาดแค่แก๊ปนิดเดียวมันทำให้แบบเสียวินได้เลยนะ
Well built desk.
There's going to be a fine coming up.
All I'm going to say is that desk barely flinches.
That's true. There's not even a dent on it.
Well, 8-6. The second time in this series that has happened. The last, I believe, was the map that they lost. Crucial rounds slipping out of KC's hands.
เฮ้ยทุกคนมันมีคนเกาหลีมาบอกว่ามันมั่นใจ KC พี่ก็เลยบอกว่าถ้าเอ็มติดชนะสับปะล่ะสัตว์ไม่หายเลยแต่ว่าไม่มั่นใจละเจอพี่ไม่คิดว่าไปละ
And now I'm seeing people like Alfie use it. Maybe it needs to be nerfed because that was insane. He could just tap people out of the round like it's nothing.
Already when we saw people use it, it was strong.
Yeah.
And then you hear there's a buff coming, and obviously it is for pick rates, for selection, buy rates.
Yeah.
But
โค้ช KC ทุบโหดครับโต๊ะแม่งโต๊ะคอมแม่งแข็งแรงจัดแม่งสั่นเลย
That was pretty close.
Yeah, that was a pretty good, but that was an example, right? You need to have a lot of examples before we start tweaking the game. I don't think it'll be too long before we do. Fnatic, man advantage already. It is
the
rifle on Sugetsu, the only shining light of hope for this attacking side. But stranger things have happened than a round like this going their way. Doja, oh my goodness, oh, the timing is insane! What is that fight? What? Okay, well, Alpha somehow gets out of there alive, ends up taking the rate, ends up taking Aves! And you know what? He'll take the bloody round with it, Sugetsu!
He's reloading.
He's reloading! But finally gets it on the shorty! Jesus, what a round from Alphier, and I mean that in every sense of the word. What a round from Alphier.
He's really come alive in this defensive half already. The 4K in this round. A multi-frag to give them the last round. Oh, it's just the worst timing for either player. Yeah. Oh, God. I think Dosi is going to have nightmares about that. And then watch 2 of his teammates die. Well, sorry, 3 of them die because of it.
I love you, Bratan. I love you. It's your time.
Trust me, bro. If you saw what he did, you'd love him even more. Little cha-cha slide, right and left, beautiful reverse on it. 9-6, 3 rounds in between them, but it is definitely feeling like the class is widening in favor of Fnatic. Finally, Alphier will face certain death and actually die.
เฮ้ยสวยอยู่นะวินเนี่ย
An attempt.
ถ้ามันไม่โดนฝืนออกมายิงแล้วได้ยิงตัวแรกนี่ยาวเลยนะ
The C's even thrown in, but no damage really found for it. Defenders have taken a fair amount of early control. The TP away, maybe used as a ruse to leave Cloud behind. But nothing being spotted. Because of that, they're going to now gamble the rotation.
ผู้เล่นน่าจับ
Back towards this A site. It's the right call, but the reason we see this so often is because of that nightfall. It can clear the entirety of the backside and elbow. Forces them out of the site, but you have to look at the new position taken up by Cloud that now covers them off in heaven.
Oh, that spam was fantastic. He's taken Aves. He's done damage left 11 on his last legs.
มันไม่ใช่ช่วง
from Kayak.
ช่วงต้นปีอะผมผู้เล่นมันก็เก่าๆมาเปลี่ยนมาต้นปีแล้ว
But do they expect the other man? Well, they've spotted him now. Okay, danger. Well, spotted, but not dealt with just yet. Luckily, he'll only get the one.
Spike plant. Another fight coming though.
ไม่น่าเหมาะครับผมให้พี่สตรีมเลย
It leaves a bit of an awkward gap in heaven though. That's the bigger problem. If they're unable to clear Dosia, he might be able to buy enough time. But also for Crashies, yeah, the high low, difficult to clear. They're also wary of where that second player is coming from. But as I said, Dosia still acts as that safe pair of hands. And for Crashies now,
ถูกต้องครับโค้ชนี่ติดโค้ช KC เก่าเนี่ยนัดนี้สิทธิ์ล้างครัวผม
Dosia's position, but Dosia's giving nothing. I like this. Just sits back. waits patiently. And okay, there's one
DS
kill,
ช
but
นะ
the
เพราะ
time
ผู้เล่น
already
หรือ
gone. He
DIX
didn't
หล่อน
even
ครับ
have to
โอ้โห
make a step.
คำถาม
Now
นี้
at
แม่ง
this
โดนใจ
point,
มาก
there's
ครับผม
nothing Crashies can do. He made it
DIX หล่อนนะ
costly,
ผม
but ultimately it's
หล่
a
อนหนักด้วย
7th round
กู
for
ไม่กลับ
KC.
They have gotten themselves back on the board. A little bit of fluidity from them with the start out towards A main, but happy to wrap back around in this
จริง
space
พวกนี้ต้อง
taken
รี
by
พอร์ตให้หมดส
Sigetsu
มาร์ท
was perfect. It did seem like Kayak was going to be a big problem in main. He jumps out, sees 3 players, ends up catching one with the flash, but again, it was Sigetsu to pick up that piece. And like I said, the reason I was so harsh on him in the previous is because I don't really see him not play that way that often, right? Like play that poorly. With Sigetsu, someone we have a high skill ceiling for. We've seen it. We've seen it reached plenty of times. And he had a very quiet performance today, or at least on this map, sorry. That's Narrate, right? And we've also seen him step up in this series. These are players we know can deliver in a big way. But the battle sage for Narrate hasn't been working out quite as well as we'd hoped.
Boaster's paranoia. Box not landed on. Doom. Cloud. This SMG's not going to be great on the wallbangs, but it will be great if they try and run through a snake bike. They wanted to try and join Levin, and they have
2 ตัวครึ่ง
in the grave.
Spectre
It leaves Narrate, and well, he's got his res, but I don't see an opportunity to use it unless he's going to use someone as bait.
To be honest, this, like right now, a 5 and 11 Narrate in a 1v4, this is where I feel like he's most dangerous. He's not only got a point to prove, but he doesn't have to worry anymore about anybody else. Doesn't have to worry about his utility. All he has to do is shoot people, and you put Narrate into a death match, and well, the results are up in the air to say the least. The reality is, though, you take a look at the credits for KC, and they're not the healthiest. Levin's doing decent, but it is probably better to carry this rifle forward to the next. Something about the 1v4 with the spike down just
รู้
doesn't
ป่ะตอน
really
นี้ใคร
hit
ส
for
แต
me.
ทอยู่ท็อป 1
But it's whether he gets away with it or not. I mean, Crashies
พี่ไม่
probably
อยากจะ
isn't
เชื่
going
อ
to
เลย
clear
ว่ะ
the spawn here, surely. You look towards the A site. Maybe he's flanking all the way around, but if he does and he catches Narrate, which for now at least
เอโรติก
he's
แม่ง
locked
จิ้ม
in
ถูก
on it.
คนว่ะ
Luckily on the other side, I think he's thought twice about going this. I think he's thought twice about going this way. Yeah, see there. He thought twice
Can
about
he
it.
hear you? Because it genuinely feels like this is just Narrate rage bait.
Cloud.
There we go.
There you go. Well, Crashies now knows, but it's too late. Yep. He'll at least be able to hold on to the gun, but
เดี๋ยวนี้บอกวันละพันตัวเวิร์กเสมอครับ พี่บอกเลย
the one and
ยังไง
done
ก็เวิร์กครับ
rounds
ผม
that comes through hasn't really saved them, and it's safe to say that.
I'm sorry.
The immediate apology.
โอเคไม่ไหวหรอก
It just hit the back of his mind. He's like, Eng's not gonna like that.
มีหลุด
Cloud looks over, sees Boaster. He's like, I'm gonna let it out. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no. Daddy's watching.
It just cuts to Eng with a notepad.
Oh my goodness.
Hell off Cloud.
Give me Zay some water. I think he's got. Yes. Ooh.
มันแบกทุกนัดเลยนี่ข่าวตอนนี้
That calmed him down. That actually, I think he was trying to calm them. He calmed himself. Beautiful, wonderful.
He's counting, and then big.
ก็ดูเป็นตัวแทนพี่โบ๊ทได้อยู่นะดูจากการคอมมูนิเคตดึงอารมณ์เพื่อน
Okay. I think I got it.
I made the comparison earlier. Just realized of Eng being Davy Jones, but he was the one to take out the Dutchman.
Nice.
แต่ยุคแบบ
See what he did there.
ยุคนาวีแรกๆเลยตอนนั้นมันก็มีแววอยู่นะเรา
10 to 7. Fnatic.
ขึ้นเงินเดือน
After Ascent, I was definitely a
ใช่
little
แต่ตอนนี้
bit
เงินเดือน 8,000 เลยเหรอ
worried for them coming into this map, but even with both pistols going the way of the opposition, they find themselves 10 and 7. Alfie has looked fantastic. Cloud again has been a consistent factor throughout this series. Definitely looking like a great pickup from the side of Fnatic.
ถ้าพี่โบ๊ทออกดึงใครมาต้องดึงคนยิงว่ะ
Do KC still have the ability to bounce back from this one? We've seen them perform fantastically well in their first couple of games. After a 0-5 stage 1, they've looked like a different beast. But is this the bubble about to be burst?
เฮ้ยพี่โบ๊ท ชิบหายละ
Exactly. He's scaring him away from his land. That's what we want to see. This is my site. Back off. You won't like what happens next, buddy.
Yeah, no one wants the from the shadows anyway. It's just very good management of orbs.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Contact into heaven.
ไม่ดีก็ต้องเปลี่ยนครับผม
P in, but it was more
ปี
so
หน้า
just
ทีม
the
อยากจะกลับมาทำอารมณ์
ruse
ครับ
of
คิดว่า
He
น่าจะกลับ
stunned
ครับผม
half the team and looks to go in for more. He's just been right-click classicked by Aves. For Bosa's warning shots. Really?
เอาละครับกะเอาวินเลยครับวินนี้
I'm surprised we see the res come through. They
ตี
have
4ครับ
managed to
20
pick
วิ
up a
ไม่น่า
rifle,
ทุบหรือ
but
เปล่าวะ
in this round where there's still so many vulnerabilities, a
ไม่น่านะ
res seems very surprising. Maybe narrate just wanting to finally be able to use it, but is it used for nothing? No,
ใจร้อน
Aves
ใจ
with
ร้อน
that
ไป
trade back. The
น่า
res
รอ
assist has come in for narrate, and now he's going to get himself a plant.
Feel a bit peeved off if you're Levin, to be honest. Kayak
อุ้ย
taking down 2. Well,
Jack.
he's put this round to bed, hasn't he? Aves all alone.
60
Finds himself one more. The man brought back from the dead man walking. But he's got to put 2 more bodies on the floor. And they are peeking together. Boaster and Crashies won't let this one slip. He's up against the deadly duo. 5 bullets left. A reload might be needed, but he wants to pick first. He wants to take them down, and with the mag running dry, so too are his chances. Brashi's out on top with 11-7.
It's at least a couple of assists for narrate, but I was very surprised to see that ultimate used. Maybe a couple more coming online for them soon, and with the deficit, they wanted to try and bring it back a little bit earlier. I'm also surprised that we only see 1 here, because this is the kill that, in my eyes, is straight BS.
I think I figured it out, actually. Aves might be cheating.
Yes, he could also control how the spread of a right-click classic goes.
Nice!
เอเมติกวิน
He's programming his own stuff. Goodness gracious. What a game this has been. It has
100%
been every turn, but we may be nearing the end of this story for KC. Started out so bright, but dark times are here. 11-7, 4 rounds behind. Big round for KC. Ultis online, rifles in hand, and a man advantage already.
I think one of those ults might have just been earned from that kill from Aves. So again, he seems to drag his team through this. He had an unbelievable map 2 on Ascent. Set the bar for how you can perform as an IGL, but
มาตินมาแทนโบ๊ท
Does it keep going?
he has
จะ
been
จัดโลยังไงครับผม
quite aggressive in his stances. Almost a lurker on the
โอ้ย
defense.
หมดยุคแล้วครับผมต้องยึดต้องเลิกยึดติดอะไรกับ
If Cloud doesn't
ชื่อ
overextend here, this
เก่า
could be huge. I think he's going to get the pick that stops them going that way in just a second. But every second gone past is a big opportunity to catch them on that rotate. And now KC are kind of directionless. They've got to make a choice.
But this is the problem.
Pit B, you've got to go A.
You've got one player going one way, one player going the other, but the rotation might be caught. Levin's now looking to kill off Boaster as he rotates. It's going down to Alpha on the side, but sometimes that's enough. He quickly got 2 kills. And although the spike plant is inevitable, there's still an opportunity for Cloud. Making his way towards Levin. He'll get himself a 1v1 fight, but it's an unfair fight. He was caught on the rope, maybe expecting them to group up together to fight this one. Levin actually ends up being a hugely important piece of that round, catching the lurk and then killing off the player at the end.
Finding those picks gets him Showstopper online for the next. Super important, but it is. You have to give him credit for it, because you know what? I take the credit away. Great display of patience from Levin. That lurk through B, catching the rotation coming out of Boaster, and then having that same impact by playing close to mid and hearing Cloud on the rotation. This was a really nice round from Levin, and it's given them a huge ultimate coming into this round. Another very important one, because for KC, win this, not only do you stop Fnatic hitting 12, which is a good enough reason to win, but you'll also stop them hitting 12 in the next, most likely, because look at the credits. They are not looking pretty on that defensive side.
Alfia could buy a bandit.
True. Yeah, well, guess nothing's guaranteed.
เป้าข่าวไม่มองยากจริง
Showstopper. Bit of an awkward one. He's taken a lot of control. They walk through.
ไม่ตายได้ไงวะ
An opportunity for Cloud. I feel like a judge at that angle should have got him a little bit more in every single fight that's been had.
ชิบหายเลยป
Gone
ติ
the way of KC. From the depths of defeat to winning every scrappy battle. A judge in a smoke finding 0 kills, and then the fight from Sugetsu. Now for Crashies and Kayak, it is basically a scenario of
แม่งกลับมาแหละ KC วิน
I was gonna say stick together and hope that you get it over the line. Instead, they have split up and look for clues. Crashy's about to find out where they are, and he's also found a bullet from Levin.
Well, Kayak, this would be a beautiful play. A chance to take down Narrate on the plant, that little gap in the wall, but something tells me unless, as we've already said, Fnatic are not in the greatest financial spot, unless they come throwing themselves at a chance to win the round. He won't be trying to find that chance for himself. He won't be creating that opportunity. It's simply a save of the weapon, which for Fnatic won't arm them to the teeth in the next, but it's really, we're in the danger zone now. KC pushing up to 9, 5 players alive. It's a lot of credits at their back. And add to that, as we said, it's not likely to be a very costly round in the next for the attacking side. They could end up in a really strong economic position. To be honest, considering it's 11 on the board for Fnatic, they're already in that spot. Ultimate's coming online and a convincing round. I'm believing in KC again. I doubt Zeiss is, but I am. I feel like we're going to see a replay of him like smashing a desk here or something.
Everywhere.
Maybe not in this round. Maybe not quite a smile. But not quite
just a blank stare at the monitor. Oh no, okay.
There's nothing to see. That's all you need to know.
I'm sure.
11 to 9.
Yeah,
it was kind of like there were some vulnerabilities in the last round, although where the judge ended up being positioned, I did expect a little bit more. But they still don't have a buy going into this one either, so maybe stretching the credits a little bit too thin, but the walk up, it's expected. Even still being expected and dealing with it is difficult. The value of that TP allows him to get out of there scot-free. A little bit of damage. And the same can be said for Levin, who has now been healed up. Cloud now looks to reclaim that space, and the rest of Fnatic again are grouping up around Kayak to put pressure in towards the spawn, but Dosia just has no interest in fighting that. And even with Kayak being able to get into aggressive positions, okay, he's left the player behind.
ชาร์เปอร์จะไหวกับเทียร์ 1ไหมไหวครับไหวโซนกลางไปล่าง
Well, Alpha
คิดว่าตอนนี้ญี่ปุ่นไหวหมดซีเคทนี่ก็ไม่แน่สูสี RQ ก็มีสิทธิ์ชนะ
Although maybe he will. The spike is still heading towards B, but I assume this is just a ruse being sold, trying to drag those rotations over, get that utility out of the defense, make him spooked, make him scared, and then run into a wide open A site.
หมดแล้วไม่ปิกนานไปแล้ว
A lot of Fnatic are still here.
ดูว่าโรยยึดติดกับอะไรเก่าๆครับผม
20 seconds left, and that rifle's still here. It's the one kill, but it's traded immediately. And Levin then deals with the remaining 2 defenders. The spike still needs to cross, but they were waiting to bait things out, and Narrate, with a few seconds left on the clock, will get that spike down. It looked for a second like this was going to be a with a nervy finish. Instead, Althea now has 4 players and a Bucky.
Yeah, look, finding a couple of kills here is going to be
นานไปครับ
the ideal scenario. Make it extremely costly would be great.
If he gets
but it doesn't really matter.
เมื่อกี้ตอนที่พี่วูมาแล้วพี่อ่านชื่อพวกพี่ๆในกลุ่มไลน์ก็คือแก๊งๆในเรคคอร์ดหมดเลยบางคนก็แก๊งในเรคคอร์ดที่แบบเล่นแลกหน้าล็อกบางคนก็ชุด B อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Whereas on the side of KC, an orb to Levin after that big round is certainly going to give him the opportunity to have a showstopper fairly soon. It's not quite the attempt to go for the defuse at the end. I think he's timing was slightly off.
กินอะไรดีเหรอครับตอนนี้
I didn't notice he picked up a rifle.
He picked up a rifle, but he wasn't quite quick enough.
Yeah. I was like, he's definitely too late to bait them into sticking around. Like,
I think he picked up the vandal that Kayak dropped. So he went into the corner, grabbed it, but there was literally no time for him to get away.
ว่าเร็วทานเลยเหรอ
Well, definitely some frustration seeping in. 3 rounds lost in a row. And now it is going to be a Fnatic tactical
คือเมื่อกี้คืออยู่ตอนที่พี่เล่าให้ฟังยังว่ารุ่นพี่ชวนเข้ากลุ่ม15 คนอายุ40 กว่าหมดแล้ว
Especially in the first map and this one.
คือพี่เรียกพี่เกือบทุกคนอ่ะเอาง่าย
And they're going to just run to the finish. and immediately the game just flips on its head. Levin looks to match up versus the likes of Althea, the two Turkish superstars, sat 22 and 21 kills. And there have been a player here or there missing, Boaster struggling a little bit more. Narrate also surprisingly
ตี200 ปี
slow game.
เดี๋ยววันไหนต้องไปเข้าไปเล่น
I think it's clear.
Last chance round 22
Try and slow them down a little bit because from what we've seen, even going into that site with, what was it? It was less than 20 seconds by the time they actually executed. It didn't look that uncomfortable in the end.
No, a big part of that is Levin on that dive to back site and Narrate picking up some as well. That definitely could have been uncomfortable. Just a couple of shots missed for Fnatic and looking the wrong way in heavy traffic as Levin made it up and over. They were watching for it moments before, but they turned their back just as he made it onto the site. Timing was good for KC. That's been a factor. And I like thinking about this team in particular, I feel like their style of playing it more loose creates those opportunities more often than anyone else that we've seen.
Excuse me?
What the?
ใช่ใช่ไหม
What?
คืออะไรอ่ะ
What is that pit, bro? I've never seen that before. You can't misclick a pit. What
What?
is that?
คืออะไรอ่ะ
What am I missing? It's either genius or stupid, and I don't know which.
We're gonna, well, maybe we're gonna find out. Maybe they don't want them pushing B main. Maybe they want them to fight into mid. They're getting that mid fight. We'll see if they're ready for it. 3 players holding on the other side. Sugetsu still just holding on to B main. He's got it on lock.
Oh, has he? You don't think they'll push into it?
You never know. Because that's what he's expecting them to do.
He is. He sat in the corner waiting for them.
ตั้งแต่ยูรุโดนเนิร์ฟมาไม่ชอบคอมที่มีตัวใช่ครับผมเหมือนกันครับ
Plain
เปิ
and
ดแมน
simple. That's the weirdest pit I've ever seen in my life. I'm trying to think of a stranger one. Why?
Maybe it's the ultimate counter to Kayak, who's been pushing that every single round. He's just going to stay in the pit the whole time. Levin's failed a blast pack up, and Cloud is now got a slightly easier fight. They're going to try and potentially use a rest. Alpha, yeah. Dealing damage onto one, keeps that man advantage going, but it's got 14 seconds. They've got to move. 12 seconds to make it onto the site. The cross could be held. An opportunity if they can spam this one out. Instead, Crashies is there. They will get that plant in just about as the swing comes through. It's now left all onto one, and Narrate, one bullet. He's got time to reload, but he's getting spammed at the same time, and eventually Crashies will take us to 12. An interesting round from KC.
ฮาอยู่นะพี่ซุยอ่ะเล่นมุก GG.
He died pushing out the pit, by the way. It's kind of tough to get through a smoke into a site.
13-10.
No utility, and why did you replay that, man? Don't do this to me. Have you put Sugetsu dying walking? Yeah, you have as well. Actually, I can't say what I want to say to you right now. Replay ops. That's disgusting. Not what you've done. What you've done is disgusting, but what he did is more. He hit it in B main, and then shift walked out of it after a timeout. What are we doing? Okay, well, that's how I feel. That's how I feel what he's feeling. He's just not letting it out.
Familiar faces.
That's after a timeout. Like maybe there was a generational idea behind it, but let me tell you, it looked stupid and it did nothing. So, you know, maybe we'll see it another time. Hope not.
Moving on.
อุ้ยไอ้เหี้ยโดนนะน่ะ
It's landed onto Boaster. A side looking like it's going to be theirs. No Viper's pit for the post plant.
จะบอกว่าเมื่อกี้อันติพลาดเพื่อนเสียบนก็ได้เลยนะ
It's all about that late play. Sugetsu hasn't quite got the pit to work with, but he might still be able to put a bit of a sting onto this. Oh, that's nice. It's actually baited that out beautifully. Cloud is
รู้ละมีเราเลิกหนึ่งคน
and now they have to worry about that late flank. That's gone about as well as it could for Sugetsu.
เรียบร้อยครับ
So that's a bit unfortunate, but luckily
แล้วมีโชว์สต็อปเปอร์
pop the showstopper. That's going to push them back for a moment, buy a little bit more time, and as that clock keeps on ticking, the defuse will be at least time to bait out the swing. Abez down, and now 1v1. Okay, it's looking workable for a man like Cloud. He's going to tank that nade, looking to get it to happen. The run from Levin is there.
เวลาไม่พอว่ะยังไงต้องเอา
on the
คืน
board for KC. It's the distance either way, but we might see an overtime.
Levin's been incredible in this map. 26 and 13. Him and Althea continue to go toe-to-toe throughout this map, and even just look how aggressive he was. Goes up with a shorty. And while Althea fights it back, he's there to close it in the end.
เชี่ยพี่หลิวกดไป26-13
round, the difference between the two.
ล้านสุดในชีวิตไปทำงานเพิ่งกลับมาแข่งยังไม่จบ KC ไม่ยอมให้จบครับผม
That was where they tasted defeat. And for Fnatic now, just look at the buy that's come up behind it. 2 sheriffs.
เปลี่ยนไฟใหม่ตอนนี้ยังไม่ได้เปลี่ยนเลยไม่ได้เปิดเลย
At least a couple of rifles.
เพราะเหมือนแบบเอากล้องเป็นแบบว่าไม่มีกรอบอ่ะมันไม่ต้องเปิดไฟก็แสงในห้องมันก็โอเคอยู่แต่ไม่ได้เปิดตอนแรกพี่ซื้อ LED มาเปิดขาวๆไงเปิดแล้วเหมือนแบบจ่อหน้าแล้วมันแสบตากันไปเปิดนานๆหลายๆวันสู้ไม่ไหวมันสะสม
Just now got another TP online, but won't even get a chance to use a quick connection by Levin. It's one of the weaknesses taken out. Fnatic looking likely to concede to an overtime, and with Alphier already down and out, feels like an inevitability.
Rifle can be retrieved for Crashies. He's definitely had a better map here on Split. And Sugetsu, his genuine responsibility this map has just been an annoyance. Be in the backline consistently. Nightfall sent out. Levin just looking to play ahead of it. Nade in, but he's going to get eliminated. Even still, though, it looks like his teammates have the job done. Crashies versus 4. The slows on either side. And he's being wrapped on from the heavens. Well, he's not been spotted, but it won't matter. And the rate is there to close. OT once again as KC take us all the way. And from Fnatic having a fairly decent advantage to close in regulation, they now have to fight once again to close in overtime.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be disappointing for this squad. They were so far in the lead that even with a couple of rounds going the way of KC, it didn't feel like they really had that much of a chance of making this climb back in. Remember how the half even started. They win the pistol, lose round 2 right off rip. Like Fnatic ran away with this. But KC caught up just in time. Levin
ลากมา OT ได้ยังไงวะเนี่ยแบบนี้
28 and 14. Billy was saying that's the highlight. That's what I'm looking at. So I want to see Levin on this raise. And, well, you got to see a lot of him. Here's a little more in OT.
Yeah, it seems like Ascent was more of the blip rather than the norm. These teams have been hard to separate. Could have been a 2-0 on Summit.
OT 30-28เลยเหรอ
But it's gone the distance.
ไปนอนก่อนแล้วกันนะงั้น
Normally in these sort of late games,
เอา
that's
สุด
where
ทุก
you
แมปจริงแม่ง
give
เก็บให้
Fnatic
ทุก
the
วิน
edge, but with their lead dissipating, the walk up as well,
ที่
Boaster
โบตาย
could be in a bit of trouble. He's setting up a smoke, doesn't realize how close Levin has got. One away from the 30 bomb now for the young Turkish star.
ใช่ต้อ
But
ง
the
ตื่น
rest of the team are making their move in
ตื่นสัก
towards the
เที่ย
safe
ง
side. No smokes, of course. Leaves them in a troublesome position, and Cloud is already on his last legs.
I think he's going to go for the late flank now. It's probably where he has the most value, but it's going to be a little bit late to the party. You look to Fnatic, what utility do they have to delay and bar a flash in the relay bolt? We're not
วางเปิด
slide. Yeah, we're really
คราวช้าไม่ได้แล้วเพราะในสายเพื่อน3คนไม่น่าจะเบรกได้นาน
now making it to he's got to run, he's got to sprint, but of course they would hear him if he did, or he thinks they would. So a slow approach from Cloud, but it looks like they've taken oh my goodness! Alpha and Kayak have shut them down. Cloud should have it all lined up, but he's being caught by Narrate. Crashies all alone will only find one, and it seemed like a death sentence for KC delaying that long, but well, they've gotten used to playing against Cloud, it seems.
Yeah, I think at this point both teams are so ready for those flanks. Like I think especially if you have Sugetsu on your team, he does it every single round. You're going to be expecting that if you don't see that Viper immediately, that you know where he is. I like the call though. They get aggressive in middle, not shying away from the fight. And now KC, after what was a fairly hefty deficit,
let's go!
They now sit 1 round away from taking this in overtime, going 3-0. The team that was 0-5 in stage 1 could be kicking off their stage 2 3-0. And well, if I'm not mistaken, being a singular win from being in that top 2, at least it seems likely. And that would skip them straight through to the playoffs. Still, a game versus Fnatic is never done until it's done. We saw it 16-14 earlier. It wouldn't be overly surprising to see one again.
Well, this is one that I want to see the Zaysh Cam regardless of what happens. 13-12, a chance to win the series against his former head coach for KC, a chance to go 3-0 up when this very same squad, Banner and crew, were down 0-5 ending last season. Playoffs wasn't something we ever thought. We just wanted to see them play, for God's sake, and they never got started, but now they've come not to play but to win. In this round, that might be tough. They've already lost Sugetsu. The mid lurk not going their way, but they've used their wall as well, and nothing found off the back of it.
35 seconds and they're just looking to re-clear into middle.
ไปกันต่อ
There's a lot still to do and not a lot of time to do it. They've got to go through the orb. And are they just going to try and re-hit into this B site through heaven? That seems to be the plan. 20 seconds left. Cloud is just going to sit and wait in the corner. Are they going to check it? They haven't checked it. And what Alpha swings before his teammate can even deal that final blow. A nice shot for 11, but it's irrelevant. The spike up top. 13-13. No more. That delay was more than enough to slow KC down. We go another.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good fight for Sugetsu. He walked out with his back turned in mid. They lost that second prong to the offense and then said, okay, well, we gotta have someone go up top. We can't all come out of main. It's a bloodbath. It's a death sentence. But it was either way. Round 27. 30 kills for Levin. He has been fighting tooth and nail for this map and for this series. But the upper hand still to be gained here. Spotted them close up towards that piece. That's good space for Fnatic. But what are they going to do with it?
Boaster on a much more passive lurk after the last round. That mid pressure catching him off guard. Definitely a little bit more careful about it. The defense have also got 3 players towards the heavens, so clearly feeling like the likelihood of an A take is there, but as of right now, we can see that rotation. The TP there from Kayak. If he is going to take it. No, he's not. He's stuck around, and now the spike comes back towards him. He sold a ruse initially, and now they're selling a fake on the other side of the map, using the Prowler, using the Neon, but it hasn't made all of the move. Sugetsu's still here. Aves is still here. They sit in the corners, but immediately are cleared. Aves, the second player, but Kayak still gets both. But then there was another prong. The third to the fork that was this A-site defense. And although they'll be able to potentially get a plant, they're pressuring, they're pushing. The flank was what they're waiting for. Cloud needs to hold the line, and he has. It looked like there were problems with him being the only man there. He gets them to the point of victory once again. Another round to the collection that you have to give to Cloud.
No, that was a different level. On the third map, overtime, yeah, Kayak stepped up big time here as well. But Cloud got that plant in with a second to spare. Not just because of the time on the clock, but because of the forces gathering around him. They try to flood in, they try to deal with him, but too little, too late. And it's getting to Zaysh. They were in with a chance to close this series. And now, one round could send them out of this 2-1. Could put that first loss on the board for Zaysh's head coach for KC on this run. And it happening at the hands of their former head coach.
แม่งออกใจแอนมาแบบฉายแสงเลยอ่ะของแท้เลยอ่ะเนี่ยพูดได้เต็มปากเลย
Very appreciative of that. Didn't know what that would sound like, but now I do. Thanks to Zeiss. Thanks to Levin. Man, they would have been out of this map
long ago.
A long time ago if it wasn't for Levin. And he's just gonna swing Althea. Yeah, Althea, you know. That guy with multiple trophies under his belt, it means nothing to Levin.
พี่หลิวไม่ไหวละตอนนี้อ่อนแรงเจอพี่โบ๊ทปาดไปเฮ้ย
But there is no response. Boaster 1v4. Well, there's days where you might believe in that. I'm not sure this is one of them. He's had troubles individually. Sure, he gets a kill onto Narrate, but it's at the cost of almost all of his health, and Aves is just waiting on the other side. 14-14.
แพ้ได้ยังไงเนี่ยพี่หลิวก็ตายพี่โบ๊ทซัดให้
That has delivered and continues to. But at this point, it only delivers because of the performance that Levin is having.
But yeah, Aves was one of the best players I've ever seen in the last map. We said he can't expect that same level, and he's having a good game. 23 and 22. Yet he is still 10 kills behind his boy Levin. The guy who's going in first a lot of the time. The one who should have the excuses that, well, on the attack side, he can't do much, obviously. That's not the case. On every side, he's doing much. And for Fnatic, no victory just yet. We're right back into overtime, neck and neck with the attack side from Fnatic. And last time we saw that double fake, the pressure towards A, but it didn't really drag the rotations. This time, I think they're going to go much more direct.
Dosia has a little bit of support. Oh, that's very awkward. The near sight doesn't work when your opponent is close, and Althea couldn't have been much closer. An opener that gives them a good position. Levin tried to be the hero. Instead, he's eliminated immediately. The man of the moment is gone. But Aves still alive and kicking Kayak, the bodyguard for the planter. Now Aves is left, and while Althea makes sure anywhere else other than into his pocket. He's now broken the 30 barrier with 31 kills. It really does just seem like two superstars from Turkey fighting to see who's going to win this map.
And now we come out of that round to a timeout from Fnatic.
It's over.
15 to 14.
Nice TP. That's some ballsy TP, bro. I love that.
All I'm going to say is in map number 1 in OT, whoever took a pause immediately lost the next round.
This is true.
I'm not saying that there is any correlation between those things. It probably is just random. But I guess you also get the other team getting a pause. We'll see.
So
15 to 14. A chance to lose 2 maps 16-14 for KC, which, yeah, that'd be a brutal day at the office. A chance for this game to go in their favor, for them to go 3-0, to beat a team that they've lost 5 times in a row to in EMEA.
Yeah.
And it's slipping through your fingers twice in OT. And then you dominating their map choice. It's definitely been a peculiar series for that reason.
Luckily, nobody on KC will let it get to them if this one slips through their grasp. 15 to 14, 1 round for Fnatic. They come out of this pause, and look, they've been losing when it comes to the last time they played the defense. Didn't go all too well. So whether Tom's timeout curses are real or not,
ขี้เกียจปิดแล้วครับผมเดี๋ยวค่อยไปตัดออก
you understand why Fnatic wanted to take a moment there. Posted up his Kayak, but
เดี๋ยวจะดูว่าพอปิดเกมจริงหรือเปล่า
any info for him. They're going to have Cloud come in to fill up that control.
ไปครับ
He's top in heaven, but they spotted him already. They know he's close. The spams are coming in, and
เราไปหรือเปล่า
soon to go down. KC have got a fair bit of footwork done already, a fair bit of ground covered. Looks like they're ready to execute into A, but for Sagetsu with an operator on the other side of the map. And I did just realize he had an operator. I didn't even look for it. And now Fnatic just realized as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, for what he's been doing for backstabs, maybe the worst weapon you could have, but I guess he was just looking for aggression elsewhere on the map. The fact is, though, they've used that as a call to head towards the B site. The funny thing is, Fnatic have heard that call. They have 3 players on this side of the map as well. Althea being the main point of their grievances so far. but he has a teammate alongside him, and that teammate might not be checked. It's only going to be the 1-for-1. Althea needed once again, and he delivers once again. But eventually he will fall just like the others. And now Cloud.
นายไหนบอกจบไงอุตส่าห์เชื่อใจแล้วน่ะ
Hopes of closing it just like last time, 16 and 14. Those hopes seem to have diminished.
คู่ไหนเนี่ยอ่านผิดคู่หรือเปล่า
Aves even able to use the Nightfall, the trail of Cloud's deceit will follow him along. Well, as the beeps get faster, the likelihood of victory gets slimmer. They're giving him absolutely nothing. It won't be a 16-14 again. At minimum, we're going to get 17 rounds on one of those sides.
What a wow.
Like you said, the fact that the first map goes to OT, the second is dominant for KC. This could have been a 2-0 series, but what fun we would have been robbed of if that was the case. Althea, I started to believe those shots started to land, the slide out onto Sugetsu, but it was not enough this time. Alpha on 32, 11 still on 33, but now the op comes out on the defensive side. KC using it on the attack with Sugetsu, but Levin
เอาเหลียวชกพี่โบ๊ทไม่หยุดเลยต
the
อนนี้
honor of utilizing this, and he's pushed up in A main. He's going to keep going. This is being watched by Cloud, but a hard shot for Cloud to hit, but he gets there right off rip.
11 down. It's a big player to take. Boaster saw the operator of his opponent in the last and decided anything you can do, I can do better. Sugetsu surely falls. Yeah, no escape. And now Narrate atop the wall wants to try and even, and instead he makes their deficit deeper. The hole has been dug further into the ground, and now Reliance on just 2.
จบจริง
Cloud still holding that lurk on the other side of the map. Plenty of time for Fnatic to play with, and questions being asked by this defensive side. It seems like Dosia is going to make his way back, but Aves a push up here.
มันมั่นใจว่าแบบยังไงก็ต้องมีเลิก
Anyway, he expects Cloud to still be it, but timing. Cloud's just about to move, but clearly his spidey senses were tingling as he will remove Aves from action.
Yeah, that was the chance. Dosia's been remarkable in some of the games earlier. Look back to Summit, as Harbor was sensational, but too tall of a task, surely. And indeed it will be. Fnatic 16-15. Now we're going more of a distance than before. But it seems like the story might end the same way as map number 1. Another chance to close this out for Fnatic.
It feels like a lot of their attack rounds are becoming more and more controlled as things go along, whereas the ones from KC
แม่งคอสแพร์เพชรเหม็นแบบแน่นอน
on that individual brilliance, the likes of 11 or an Aves to
คอร์ดมากสุดโอ้โหจำไม่ได้สักเกือบ30ป่ะ28หรืออย่าง
The only operator is going to be on the hands of Kayak. The Yoru makes a little bit more sense, but they're definitely feeling the bite of that last round with how passive they're being here.
Yeah, you're only going to let yourself fall to the surprise op once, aren't you? Even though it's not in play, you've no way to know that. Until the shot is fired, so for Fnatic, caution is the name of the game. It's going to be a slow round from KC. 2 players towards the A side. Spike still bottom and crossing to be slow, labored perhaps, but for Fnatic so far, they have had boots on the ground in the right place at the right time.
เฮ้ยไม่ใช่วันนี้ดิ
this time so that some util can come in from crashes towards the A side.
ไม่ทำลายวันนี้ดิครับวันอื่นได้ไหมมีวันให้ทำลายตั้งเยอะแยะจะมาทำลายวันนี้เนี่ยนะตอนตี 5
Might need to be the hero for them this time. They're rotating towards his position, walking into Alpha's domain. Who said it's been him versus Levin for who will top the tower. And as the time ticks by, he's going to be the one under pressure again, the one that looks to close. That time being bought, the more dangerous he becomes. But now he has friends. 19 seconds left for KC to try and make some sort of move, and it's already them the first to fall. It looks like everything will fall apart right at the end for KC. Even Levin can't save them now. a 17-15, 16-14 couple of maps for Fnatic. If your heart isn't racing, I don't know what will do it for you.
Well, Davy Jones is out of his locker, back against his former squad. KC were on an uptick.
โอเคทุกคนเดี๋ยวขอตัวไปพักก่อนนะครับรีบอาบน้ำนอนก่อนเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้ต้องถึงงาน2 โมงนะครับใครไปงานพรุ่งนี้ก็เจอกันนะฮะวันนี้ครับพี่หมิงเป็นทุกคนนะครับขอตัวไปพักก่อนนะวันนี้ครับกาฟิลอย่าลืมนะครับฝากติดตามไอ้นี่ด้วยนะบ้านเขียวด้วยนะใครยังไม่ได้กดติดตามนะฝากด้วยนะบายครับทุกคน